Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to 6 hours of Kayalami, brought to you by WIZ Motorsports. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've all recovered from your Christmas naps, suitably well fed from the festive period and ready to gorge yourself on 6 hours of action. Almost 50 cars, at least 2 drivers per car, and 6 hours around what is usually a very sunny racetrack, as you can see over the rear spoiler of Bruchek here. Very, very, very wet conditions indeed. My name is, of course, Double O Raven, Mr. John Wright. We have an absolutely phenomenal grid for you this afternoon. Quick good afternoon to everyone in chat as well. Can't wait to spin out its turn one, says Neutrino. Maverick is agreeing with that one. 6 hours of damage, here we come. Pob, not sure what, SIU, not good at that. Neutrino, we are Twitch merchants. Kippo, thank you for the follow. Axion for the win, says Kippo. Axion Supremacy, Pob backing that one up as well. Owned, Pigatra is now following. That's the bot, I've got you. And Fearsome, thank you for the follow as well. Show number 24 with an exclamation mark. The Christmas politeness straight out the window. We will chuck it on. I'm just getting things started. We've got some laps involved at the moment. My telemetry is being a bit fun. So we will get some of the cars shown very shortly. Looking forward to this wet madness, says Johnny Bizzett, who is now following as well. Good afternoon, Johnny. It's going to be a fun one. It is going to be a fun one. At the moment, I'm just confirming, like I say, my telemetry, it's having itself a bit of a fun one today. So at the moment, we've got 45 cars out on track. We were asked for number 24. Car number 24. There we go. That'd be Vin Maverick, it would appear. I did think it was going to jump through the field a bit more. But there we go. Like I say, it is raining literally cats and dogs in one of the sunniest countries in the world. Kayalami actually means my home. And I'm sure a lot of the drivers are glad they're at home and not actually physically racing in these conditions. Canry Hevel. I see what you've done there. Go, Alex, go. He says, Axion gonna win for sure. Forza GGG, says Marsh. Yeah, so the chat is live. Thank you again for everyone following as well. There we go. VGTR League is now following as well. Stop spamming caps. Okay, so the bots are definitely working then. That's good to know. That's good to know. Right, that telemetry seems to have half caught up. So let's see if we can actually get a look up at the top of the field and see what is going on. And oops, that'll need to go there, and that will need to go there. It's Simware Pro by VDES that are currently in pole position with a 151.122, 6/10 ahead of second place. That is Velikolopsky. He is in second there. That is the VDS, another car for VDS. That's the Rose car. Then is Claudio Passo in third for Team EOS Esports. Then Peter Brett for SOP Esports, a team I know all too well. Matteo Campo, currently in fifth for Virtual Loop Racing. Vasily Anyefriev, he's driving for M2 competition. He's in sixth. Then it's the Crazy Fly Racing team. And their livery should be on, but it's not, but that's okay. Let's have a look. We've got Marek Potach as well. He's inside the top 10 with Abe Santama rounding out the top 10. And we've still got 10 minutes qualifying to go. And yeah, that is not updating either. Right, let's see if we can just close this and get that to work again. But while we do that, we've got more shouts in the chat here. We've got car number 14 is going to destroy the field. Car number 14. Let's have a look. Oh, Santima, 11th at the moment. So we're getting a big shout from them. VGTR Esports in the Honda. Honda's going to be a tricky proposition, I would say. Below 50 kilometres an hour, zero traction control whatsoever. Tyres don't do well towards the end of a stint. It's going to be a big ask. A very quick car, but car carrying killers as well, much like the old school Audis, from what I understand. Up at the top of the field, it is Team Dragon Ball Z, led at the moment in qualifying by one Darren King. Mr. Dal King, of course. Quite a strong team he's got with himself, Mr. Van Ommen. I do have another teammate as well, he reckons. Not quite as quick as himself and Van Ommen, but certainly they will be there or thereabouts come the end of the race. Very quick round here, within 3/10 of Borek Ditsky. So they have split the difference between themselves and Velikolopsky. Oh, and he's gone quicker with a 150.9. First car to go sub 51. Gives him almost a 10th and a half advantage. Yeah, so at the moment, 150.9 for Darren. Right up at the front is Vinogradov, I do apologise, in the Porsche. Porsche is featuring strongly. The Porsches and the Aston Martins certainly seeming to be the car to go for in this weather. Astons and Porsches all the way down through to 13th position. Another quick change there. Tell you what, I'm going to try and get this running again. Let me just quickly pop this. Right, let's just have a quick jump around the cars, and I'm going to get this telemetry. Any other predictions? Who we think is going to win? I'm going to try and get this telemetry running again at my end. Let's see if that works. 2-6. Right, yeah. I can't quite get what I need working at the moment, so we'll leave it until the race starts. We've had some changes up at the front. The time's getting quicker and quicker. The rain is lessening, as we can see up at the top. There's only 6 minutes left to qualify it. So the track could improve slightly. Okay, might not destroy the field in the way you think. I mean, to be fair, oh, there's Zygar. in a Honda. So the other manufacturers are making a comeback, but at the moment it is the Porsches and the Astons that are doing all the running. Vasily Anyufriev, I'm sure he used to drive for Crazy Fly. There's Peter Brett in a Porsche for SOP, another SOP car. Not far behind them. Virtual Loop again in the Porsche. Bullenson, once up in the top 15, now finds himself down in 23rd position. Who have we got? We've got Kalashnikov down in 45th. Marev for R2G. Vin Maverick for Axion Racing. They're down in 43rd at the moment. We've got NT France, WIZ in 42nd. Wesset Racing. Oh, I know them. They're in 41st. Daggy Team Racing, they are 40th at the minute. Then it's EOS Esports. United Racers. Beatles Racing. Appropriate name for the Porsche. Potato Nation Endurance. We've got WIZ Aston Punisher. Gavin Taylor. One of the guys and gals that get things running around here. There is a couple of SOP cars. Evan Cairns. Oh no, Evan Cairns is in the WIZ Aston 24. There's Leon Seeley. He is definitely an SOP driver. Ziggy Lentz and Solinsky as well. Go Potato Nation, go! Boom. Can you show car 89, please? The please, obviously. We'll chuck that in there. Agreed. What terrible weather. I mean, it's great weather for ducks. It's great weather for the spectators, that is for sure. Car number 89. I think we've just gone past. Oh no, we're on 89 now, goodness me. That's where we just got to, just as it was running down. Great weather for ducks, indeed it is, indeed it is. Racing Father, good evening. How are you? Car 22, Potato Nation's entry, there we go. So they were getting some shouts in the chat as well. Good to see, good to see. Speaking of shouts in the chats, obviously we need to mention pretty new channel, WIZ Motorsport. This event brought to you by InterWiz, redefining super fast broadband. You can get onto their website, interwiz.uk. Rafa putting this one together at WIZ Motorsport. Big shout out as well to Gunter in the background, getting everything done, all the technical stuff. I'm sure Rafa would agree. He likes to turn up and race, and it's a whole lot of other people that make things happen in the background. So it's great to see another community, and it's a great turnout as well. 45 drivers, 45 cars, sorry, over 100 drivers. Is the Hello Kitty livery on number 89? It's not. It should be. Obviously, we've got the Awesome Sim Racing. All the liveries should be on there. But for some reason, oh my goodness. Oh, it's going to be one of those days with the technology, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, so no livery has appeared on the number 89 car at the moment. So I'm not sure. There's a couple of them, in fact. There's quite a few. Jet black carbon cars, so I'm not sure if the... And I did join the server pretty late as well. That's another thing I do. I always make sure I join the server late to make sure everyone's in. So I could maybe back out at the end of qualifying and then jump back in and re-download it. We'll see what the time's like, actually. It washed off. Racing Father on point there. That's exactly what's happened. The Hello Kitty livery has bitten the dust in the torrential rain. Sitting in the pits in 26. We've got Wesset Racing the 29th. We just mentioned them again. Team EOS Esports. We've got a car in 28th. They've also got a car in 27th. Axion. They've got a Ferrari in 26 at the moment. Singer Racing. Racing for fun. And AF Corsa WEC 2021. They've just got a 24th. In fact, this Kalashnikov goes up to 23rd. Andrew for DRT Teams in 22nd. Team EOS Esports got another car in 21st, just about to cross the line. And he's actually been moved down to 22nd there. as Ruotsalainen has found himself up in 16th position. So too Sergei Bulinson making his way through the field up to 14th place. Santina was getting some shouts in the chat. He's still hanging on to a top 10 position at the moment. Up at the top of the table, though, is Armamentario Gleb Zygar in the Honda. So there we go. Oh, and there we go. The highs and the lows of a Honda in one sentence and visual. Pole position and spinning off into the gravel. In second place is Dan King in the Dragon Ball Z team with Anu Friev for M2 competition. Still sitting in third. Bogoroditsky, fourth place. Bourget in fifth. Peter Brett in that sixth position. He's in the pits with 24 seconds left to go, so he's not going to set any more time. Zyger and King, of course, won't be setting any more times. 19th, Singer Racing managed to sneak up there. They're in the pits as well. A lot of the cars down the field are. Vin Maverick will start last. Genio could improve on his position. So could Lewis Kett for the Western Racing team again. Commentator's curse, indeed. Indeed, and we've got 6 hours for the drivers to survive the commentator's curse. So yeah, fingers crossed for them. Let me just make sure I'm not shouting at the mic. There we go. Yeah, one final lap. Yeah, for not much of the field either. Quite a few cars. Oh, the Honda is back out. He's not going to be able to set a time. Oh, Bogoroditsky has gone quicker then. I really need to reset this and get this working. Grip722, thank you very much for the follow. If I did miss anyone else's follows, I do apologise. Not only is the race telemetry stopped working, the mini feed stopped working as well. Yeah, so I might need to update my pit wall. You can get telemetry. There is telemetry live on the pit wall app if you want to get involved and keep an eye on what's going on over the 6 hours. I'm going to reset it and try and get it running again. Bushy. JK, how we doing? Go JK. He's cheering on JK. How we doing, bud? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for tuning in. We're just coming to the end of qualifying. Pole position still up for grabs, as we can see. Rafał Stasak for Armamentario take the Honda back to the top spot. So the curse of the commentator did not last long for the Honda. And yeah, back on pole position. As most of the rest of the field are in fact in the pits. Bogoroditsky crosses the line and doesn't improve. Half a tenth in these conditions separating the top two. Not too shabby at all. Let me just... so there we can see the qualifying finish order. We did get a time from 45 cars. As you can see, at least 2 drivers per car, a lot of them with the maximum allowance of 3. There's also maximum driver stint time, of course, 65 minutes as mandated by good old SRO, the governing body. Let me just keep an eye on that there. I believe it is the driver briefing, which will be quickly taking place. Yeah, extremely variable conditions. 65-minute stint timer. A maximum of 4 hours is allowed on track for any one driver. So in the 2 driver teams, pretty much you're going to see a lot of them split it. 3 hours each, you would guesstimate, or pop their quicker driver in for 4. Another one in for 2, but yeah, maximum they're allowed on track at any one time is 65 minutes and 4 hours maximum for any one driver. The 65-minute timer will reset purely by driving through the pits. In these conditions, fuel saving and saving the tyres shouldn't be too difficult, you'd imagine, so we could see quite a few double stinters, so certainly the lap times will diminish with the conditions, but the integrity of the tyres could last a lot longer, so we could see a lot less time spent in the pits for a lot of the teams over the 6 hours. It is Stachak and Zyger that have taken the top spot. Bogoroditsky, Absolitny and Gunnin have taken second. It's King, Willem van Ommen and Lingard in third place. Anufriev and Soldatov in fourth. Bourget and Legros in fifth. Brett and Morant in sixth position. Drivers are now in the driver briefing. Excellent. Expecting weather like this all race. Grip, so can't run a gold livery without going for top spot. Grip, you got it right there. Would be round one without tech issues. You know what, the thing, it's really weird. It is running, but it's giving me incorrect data. It's almost like it's giving me ghost data from the previous session, but I've been told it is definitely working. So yeah, it is strange. I don't know if I need to reset it and install it. But yeah, as far as the race goes, everything, thankfully, is running fine for the drivers. They've got 2 minutes before they start their warm-up lap. I don't know why he's talking to me. He should be switched off, but there we go. Drivers in the briefing. So Grip, sorry, to get back to that question, are we expecting conditions like this through the race? Expect the unexpected. The variability of the weather has been set to extreme. So, yes, as you can see, we've come back out on track, and it is, the rain is lessening, and in fact in 10 minutes time it will be less, and then we'll be down to a single spattering of rain. So yeah, the track is going to dry out pretty quickly. SOP Motorsport is now full. I've heard of them. That name rings a bell. Where have I heard that before? It'll come to me. How you doing, Simon? He'll of course be here in double capacity. One looking after the team, two keeping an eye on his favourite commentator. Whose voice is that? Alright mate, my name's Raven. How you doing? Some people call us John. It's nice to meet you, bud. So yeah, 45 cars on track. Bugged out pit wall live for me. All the fun of the fair. Session restarted by Administrator. Let's look at a pretty video. And we'll see what's going on. Nice one, Raven. And you have a DM in Discord. Excellent. Let me just see. Stephen. Yeah, a racing father. Sorry, whichever name you would prefer. Yeah. That'd be great, but I'm in the commentary box. I think I've got permission, so easiest way to do it would be if your good self jumped into general chat and then I could drag you in. Well, obviously, yeah, golden rules. No swearing. No swearing. Okay, so it just came up on my screen saying session. Hey, how we doing, bud? I've got two microphones. Let me switch on the microphone. We've got the man himself in the chat for 45 seconds before we get ourselves underway. How you doing, Rafa? Is he there? Oh, it's Stephen. Sorry. Right, okay, I got confused by the accent. How you getting on, bud? Yeah, excellent. Good to have you in. Right, so I'm just looking. I've got a couple of messages saying the server has been restarted by the administrator. You guys don't hear him? Of course you don't. I just had to make sure. Go and say hello again for me, please, Stephen.
Hello.
Oh.
It's
yep,
am I too loud?
Hear you now. No, don't you worry. I will sort that all at my end. You just keep that beautiful voice of yours coming through, and I will adjust the software accordingly. All the fancy gadgets here, Stephen. All the gear and no idea. My favourite phrase.
Oh, you got all the gear. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm just watching actually the live stream on Twitch, which is not showing me anything now. But the beautiful
Well,
trailer
what you can do.
was made.
The beautiful trailer was made. Did you have anything to do with the beautiful trailer?
No.
No. Okay. So
I might be starring in it. I don't know.
So what you can do actually, Stephen, if you jump into Discord and have a look in the channel, I'm actually screen sharing the race directly live there.
Oh, I can watch your stream, right?
Yeah, so you can. Yeah, so you're better watching that because that'll be
all right.
Absolutely up to date. So introduce yourself then, Stephen. Give us a quick who you are, what you've done in your sim racing career. Yeah, tell us about yourself. Joining in.
Mostly being back marker now.
Yeah,
I'm not very. I'm part of the WIZ Motorsports team, actually.
Okay.
And, I race in the silver team normally, but due to busy private life, I have not been able to do a lot of it. But I am a regular in several leagues.
Nice. And which part of Scandinavia are you from? I can't pick the accent.
No, I'm actually from Holland.
Holland?
Yes. Yeah.
I should have knew that. They're smoking the pancake, like on the Austin Powers. Now, I do that for my friend Baz. If he's watching, he is going to absolutely crease himself after that. How long till the race starts? At the moment, we've got 50 seconds until the drivers start their warm-up lap.
There's a lot of Porsches in the top 10. It's the track tool for this track, basically. Although the Honda is very good as well.
Well, in the dry, I've commentated over endurance races here, and the Honda usually does do pretty well around this track. It just does suffer, as I was saying. I've never driven the Honda, but I've been told below 50 kilometers an hour, zero traction control whatsoever. And in these conditions, that could be massively detrimental. Doesn't do well at the end of a stint on tyres either.
Yeah, the tyres are gone. Yeah, it will kill you. And the Porsche as well, if you got the wrong setup.
Yes, indeed. You do need more than just a bit of talent to get the both of those cars around. So you're in the silver team. What car do you normally drive? And if you were going to be taking part in this event, which car would you put yourself in, Stephen?
Oh, I probably would have driven the Aston.
Oh, okay. Good all-rounder, the Aston.
Yeah, it's a good all-rounder. You see a few that are high in the ranking. I have to see where my teammate normally would be.
Yeah, 3 in the top
20s. 10. No, there's in the top 20, 25, I think. Rafa,
the boss Rafa, he's in 22nd.
Yeah, exactly. He's 22nd.
22nd, yeah.
He did a good job.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Good time as well. It was a good time that he set as well. We're just doing...
Yeah, it's very close. The lap times are really close.
Oh, seriously close.
So look at those cars. We got 45, 46.
45 cars. There's 46. There was 46 cars entered.
It's going to be mayhem. Remember, guys, if you're watching the stream, it's 6-hour drive.
It is 6-hour drive.
It might dry up, so that the conditions will be very interesting.
What's
going to happen?
I can tell you now it will dry up because 30 minutes from now there will be zero rain falling from the sky. And the way it's going at the moment, we're still just restarting. Yeah, for anybody that is wondering, the race, the drivers are just doing the driver's briefing in the background. So as soon as that's finished, they will go on the warm-up lap. One of you guys sound like you could bust out a great purple burglar alarm. Stephen, can you say purple burglar alarm?
No.
No.
I'm not even trying. Oh, purple burglar alarm.
There you go. So it's actually, excuse me, it's actually a bit of a meme. There is a Scottish comedian called Limmy. And apparently someone decided it was difficult for Scottish people to say purple burglar alarm. So
Purple burglar
someone
alarm.
typed it into his chat, and he looked at him and said, "What do you mean Scottish people can't say purple burglar alarm?" And he couldn't say it.
He couldn't say it.
Absolutely could
Awesome.
not say it. So, and then Peter does appreciate that. Well played, my good man. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I'm here all week. Tip your waitress, try the steak. So yeah, we do have the race. The drivers, like I say, they're just doing a quick briefing. They're all being told, turn 1, pump those brakes. No sessions restarted again. And again, this is all playing into the hands of, well, is it playing into the hands of the drivers though, Stephen? Because if we'll have a quick look at the live screen. We've got, up at the top there, you can see in 10 minutes there's going to be less rain and falling from the sky, and in 30 minutes there's going to be no rain falling from the sky. So at this point, Stephen, what sort of tyre strategies do you think the drivers are currently panicking over? Do we switch to dries? Do we stick
the
with
question
wet?
is, what will be the lap time when, in ideal circumstances, you can do the really quick guys can even do 139s, I think.
Yeah, 139s is possible. I've my claim to fame is I can do a 1 minute 41.0 at Kayalami.
That's good.
That's not bad. And the Ferrari.
I do a 141 high. So,
yeah, I can do.
See, I'm just a silver driver.
Oh, I'm just a mid. So there's only 2 cars I can drive: the Ferrari on ACC and the F4 on Race Room. Anything else? Nope.
Oh, really?
And it's taken me 4 years. 3 years of racing on ACC to get that time on Kayalami. So.
Oh, I just did a few laps on KYALAMI in the Porsche, actually.
Oh, okay, and how did you go on with that?
Very good. 142 low.
Nice.
And that was my first laps ever in the Porsche on this track. So, and there was definitely room for improvement.
Yeah, Kayalami, it's a phenomenal
car.
track.
You have to keep pushing all the time. So.
Yeah, the Porsche, it does suffer in a straight line. Ever so slightly against some of the other cars.
Yeah, but you can
through
brake very late and you can corner it like crazy.
Yeah, you really can. Right, the notifications aren't popping up. Again, we'll get that fixed. So, but Rev Rusty and Woom CZ, thank you very much for the follows here at WIZ Motorsports. It is the 6 hours of Kayalami's drivers just in a briefing. We've been joined in the commentary box by one of the WIZ Motorsports silver team drivers. He wasn't able to race today, so he's brought his beautiful Dutch accent in here. We've also, another follow. We've got Peter21G. Listen, Peter, come on. He's followed because
Peter,
of the purple.
That's because of that purple burglar alarm.
That's it, the purple burglar alarm. And the thing is that I'm going to have to be careful. If I get too complacent and I make a mistake now, it's going to, clip that one. But yeah, okay, thank you very much for the follow, Peter. Hopefully you enjoy the racing as much as you enjoyed my attempt at cunning linguistics. Exactly. Can you say it 5 times in a row?
Nope.
5 times in a row? Oh, no, you mean say purple burglar. Got you. Sorry, do I get points for that? Nope. Leading after lap 1. Oh, Simon, SOP Motorsports, could they be leading after lap 1? They'll tell you, you're well poised for it. Peter Brett there in 6th position in the Porsche, as they say.
Peter's quick.
Oh, yes, he is. And his teammate isn't a slouch either. Have you seen Thomas Morant behind the wheel of a car?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Number 5 team is also very quick. I think I saw them on 24 hours for Make-A-Wish.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
What was it? Spa?
Yes, I think.
Oh,
it
no,
was.
Watkins.
No.
Watkins Glen.
Oh,
Watkins.
what a track Watkins Glen is.
Yeah, but it was a brilliant endurance race as well.
Yeah.
He managed to get over €5,000 donations.
Wow.
So that was awesome.
That is phenomenal for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we get some GGs in the chat there, please, ladies and gentlemen? €5,000 raised for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Phenomenal. That is, yeah.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that is good stuff. Right, I'll tell you what, Peter. Here is a wee deal. I'll go for 5 purple burglar alarms in a row if you share this stream on 5 social media platforms. How's that? If I get all 5. For every one that I get rapid fire, you need to share it. How's that?
He's been practicing with his mic off.
Here we go. No, I wish you're going to learn very quickly, Stephen. I rarely breathe while I'm commentating, so yeah, I don't have time to switch the mic off. Although, I can proudly say I am in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. Because there's 1% of Twitch streamers that have been on mute 5 times during their broadcasting. Hurrah! And you think I have enough friends to share it to? 5 times on Facebook, 1 on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. That's the one. MacBook will go in jet mode, streaming on 5 platforms. That's the one. Dual streaming his way. But here we go. Are we ready? Drum roll, please. Purple burglar alarm, purple burglar alarm, purple burglar alarm, purple burglar alarm, purple burglar alarm.
Oh, you nailed it.
I mean, yeah, there was a couple that were slightly low, but hopefully the judges are still feeling a bit woozy from the Christmas Baileys. But
the number of Twitch followers is now increasing rapidly. It just doubled.
And the viewers have just halved. I'm sorry, come on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have...
we have...
the engines have started. We have been put back in charge of the...
there we go.
We've been put back in charge of the cameras, he says, hopefully. There we go, there we go. Yes. Indeed. Again, big shout out to interwiz.uk, the company bringing you this event, WIZ Motorsport. Gunter. Big shout out to Gunter, making everything happen in the background. And of course, big shout out to Mr. Rafa Scullion, the founder of the old WIZ Motorsports. I believe he will be jumping in to say hello during the race.
I wonder how long he will do his stint.
A stint, yeah, well, the stints are going to be interesting. There was one weirdo in there, but fair play, great job. Care to the viewers, thank you. Who we've got? We've got Aryan. By the way, no warm-up lap. We're straight away, and we're into lap number 1, and it's Zyger who's leading the way into turn 1. I can't see a thing on my screen. Why is everything frozen? There we go.
The inside line.
Yeah, he has, and he's given up the inside line, so it's Absolutely that takes the lead out of turn number 1, and Darren King there in 3rd position, almost very quickly, getting second. Soldal gets a clean bit of running. Peter Brett, no miracles, into turn 1 for the Irishman, for the SOP team, still in a very comfortable 6th position, followed by a lot of Porsches and Aston Martins there in the background. It does look like most cars have made it through.
There's a little incident.
Yep, there is a little contact there out of turn number 4 into Sunset. Ironically named this course, that corner today. We've got quite a few cars dropping down the order.
One of the WIZ drivers.
Yeah, it is, there's quite a few. Barrick has... So he did get a time, so there was 46 cars started. But it is Bogoroditsky who is leading the way with Zyger in 2nd. Jan Willem van Ommen it is who started for the Dragon Ball Z team. That didn't update until the race started. He's in 3rd. Anu Friev in 4th. It's Borgier in 5th. Peter Brett in 6th. Mattia Campo and Marvin Bialica right up and very close indeed. Let us get on board and see just how close these cars are in the rain down the mine shaft for lap number 1. It does seem like we've got a couple of cars that have unfortunately fallen down the order. Rafa Campos there, just coming off track on the mine shaft. I think he's been involved in contact early doors and is maybe struggling to keep those
yellow.
Keep those tyres moving. We've got Saltskate. He's made up quite a few places there in the middle of the pack, up to 24th for the Axie and Big Balls racing team. Modesty is what they're also known for, as well as their pace. Peter Brett still holding on to that 6th position on a very tricky opening first lap. You can see clearly a dry line forming as the rain is lessening. So already it's going to be fun. Jan Willem van Ommen applying the pressure to Zygar there. The top 3 kind of trying to break away, but Anja Friev just hanging on at the back, but he is going to be defended from Borgier and Peter Brett. Then behind Peter Brett, Matteo Campo. He's bringing half the field with him. Bialica, Strelnikov, Andreev and Velikopolski.
It's a lot of tongue breakers.
Yeah, there really is. And yeah, come on, you thought purple burglar alarm was difficult.
Yeah, but this is worse.
Let's try
is doing a great job for us.
Yep, he is indeed. Where is the boss man gone?
Yeah, he's on number 19. It's car number 27, Mr. Corkery.
Oh, so it's Corkery that's driving.
I think.
Yep, he's obviously driving the first stint then. Yeah, so the driver, it's so annoying when it does that. It doesn't tell you who's actually starting. Yeah, so when they come in and out the pits, it'll take until they go through a timing sector for us to actually be told who's doing what. Let's go SOP. Says SOP Motorsports. Who have we got? Come on, Krzysztof Siazilski. Show me what you've got, says Checo Mango. We're good to go. Oh, we've got. Of course, Rafa's not racing at the moment. He's just typed in the chat. I wonder if we'll see him popping in as well. Like I say, he is going to pop in. Again, big shout out to him and the gang for putting this all together. Bogoroditsky, absolutely getting the job done up at the front. He's taken the lead into turn number 1 and he's absolutely not looked back.
He made quite a gap.
He has, yeah.
4 seconds. He's quick.
Oh, Peter Brett.
Ooh, very wide.
Oh, he was over those curves there. He was looking for a big overtake on Bourget there. Didn't quite make that one stick, as we can see. Anu Freyev just trying to cool his tyres down potentially. I think he's on... What? How many cars do you think have taken the gamble, Stephen, and started this race on dry tyres, given that we're going to see...
that could well be. We can't see that, can we?
We could technically... But it would be a given unfair advantage to some of the teams, so I don't like doing it.
Yeah, so we're not going to give it away.
Yeah, we're not going to give it away.
We can
but I think
it to ourselves.
I think it is a bit of a giveaway that we saw Anu Freyev coming off the dry line, almost trying to cool his tyres down a bit in the wet, or potentially just trying to find himself an overtake. He is right on the back there of Darren King as they come down the mine shaft, and just over the back you can see the battle between Bourget and Peter Brett absolutely heating up. We'll jump onto the bonnet though here, and this is for the final podium position, and Willem van Ommen's used every millimetre of the track, and that's a great turn in there by Anu Freyev. Both drivers in the Aston Martin, so pretty much equilibrious attempts at making it round the corner. All down to the setup and the tyres at this point. Anu Freyev really is pestering the back of Van Ommen though. Again, he moves right into the slipstream. Look at him move right over the track onto the...
already.
So he is cooling the tyres. So does this... excuse my ignorance as a driver. If he's trying to cool his tyres in the wet, does that mean he's running wets, or is he trying to cool his dries?
They might just heat up too much because of the dry line.
Yep, heating up too much because of the dry line in the wet. So yeah, the tyres are overcooking a bit, yeah. So yeah, an even more fascinating battle between these two drivers then, and massive props to Anu Freyev for managing to hang in there. We've got Peter Brett is actually fallen down the order ever so slightly. He's now down in the 9th position.
Little mistake maybe.
Yeah, so we'll just watch them. This is him behind Bourget about a minute ago, so we'll quickly watch this replay and then we'll catch up.
There we go. Yeah.
That's sausage curve.
Yeah. That's a tricky place to lose it.
Oh, it really is. And there's times in the dry I've hit that sausage and ended up inside the pit entrance.
Yeah, that too.
It will skid you.
Look at it, how close everybody is. So.
Yeah, into turn number 1. He's made his defensive move there. He's got no place else to go. The Aston Martin is just going to sail this one right round the outside.
But the Porsche will win it because of the brake.
Yeah, but the Aston Martin, two of them on the cut back.
Yeah. The Porsche will break Aston. That was good defensive line.
Good start from the guy, says Ian Egan. I don't think anyone started on slick, says VZTR. Yeah, it would have been a brave one.
So far, it's been mostly clean.
Yeah, it has been. Although
someone got punted off, apparently. But which car was that?
Well, we've still got. We've got 45 cars left still. One is 2 laps down.
It's 2 laps down. So
yeah, so there's been something happened there. Evan Cairns as well for the WIZ Aston 24-hour car. He is well down the order again. My Pitwall Live seems to be a bit buggy from me testing it yesterday. So I can't neither confirm nor deny the full telemetry at the moment. But these two up at the front, they're certainly making the most. The track already down to damp. With Anja Friev and Van Ommen still battling for third and fourth. Yeah. Peter Brett has just got an overtake done there on Strelnikov to get himself back up to 8th position, just on the way into Sunset. Again, seems like a slightly ironically named corner, given the conditions that the drivers are
3 wide. It's not an option.
No. Where was that? Just in the background? Oh, yeah. Oh, the VDS Morose car. Vela Kopolski.
Our friend Veli. Or shall we just call him Polski?
Polski, yeah. Roman.
Polski sounds better, huh? Roman
yeah.
Polski. Sorry, Roman. I wonder what his teammates called.
But down the mine shaft, they two are coming. Still some great battles right through the field as everyone gets settled in. The Accident Racing car's actually just made an overtake to get himself up to 19th position, and he's closing in on the Yeet Esports car. Ziggy Lentes driving that one. Owen Cripps as well. For Singer Racing Team, he started the race for them. He's been doing a bit of defending, but it looks like it's too little, too late.
He's got to do a lot of defending.
Yeah, and he's actually, I think he has actually lost that position then. He has, Bielagajin has got, up the inside, side by side in the last corner, and I tell you, it's Owen Cripps in the background. Is it Pavel Marev? Sorry, that's going to be the big beneficiary there. He's up the inside of one Porsche, he's got the slipstream for another, and there's a Ferrari in the background. Polak, he's going to get himself a bit of slipstream.
Oh no, where's he going? Oh, he's going on the green.
He's going on the grass.
Going on the grass.
Certainly a brave strategy.
Terror.
Oh, and the Ferraris absolutely made it up on the brakes. 4 wide into turn number 1, 2 wide on the way out. Beautifully done by all the drivers. And the Porsche of Owen Cripps here.
No, that was a bit optimistic.
There was 3 in the bend, and the middle one said, excuse me. There we go, so 3 drivers. And the Porsche makes a bit of contact on the exit to the corner. But just at the start, I did say it was Owen Cripps. It was potentially going to be the big beneficiary.
Man, there goes the commentator's curse again.
I can tell you, H8, there is a lot more than purple burglar alarms sounding right now. There is, clean up on aisle 3. Right through the field at the moment. Abeladze, Andreev and Strelnikov are having themselves a great little battle. You can see Strelnikov here fending them off, and he himself trying to chase down the pack ahead, which is Bielitsa and Peter Brett, who's got himself back up to 7th position after that little off, found himself back down to 9th, already made back 2 places. Just goes to show you
what are the lap times doing now?
In fact, forget about the lap times. Sorry, 2 seconds. I'll tell you what, if you quickly open Pitwall Live and see if you can get live telemetry on that, that will show you that. And we're going to watch. In fact, we've missed the overtake. Oh, they swapped back again. But yeah, the lap time. Sorry, lap time 1 minute 47.5. So that's already 3 seconds quicker than the quality time, which was a 1 minute 50. So yeah, they are getting.
Let me check. Where's the people live? I need to search. I have it.
So second option down, servers, and then up at the top you should just be. It's WIZ Motorsport, one word.
Search, right?
Yep. Oh, Van Ommen just out of the penultimate corner there. Again, using every single millimetre of the track. He still finds himself in 4th position.
Do I just load in the Twitch stream?
I love the fact that it isn't just me. Everyone is having a purple burglar on the mind. Best with the Irish accent, don't you think? My Irish accent's not bad. To be sure. Sorry, Ian Egan. He's watching as well. He's never going to speak to me again. But yeah, I've never heard it. Ian Egan, if you could jump into the commentary box, please. We need an Irishman to say purple burglar alarm. Thank you very much. One call for Ian Egan. Zyger, they're actually just coming up behind a back marker, and I tell you, the Honda, as the track is drying out, he's finding a bit of pace. He is actually the fastest car on track and set the purple lap on his previous lap, so 7 laps in. He's bringing the fight straight back to him. De Campo and Bourget as well. They're going to be very close into turn 1. Mantovani in 10th place. Sandwiched at the minute. He's got Abeladze closing in there. In fact, Abeladze we can see getting on to the wet part of the track. Again, tyre cooling exercises right through the field. Jolly good, yeah. Easy Braveheart with that accent. The old cry of freedom. Always goes down well as well. Big shout out to Kalashnikov. Great name for a start. And up to 19th position.
He's off with a bang, yeah?
Yeah, definitely did, yeah. His Porsche is certainly gone off with a bang. He's up 10 positions at the moment. Lentz just ahead of him as well for eSports in 17th. He's made his way up a few. Corkery and Strelnikov are having themselves a great little battle there. Bulensin is trying to close up to Abeladze. And we have Velikopolsky. Oh, just going to have a look around the outside of Mantovani, potentially on the way down the mineshaft. Is he going to get this one done? He's got the wider line. Oh, the Aston on the inside has a bit of a wiggle. Side by side through one of the fastest, tightest parts of the track is not going to be on the menu. We do have a 5-second penalty for car number 32 for causing a collision. In fact, that's a 10-second penalty.
Ooh, 10 seconds.
For car 325. So yeah, obviously. Actually, sorry. Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, a lot of places will do a drive-through for any lap 1 incidents just to make sure lap 1 stays as clean as possible. But yeah, 10 seconds from the live stewarding. Easy Braveheart. I'm bored already. Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
Take it easy, bud. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the following. Thank you for the purple burglar alarms. Certainly got the vocal cut. Oh, and that is clumsy contact there from those two. I'm declaring it clumsy contact. Let's.
And look at that. Are they rejoining?
Oh, I've missed the rejoin. Please don't tell me there's a ropey rejoin.
It didn't look good.
We don't do ropey rejoins, hopefully. Here we go, into turn number 1. Now, let's see how this one unfolded. Aston versus Aston. It was Abeladze versus Mantovani.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a weird break.
That is. Yeah, but they have dropped down the order now. They're now at 12th and 15th position. Mantovani coming off the worst in that situation. Checking back up at the front. In fact, nope, let's check back on Kalashnikov. Is he going to go past Darazia? He is
in the 147s already.
Certainly applying the pressure. 147.297 for Zyger. So a good time for him there. Oh, Campo having a look to get past Florent Bourget. Peter Brett certainly won't be sad to see these two battling as he tries to get himself back up to 6th position. Campo with that 6th position. Along the start-finish straight into turn number 1. It is a 3-way Porsche battle for 5th position. Let's have a look and see. There's Peter Brett just coming under the bridge now. So he's definitely in contention. The track is down to damp. There's going to be no rain for at least the next 30 minutes. It's going to be at least 40 minutes, I reckon, before we see anyone come in and take a pit stop.
It's going to be very interesting what those tyres will do. If they will hold up.
Yes. Yeah, well, we're
it's going to be dry for a long time. Those tyres will be eaten up.
Yeah, there is. I mean, there is always the possibility, obviously, if you can maximise 5 stints, that is 5 hours, 25 minutes. Which means if you can do, so we might, because of the drying up, we could potentially see teams come in to take their first pit stop with 35 minutes of the race gone, and then just 65-minute stints the rest of the way. It is cutting it a bit close, but with these variable conditions in the track drying out the way it is, it's definitely something to watch out for, so let's not be too surprised if anyone comes into the pits. We've seen...
The question is what will happen after the, after the drying up. It will start raining again. The question is how long will it take?
Yeah, because the variability on this has been set particularly high for this event, hasn't it?
Ooh, Evan is still driving around with damage. So he will probably be one of the first to come in.
Yeah, well, you can see there's a great battle going on just ahead of him, and also, let me just find, yeah, there he is. That's who I'm looking for as well, in the BMW. Not many BMWs, which is a rare event these days. You don't get many new BMW in it. But down the mineshaft, oh.
It's an interesting line.
It is indeed.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the first 146 from car number 410. Abuladze.
Oh yeah, Abuladze.
It's quick.
Oh yeah, and just ahead. Look at this battle that's going on here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, right round the outside. Oh, in the last corner, Aston Martin makes his way through. That's Rafa Campos in the SOP. Porsche just getting involved in that battle there. Just behind him is Brušek, Vladimir for the Beatles racing team. Is it going to be 3 wide into turn number 1? Oh, the Porsche comes right over there looking for a better line.
The inside line. Look how small they are in comparison to the Beamer.
Oh yeah, the BMW is enormous. And look at the Aston in the background. Is that Claudio Passo? Look at him closing right in.
That's
absolute predator move there, Stephen. Phenomenal stuff there from Claudio.
This is what you like to see. Yeah? Oh, he's got to do another one. He's going to go for another one. Inside line. Ooh, you saw him sliding. Yeah, he lost a bit. I think the Porsche's going to stay on the inside. Yeah. Oh, he's losing it again. Oh, that's great battling.
Oh, I tell you, that's going to bring...
Oh, yes, he actually lost position.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Burak did a good job.
Yeah, Burak Kunt attempt to racing in the Audi again. Not many Audis. Oh, there is actually. Hopefully Kieran Clifford's watching. Kieran, if you're out there, just for you.
Oh, no.
Oh, contact with the BMW. Yeah, a bit of contact.
Oh, that's a bad place to lose it.
Yes, it is.
Because you miss all that exit speed.
Oh, yeah, and we can see Passo in the background then. We know he is game for an overtaker too.
There's actually a Nissan in the race.
That's exactly what I was about to jump on. One of my friends loves this car, and yeah, we do indeed have someone driving the Nissan GDR, and I have to pronounce it like that due to commentary obligations in Australia, so must be pronounced GDR. So yeah, there is a Nissan in the car. Ooh, now here we go. Whole lot of cars into the pits.
There we go.
I did think we might see some early change. I did just say that we might see some early, not quite. Oh,
I can imagine
damage.
Brušek coming in because
yeah, that's a lot of damage that he's picked up there.
Damage.
Yeah, Claudio Passo.
Let's see what those lap times will do.
Yeah, indeed, the track is now damp, and there is confirmation up in the top right. In fact, Strelnikov, let's jump on there. Look how close this still is here. Big gap up at the front though.
Yeah.
Bogoroditsky, the Porsche really is settling into these conditions slightly better. Peter Brett's got himself right back involved though. Let's jump on to a bit of Bailey Cam and watch this one. Three-way battle between the Porsches. He dropped down to 9th. He's now looking good to get himself potentially right back up to P5. That's not a bad drive from Brett, Stephen.
No, we know he's fast, and he's always willing to go to the maximum, which is tricky sometimes because you can sometimes lose it, but no pain, no gain, right?
Exactly, and he is certainly
He's
getting
rapid. He's very
all
quick.
the gains. He is. Geezer Simri saying thank you very much for the follow.
All right, man. I have to leave you for a bit.
Okay, no bother.
And,
Thank you very much for jumping in. Been a pleasure.
You were welcome. And maybe I'll join later on.
Yeah, just give me a shout. What I'll do is, I'll mute that channel again. But yeah, just jump in, give me a hello in the chat, and I'll, we'll get you back involved, Stephen. But thank you, everyone. Give Stephen a big thank you in the chat. And Stephen, yeah, been a pleasure, mate.
All right. Later, guys. And have fun.
We certainly will. Thank you very much. So there we go. Joined for the start of the race by the racing father himself. He races for the WIZ Motorsport team. My mic is peaking a bit. Let me know how the volumes are, by the way. If the big move up the inside. The two of them got very close. He's been hung out to dry, and Peter Brett is going to say thank you very much, and he's got himself a position back. Not only that, we've got the race leader has come into the pits. Almost bang on the 25-minute mark into the race. Now, by my calculations, that might be 10 minutes early. But then, I'm a commentator. These guys are professional drivers. But Vasily Anufriev has jumped in as well, which means Zyger's been given the lead of the race. Willem van Ommen in second, and he has got a lot of breathing space back, as it's now Mattia De Campo, Peter Brett, and Florian Bourget that find themselves up in the third, fourth, and fifth. And as we were talking as well, as Stephen mentioned, Abeladze, the first driver to do a 46, 1 minute 46.5, no less. He's made his way up to 7th position. I believe he is ahead. And we've had someone disconnected from the server, so that is going to... that's why the telemetry is being a bit buggy. Marvin Bialica, car number 23, no longer in the race, disconnected from the top 7. That is unfortunate. It's so early in a race. Although, I do know someone that did a 2 hour 45-minute race at 2 o'clock in the morning and got disconnected with 1 lap to go. Heartbreaking stuff. Who else? We've got another follow. Kuya is now following as well. Great comedy interaction between you guys, by the way. Good stuff. Thank you very much, Peter. Literally, he's a member of the WIZ team. Jumped in. You got to love those accents. Got to love the Dutch accent. Austin Powers impressions inbound, but will hold that. His own Cripps goes round the outside, potentially of Martin Nova. Porsche versus Aston Martin down the mineshaft. Didn't quite get it done there. They're going to get a position done though, because Durazia has just got the overtake there, but he does have a 10-second penalty hanging over his head. Marek Polak and Milchin, Alex Milchin in fact, in the Potato Nation car. There is a couch potato joke because they've got no livery on the car, but I'm scared it's because someone's not worked on Awesome Sim Racing properly. But there we go. They're getting involved. More cars coming in and out of the pits. Jan Willem van Ommen still the race leader. Zyger and Brett have both come into the pits and are, in fact, Zyger already leaving. Peter Brett is very much stationary. In fact, there he goes. There he is now moving. Lots of cars coming in. Oh, and there we go then. The track is greasy, and in 30 minutes we're going to have more rain. We're going to have more rain in 30 minutes. We are going to see a serious amount of pit stops. Which teams have got this opening pit phase correct? We're going to find out in about an hour's and a half time, when the weather has well and truly changed the track again. Although, might not take that long. 30 minutes for the rain to start falling. That's not the camera we want. That is the camera we do, in fact, want. Okay. Bear with me a second. It seems to have frozen. Is this... Hello. Okay, it's still working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, the game froze for a second. Oh, technology, telemetry, audio, fun stuff. Dennis Andreev has come in to the pits. So has Sergei Bulinson. Velikopolsky has come in to the pits as well. De Campo up to second. Abeladze up to third. That is... Who's that just behind him? In fact... Yeah, so the Ian Lacey Racing Team, they're up to third. Mantovani has stayed out as well. Durazzi with a penalty to serve. Soldatov. Peter Brett is back out. Rafa Campos still needs to come into the pits, but he's up to 19th position at the moment. We can see Cripps there. He's got Soltisek for the Axion Racing Team. There we go. Just down through the penultimate corner. They're getting very close. Corkery and Gapanov, for the Racing for Fun team. 28th position. They're all going to be promoted. We've got a stop-go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. That is Ogorodnikov. Igor Ogorodnikov, the VDES Morose team, one of the Morose cars. Excuse me. Stop go 32nd penalty, given how close the field is. That is going to be hugely detrimental. Abeladze comes in to the pits, and it is in fact Soldatov, I've just noticed there. 146.3, so the lap times definitely tumbling. Up at the top of the grid, Van Ommen. Lap between 47.1 and 48.2 at the minute. Around the outside for the Porsche, Soldatov and Strelnikov. Oh, a side by side through the penultimate corner. You've got to love the commitment there. And is that one of the cars coming in the pits? It is indeed. So there we go. The Porsche took the inside line as Strelnikov comes in to get their first pit stop done and out the way. Milchin has taken 7th position with Soldatov just behind him. Bielitz's car no longer in the race. Here's Peter Brett back at the pits. He's in 9th place. Dennis Andreev's car back out the pits, the DRT team. He does have Pasquale ahead of him in the GTR. He's not pitted at the moment, as you can see from the damage. He'll obviously be looking to get that. Ooh, the Aston up the inside. There was, yeah, he's held that. Not sure the Nissan's really got the grip with the damage he's carrying to put up much of a battle. Corkery. So we're seeing the times tumbling right through the field. Coleman Corkery with 1:45.425. So the driver's certainly making the most of the lap times at the minute. Merigaglia, Ogorodnikov is in the pits to serve his stop go 30-second penalty. Sergin just making his way out the pits as well. Van Ommen comes into the pits, so is Matteo De Campo then. 32 minutes into the race, he is promoted, so that is the 8th race leader we've had. Obviously with the pits early doors. Everyone overtaken. Bogoroditsky crosses the line. He'll go past Mantovani, and he will take the fastest lap with a 1:44.2. So most teams just getting into the 45s. Bogoroditsky instantly with a 44.2. The Porsche lapping up these conditions. Zyger now 5.2 seconds back, and it's Dan King who has taken over for his teammate Van Ommen. He finds himself, now that to me looks like Peter Brett just ahead of him. We'll need to wait on them to get through a first time in Delta sector to confirm their positions. He isn't a lap up on Brett. There we go. So there is the position confirming. Easily makes his way past Durazio. Not much fight from Durazzo at the moment. He knows he's got that 10-second penalty, and these drivers have come in to take their pit stop, so they're going to be on fresher tyres. There is Brett just making his way past Ted Marcellus for the NT France WIZ team. There is Darren making his way through as well. So it is very close up at the front. So Brett has made his way back up the 6th through the pit stop phase at the expense of Darren King. But the Dragon Ball Z team are coming firing straight back. Track conditions are going to change though. They're currently greasy and they're going to get wet again in roughly 30 minutes time, so just on the 5-hour mark, and that looks a bit close up ahead. Let's just see what's going on there. That's another back marker, just very quickly getting themselves out of the way. Beautifully done by all involved. Darren giving wholehearted chase. There is Durazzo coming in, so in the next 10 seconds he will be stationary in his pit box. Without that, engineers allowed to do any work. Mielchen as well, in fact. Right on the back of Dan King, so the Potato Nation car. Oh, so that wasn't a back marker, I do apologise. That is Mielchen, he stayed out, so he's up to 7th place. So yeah, he's still got a pit stop to take. His lap times are definitely suffering compared to the rest of the field, as we see Soldatov go a second quicker than Bogoroditsky with a 1:43.4. So again, these drivers that have made this stop are certainly making the most of it and getting some very quick times laid down. Where am I looking for? John Salamone in 15th position. He's got Pasquale ahead of him. Pasquale still to take a pit, still carrying that damage from the opening lap. There was a lot going on, so we didn't get back to get a replay of this opening lap. From track now up to fast, so the track is getting just going to get quicker. It's going to just get to optimum and then start raining again. It's just got that kind of weather pattern written all over it. Up towards the mine shaft, Salamone getting his nose in front. Not too much of a fight from the GTR. Bullinson looking at the close up as well. He's just gone down the mine shaft. We've got Dennis Andreev, who is... that is Claudio Passo made a mistake there. He's had a great run so far for Team EOS. A bit of an uncharacteristic mistake there from Passo, and that's cost him a couple of positions. Darren King has just taken the fastest lap now, 1:42.5. So again, that's 7/10 quicker than Bogoroditsky at the moment. Peter Brett with a 43.0, so King half a second faster than Brett on that last lap. Rafa Campos has got a big battle behind him, and that is, let's have a look and see. You can see, bit of a bump draft into the braking zone there. We'll call that, but it's unsettled the portion. Aston Martin's got the run. He's going to be round the outside as they come towards the downhill S's, and he has made that one stick on Bourget. So that is Abeladze, fastest driver on track, 1:41.6. That's incredible. That's that's how quick I go on quali fuel. And he's doing it on a non-optimum track. So there we go. So the times are tumbling. On Dan King has got the move done then on Peter Brett. Let's see if we can catch that one on the replay. Yes, we can. So this is, the battle for 5th position. This is the mine shaft they're coming down. So at the moment then, Darren just on in, he is in the slipstream. Closes up right down the mine shaft, right up the inside. Brett sees it coming, leaves room. Tries to get his own cut back there, Brett, but the Aston parked it beautifully on the racing line. And Darren takes that position. Was Peter Brett trying to cut back, or was he just letting a quicker car through? because they are indeed not messing about. One of the lone McLarens we've got in the field, Marek Dierik, down in 36th position. There's Mielchen coming into the pits, but the McLaren very quickly getting himself out of the way. Daniil Serigin trying to find his way past Yusupov, who's still out, still to take his pit stop as well. Matteo De Campo, he's lost some time on that last lap then, and that's not going to be, it looks like he's just trying to make his way through some back markers. Bogoroditsky only 12.5 seconds behind. Peter Brett still in that slipstream, and Florian Borget certainly hasn't given up on the battle that he's having with Rafa Campos. They're about to come down the mine shaft. Porsche v Porsche once again. Abeladze still keeper of the fastest lap at the moment, and Velikopolski. It's amazing how it's that one that's tripping me up, given some of the names. But Aston Martin certainly looking to bring it to Owen Cripps. Owen has had a very good opening start to the race. We've seen him involved in quite a few overtaking moves. In fact, Staplefeld on Lens. Ooh, having a look there. Staplefeld on Lens. Down the mine shaft. Oh, I think we missed just how close they were there. It does look like the Honda is backed out ever so slightly. And having a look further down the order. Still got, is it 42 cars? Yep, still got 42 cars running from the 45 that started. So that's a great showing from the opening laps. I know that one of the cars did disconnect from the server, unfortunately. Definitely the worst way to go. Staplefeld in the Honda, still trying to get past Lenz in the BMW. Up the front, Matteo De Campo still out on track. His lap times are massively down on his competitors. We've got Zygar, who's now done a 41.7, Soldata 41.8, Dial King has 41.6, Abeladze with a 40.9 for the fastest lap at the moment. So the track certainly playing into the driver's hands, as they are getting quicker and quicker. Campos crosses the line, so that's 22 laps in the bag, and there is Andrive on Bourget. These two still battling away. They've got Rafa Campos just behind them. There is BMW just ahead of them. Well, this is all for top 10 battles. Velikopolski still trying to find his way past Cripps as well. It's going to be a fascinating battle until one of them comes in to take their pits or gets the job done. Salmone, oh, he's just... Is that Bullinson he's just got past there? It's Passo. So is that another mistake by Passo then? Is he struggling on his tyres potentially? Should have come into the pits a little bit earlier. Let's see what happens here. Around the penultimate corner. Oh, he's a bit wide there onto the grass and settles the car. It's going to make braking difficult, and the Porsche all over the back just takes a tighter line. Gets the better exit, gets that foot down, and it is Claudio Passo, one-time holder of the fastest lap. He is struggling to keep the car between the Mayo and the Mustard in his opening stint. Find himself in 12th place. More than capable of getting a few positions back though. Bogoroditsky is already caught up to on-track leader Matteo De Campo, who isn't going to put up much of a fight here. You wouldn't think. He knows he's still got to take his pit stop, and Bogoroditsky is the on-track race, or he is the race leader at the moment. There's another car just making his way through as well. Zyger comes round the last corner, so does Soldatov. Dan King making his way there as well, and so is Peter Brett. Abeladze, the next car down, just about to make his way past the McLaren as well. 7th position. All the cars now lapping sub at the top, sub 142, apart from Matteo De Campo, whose last lap was a 49. So his tyres really are struggling. But I think at this stage it's in for a penny, in for a pound given. Although coming in and getting another set of wet tyres, you've got rain coming soon. It still says it's 30 minutes away, and it has done for about 10 minutes or so. Well, side by side, there goes Soldatov. Makes that very easy through turn number 6. De Campo now falling down the order and has still got a pit stop to take. Dan King the next to catch up to him. And then Peter Brett. Owen Cripps is... Oh, he's now done with the defender, and he looks like he's mounting an attack against Coleman Corkery for the WIZ Aston team from the 24-hour race. Two of them just coming into sunset. The track has reached optimum. I didn't think we were going to get to optimum before it rained again, but we have. So yeah, tyre management is going to be very important here. Durazio, who served that penalty, the 10-second penalty, finds himself down in 28th position. Up the inside. Ooh, bit of a touch with Suta in the Porsche. Comes straight back up the inside and makes someone stick. The BMW has a bit of an exit. Ooh, that does seem like an aggressive overtake. Hopefully these two play nice. Coming into sunset, the BMW later on the brakes. And yeah, comfortably ahead. Ooh, he almost had a bit of a wiggle there on exit. Don't want to get too brave. Alexander Goltsev for the R2G car is closing in on Mantovani as well. He is slightly quicker with Velikopolsky closing in on Gapanov as well. So these two getting very close. So most teams have taken at least one pit stop so far. Matteo De Campo, one of the few that hasn't. That is King, Brett, and Abeladze almost made his way through. No, Brett has. Abeladze will be catching up very quickly indeed. Bogoroditsky is leading the way, but only by 2.9 seconds. That gap was dropped by 3 seconds, aided by the pace of Gleb Zygar in that Honda. Bogoroditsky has just clocked his fastest lap of the race, which is a 42.5, almost 0.8 slower than Zygar behind him, so that gap definitely closing. Soldatov making his way past some back markers as well. In fact, that's Zygar and Soldatov. They're right on top of one another. I did not realise just how close they got, but Soldatov's had a great run through those last two sectors, and he's close to within half a second. So I'm sure the Honda was looking ahead like I was. But as he's in the car, he was clearly paying attention behind him. I was busy looking ahead at the lead, wasn't paying attention to Soldatov in the background. Matteo De Campo comes in to take his pit stop. He's going to come back out outside the top 20, unless it is a lightning quick stop. Confirmation 10 minutes until the rain hits, so it will be just on the 5-hour mark, and it does say that the rain will increase. So we're getting very few. Ooh, a lot of tyre squeal there. He's run wide. That's a lot of dust to be kicking off. Soldatov can definitely smell blood in the water. Down through the S's and up towards the mineshaft. Aston Martin's going to apply as much pressure as he can. Oh, and he's going for a big send up the inside, and he's made that one stick. His tyres absolutely on point at this point in the battle, but the Honda right in the slipstream as they come down the mine shaft in towards Ngawe. Are we going to see any side-by-side through here? No, the Honda stays behind, both of them. In fact, sorry, coming towards Ngawe now. The killer sausage of death. Definitely worthy of its title. Oh, there's someone. That is the Audi. What's happened there? One of the Audis. It is Richard Venema for the Attempto Racing team. We're not going to jump on a replay of that because we're still watching this battle between Soldatov and Soldatov. is now ahead. And he is making that look very comfortable indeed. He is creating a gap. And they have lost about half a second to the race leader with that battle. But he's just refound it again. Zyger well in the slipstream. Darren King looking to close up. He's 3.4 seconds. He has the Audi just ahead of him. Peter Brett dropping down ever so slightly. Rafa Campos still hanging on to a top 10 position, just making his way past some back markers. Gapanov has been overtaken. Velikopolski and Saltzik ahead of him now. Lentz just dropping back as well. Further down the order, Simran Takar for the Potato Nation Endurance team. We saw them up in 7th, but they've now taken their pit stop as season back down into 37th, but it's still an improvement on their starting position. Quite a few teams making up some early running. Maxim Klavkin for the Crazy Fly Racing team at the moment, bringing up the rear with Maverick and Ket just ahead of him. Merigaglia in 39th is Gavin Taylor for WIZ Aston Punisher in 38th. Charles Sutton is no longer in the race, unfortunately. The Potato Nation Endurance team, as I mentioned, 37th. It's NT France in 36th with Beatles Racing in 35th. We've got Mirik Gierik, no team name, in 34th position. And the WIZ Aston 2014, guided by Nigel O'Brien at the moment, in 33rd position. Fabio Genio in the Audi that we just spoke about. He's in 32nd with an Audi guided by Richard Venema for Attempto Racing in 31st. It's Durazio back out in 30th with Wesset Racing in 29th position. 28th for Wesset Racing is Afonso Suto. We've got Ogorodnikov in 27th. Yusupov for United Racers. Potasio for Virtual Loop Racing in 25th. Yeet Esports in 24th. Daniel Serrigan for the Crazy Fly Racing team in 23rd position. Marek Polak for AF Corsa in 22nd. And Leon Stableford for VGTR Esports in 21st. Top 20 at the moment is R2G in 20th. Team EOS Esports in 19th. With Racing for Fun in 17th position. And it's certainly fun out there. They're right involved in a huge battle at the moment with Pasquale for Team EOS Esports in 18th position. Racing for Fun now making their way up to 17th there. Action Racing in 16th with VDES Morose in 15th. Singer Racing Team. Owen Cripps 14th position. It's WIZ Aston in 13th with Team EOS Esports. Another car up in 12th position. Crazy Fly Racing in 11th. In the top 10 is Rafa Campos of SOP Esports Racing in the Porsche. John Salomone for EBM in 9th. It's G League Esports Elite in 8th place. They're no longer in the race. It's DRT team in 7th. We've got Ian Lacey Racing in 5th. SOP Esports in 5th position. Sorry, Abeladze for Ian Lacey. They're in 6th. Peter Brett, SOP Esports in 5th. It's Dragon Ball Z in 4th. In the top 3 after an hour of racing is Gleb Zygar for Armamentario in 3rd place. M2 competition, Konstantin Soldatov. How many's teammate? I'm sure they used to drive for someone else. And I think it was Crazy Fly. They're in 2nd position. And it is Simware Pro by VDS that are currently leading the way. Gapanov there. Still, that's a good exit he's got out with turn number 1. Not so good for the Ferrari ahead. And that is going to be a tricky defend down into the S's. You can see how close that Aston is getting under braking. And I think he's maybe gotten a bit close for his own liking there in the braking zone. Didn't quite get the accelerator down as quickly as he would have wanted, which means his attempt into the S's is probably not going to happen. We can see him just coming through Sunset. No, he's not close enough. From the pace he was showing up through turn 3 there, I figured he might be at this stage very, very close to the back of the car as they come down into the S's, but nope, not to be on this lap. Still looking very quick though. And in fact, we've seen Abeladze overtake Peter Brett. Now Brett not showing the type of pace I'm expecting. I wonder if he's got a problem with the car. Simon, are you in the chat? Oh, up the inside. It's exactly the same place he lost the position to Darren King as well. So there's Brett at the moment. He is down into... back down to 6th position. Oh, we've got in the chat the Racing Llama. I love that. There's an old comedy sketch show called... Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. But the other guy did a Michael Jackson impression and he had a pet llama. And yeah, love that joke. So the Racing Llama, I love that name. And Jay Sightman. I apologise, one of my screens isn't working. Some of my telemetry's off, so I'm having to lean to read the chat. But yeah, Jay Sightman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to WIZ Motorsport. In fact, if anyone want to get involved in the racing, yeah, so even the chat's not working. If anybody does want to get involved in the racing, /Discord in the chat, you'll get all the links made available to you to get yourself involved on the track and keep yourself up to date with everything that's going on off track from Raf and the gang, Rafa Scullion, of course, and his company bringing you this event. It is interwiz.uk, redefining super fast mobile broadband, Wi-Fi broadband. So yeah, get on over to their website, interwiz.uk. Big shout out to them, and of course Gunter as well. The brains, the technical brains, making everything happen in the background. I hope you're enjoying the race so far. We've got 5 hours left to go. A whole lot of pit stops, a whole lot of weather conditions. You can see we're going to get a light shower for about 20 minutes. We had torrential rain at the start. The driver's briefing seemed to save the drivers a lot more time in the rain on their opening stint. And now we're going to have a quick shower. Yeah, just coming to the end of some teams' first stint. We did see some teams pitting pretty early. The maximum a driver can spend on track at one time is 65 minutes. They can, of course, come and drive through the pits, and that will reset the pit timer depending on your petrol tank and tyre usage. No more than 4 hours over the 6-hour race can one driver be on the track. We've got teams of 2 or 3 drivers, so we're more likely going to see... Oh, and there's the rain. There is the rain, and it's going to get slightly heavier, and then it's going to go away again. Oh, salt. And look how close the top 3 now are. 1.1 seconds separating the podium after 31 laps, 25 of them fairly rain-soaked. Oh! Please hold it. Come on, the Honda. Oh, that is unfortunate. Just took a bit of contact there from that Mercedes. That was Lewis Ketley, I believe it was. And that certainly separated that battle out. It was Simran Takara actually getting an overtake done on Marcellus. Oh, bit of contact there as well, as that's Owen Cripps in the background. Oh, and he's come right across. I'm not sure his radar was fully working there. With the Potato Nation car getting sent into the wall as he came back over after an attempted overtake. Certainly these conditions will not be helping, as we've seen a few cars come in clearly with the lap times have come in and changed to dry tyres, and we're now going to get some pretty solid rain for a while. So greasy track conditions into turn number 1, Polak on Goltsev. Right round the outside. Oh, the Aston Martin just not able to live with the braking there from the Ferrari, and that's not who we were looking for. That is, yes, Serikinen in the port. Oh, and the Aston. I did think that might be a bit of an issue, and the back end has just let go completely up through turn number 4. This is going to be an interesting phase of the race to see who manages their tyres best. Konstantin Soldatov absolutely flying at the minute. Dan King up into 3rd. Peter Brett still in 6th position as Zygar recovering from that contact with the back marker into turn number 1. Now finds himself in 5th position. Fastest car on the track, Abeladze, and he will retain the purple mark next to his name until the next dry spell, because the drivers won't be doing 1 minute 40.6 in the wet of that. Although, in fact, to be fair, they just might. And if they do, it's just further proof why I commentate. Velikopolski has come into the pits. So we'll see how quickly he's in there. And Seragin just closing up again on Polak in the Ferrari. Polak. And there is O'Brien as well. Nigel O'Brien for the WIZ Aston team. Oh, Bruchek and Taylor both coming in the pits. Staplefeld coming into the pits as well. Now this will just be their first pit stop for a couple of the teams. We did see some take some early. Yeah, just checking it. I'm still not getting full data on that. So let's have a look at the front. Abeladze, he's come into the pits as well. So Corkery. Yeah, that's an interesting one by quite a few of the drivers then. They're coming in now. Oh, which tyres do you come out on when you know it's going to be... This next stint is going to be wetter, then drier, though, with a 65-minute stint timer. A lot of them could have been forced to come in just to get that cleared. So we're going to see a big differential between a lot of the cars. Those that stayed out on the wet early doors, right at the end of their stint, have been repaid. Oh, and that is the Potato Nation car, I believe. Where has it gone? Yep. Oh, he's having some pretty... Oh, that is a lot of damage right there. A lot of damage right there. If the time is on 6 times in the race, they can only see 5 minutes ahead in game. Don't know why spectators get to see the full 30 minutes. Ah, okay. Right, so they're only getting to see 5 minutes at a time. Although in saying that, if the teams are running Pit Wall Live will give you the same full telemetry that we're getting on screen as well. Oh, such a tricky position to be caught. Let's jump over there. Gapanov, where's he gone? Here he is. Still looking to overtake there as well. Mantovani trying to get his way past Pasquale in the lone Nissan. Have a look here, and yeah, Pataccio, there's who I'm looking for. There he is. So yeah, for the virtual loop racing, back out for Mattia, sorry. In 28, trying to get his way past O'Brien to make his way back through the field. Shows you just right through the field how close they all are, given teams were up in the top 3 before they took their pit stop, now back down outside the top 20. Claudio Passo again getting involved in some overtaking action. So, oh, has he run himself a bit wide? Oh, that's not the... Oh, and I tell you what, he's lucky that Mantovani was heavy on the brakes there. Oh, no, sorry, that was... That's Mantovani. Ah, okay, sorry, that's a blue flag. That's a different car completely. That's Gapanov. Who doesn't have Mantovani. There's Mantovani there. So Passo and Gapanov just making their way past a back marker. It's Borzakovsky that is taking over for the Ian Lacey racing team. They're in 12th at the moment. And again, they're going to keep that fastest lap for the foreseeable future, given the conditions are worsening on track for the drivers. The Nissan GTR finally comes into the pits. No doubt get some damage repaired. Let's see what the true pace of that car is. Oh, and... So that's already done and dusted then. So yeah, Bogoroditsky down in... Yeah, he's in third then. Zygar still in fourth place. Peter Brett, I thought we could catch that overtake there. But not so. Dan King in the Aston Martin up into second. Soldatov in third. Bogoroditsky now down in third. Zygar still in fourth. Brett in fifth. Andreev in sixth place. Bourget in seventh. Salamone in eighth place. Bullinson in ninth. And Coleman Corkery in 10th position. Owen Cripps in the Porsche. We'll see if he can get caught back up as well. Soldatov having an absolute stormer though. Up at the front, but Dan King certainly no slouch when it comes to closing back up. The two Astons comfortably leading the way at the moment. Owen Cripps getting caught up there. Passo in the pits. Oh, and this is very close between the two race leaders. It was Bogoroditsky and Zygar that did all the running in the opening stint, but come the rain, or the end of the rain and the start of the pit stops, Soldatov and King that have come out absolutely all cylinders firing. We've got a rain at the moment, but it will be drying up again very, very soon. As you can see, the rain definitely falling. And we've still got some standing water on the track. So the track was rated optimum very, very, very briefly indeed. Not the easiest place to meet the back markers then, as you can see, having to get into the puddles. Up the inside for Soldatov. That's Lewis Kett in the Mercedes, down into the S's, less than half a second separating the top two. Oh, darn right on that curve. I'm sure that's not someplace he was keen to put two tyres there, but didn't have a choice as he heads up towards the mine shaft. They've got more back markers there to make their way through. Durazio back up to 21st position after serving that penalty in the BMW. Although it is a three-way battle with BMWs at the minute. Yusupov, Lentz and Durazio all absolutely going at it there. Top 20 honours up for grabs as Durazio. Wow, look at the extra pace he's found down that hill. Or am I looking at... That's actually Ivan Lov, I do apologise, in the Aston Martin for the VDES team. Apologies there, gang. Yeah, that was the Aston making his way through, not the BMW. But yeah, very quickly. So he is definitely on the right tyres for this stint. Oh! And he's hit the wall on the exit. What happened there? I looked down at the telemetry for 2 seconds. And his car... Oh, it's gone. There is Bino taking over for... the GTR in the Team EOS Esports. Francesco coming out in 37th position. It doesn't look like that damage has been massively fixed, has it? maybe just a glitch, but it doesn't look like they've had the damage fixed. A bold strategy, given there's still 5 hours of racing to go. Still, let's have a look up at the front though. And you can see they're making their way through the back markers as Andreev comes in to the pits, and I hit myself in the face with the microphone. Dan King and Konstantin Soldatov still very much inseparable. Seb 240, how we doing? But the weather is tough. Stop go 30 cleared by an admin. As far as I'm aware, there was a car got a stop go 30 second for speeding in the pit lane, and they did come in to serve it. But I don't have full access to that telemetry. Bear with me. In fact, let me leave you on board with this battle for the moment, and I will see if I can very quickly get that running. Yeah, still no joy for that. The race leader is still making their way through. We've got another driver on track. Oh, look at this battle. They're still very close to one another. You see that puddle? Excuse me, the river running across the track there. Leon Seeley is out for SOP Esports. Fresh from the FIA Motorsport World Championships. Again, massive congratulations on making your way there, Leon. A bit of a ninja in the Porsche. How is he going to handle it in the wet? Borzakovsky, very close here. Owen Cripps getting involved in all the battles so far today. Finds his Porsche currently being swamped by Gatinov. Mantovani has dropped back down the order a bit. There's a bit of a gap there, so this is kind of a blue flag situation. They're making their way through as well. Let me just check and see. Yeah, perfect, just off of there. And Andreev back out the pit, so he's double stinting. Where is he? He is involved in this battle as well. Okay, so there was the telemetry catching up. So there's Gapanov getting that done. But the battle up at the front, oh, it's certainly heating up. Almost contact there. Dan having to take heavy action on the brakes here to avoid going into the back of the fellow Aston Martin. So Darwin King, this is the race for the lead. Oh, tries to have a look around the outside. Oh, and the car just slightly lets go on the wetter part of the track. And you can see it is getting very, very, very wet now indeed. Although the rain will start to lessen now. The track temperature down another 3 degrees. So it did manage to get itself up to 30 degrees. It's got back down to 27. The track has now been upgraded from wet to damp again. So it will go through a greasy phase very quickly, then get to fast and then optimum. For how long? Your guess is as good as mine. We're on board with the battle for the lead. Only 3/10 separating Soldatov and King up at the front. Down into the S's once again. And a phenomenal display from both of these drivers. The extra steering input you can see is why we've jumped on helmet cam here, just so you can appreciate how much work the drivers are doing in it. And the mineshaft, King has a look up the inside. Soldatov says, no thanks, Darren, I'm going to keep a hold of the race lead for the moment, if you don't mind. Coming down the mineshaft again, you can just see those extra inputs. Even coming down the hill, just those little extra inputs to keep the car going in a straight line because of these conditions. Oh, did he voluntarily use as much width of the track there, or did the car just understeer because of the conditions again? And those extra corrections on that steering wheel from King with Soldatov right in front of him. They've not got much in the way of a battle behind them. Bogoroditsky is hanging on at the back of them. He's 1.4 seconds off, so a mistake by either of these drivers. We'll see them well. King potentially a position. Soldatov potentially 2. 4 seconds down the road though is Gleb Zygar, who was race leader not so long ago. Let's jump back on the helmet cam so we can appreciate, as I say, the extra steering inputs that the drivers are having to put in to turn. That's into turn number 1. King not quite as fast as Soldatov on that last lap, but it's certainly showing the pace to keep up with him there. So you do feel that potentially the only thing slowing his lap time at the moment is the car ahead of him. Andreev is getting himself involved in some serious battles as well. As we can see, one of the Audis just getting themselves out of the way through sunset. Oh, and there's a lot of cars just appearing. Owen Cripps still in these battles. I tell you, he is having so much fun out there in the wet. He is definitely singing in the rain with the amount of battles and fun that he's having out on the track. It certainly looks fun from here. Might be a different proposition actually being in the Porsche hot seat. But the Porsche is certainly holding its own against the Aston Martins at the moment. He is sandwiched between 6 of them, with Seregen, the next Porsche, back Salomone, the next one up into turn number 1. Oh, the Aston Martin getting very close here. He's going to get a good exit, using as much of the track as is possible in these conditions. Bogoroditsky. Oh, King is within a 10th. Oh, look how close he's getting there. Yeah, we're going to need to stay on this battle here. Oh, because that is very close, and Bogoroditsky is being brought right back in this. He has a look up the inside. That was a bit of a late send there, potentially. Should he have had his nose in there? I'm sure we're going to have the stewards have a look at that. We've got the oh yeah, so Seb, what car were you in? And the Racing Penguin. Give us your details. Everyone's got all different names. Everyone's got all different names between Twitch and all this stuff. Johnny saying cheeky. The Racing Llama says elbows out. I thought it was a touch as well, Johnny, if I'm being honest. But it certainly ignites this battle as we jump on some Porsche helmet cam. Okay, so you can tell now that this driver is probably using this view because he doesn't have his window wipers on. So it means that we can't get a proper view of what you can see ahead. You can see the windscreen. You actually get a better view of Darren in the rear view mirror than you do of the car ahead because no window wipers, so he must be using the bottom cam. In the number 42, WIZ Punisher. Okay, never checked fuel before the start. Pitted, went to dry tyres. Goodness me. Yeah, endurance racing. It can throw up so many different issues. It really is, a test for all the senses, especially in these conditions. King not giving up. He does have his window wipers on, so let's jump on to his helmet cam as we watch this battle at the bottom of the mineshaft into Galway once again to end lap number 42. It is a three-way battle for the lead of the race. Two Aston Martins sandwiching the Porsche of Bogoroditsky in second. Only 9/10 of a second separating the podium at a very damp Kayalami track. And when I say damp, I do mean damp. You can see there's a distinct dry line. There's a few rivers running over the track as well. The exit to turn 1 being the biggest of them. We've just crossed one there, but as we've come round this corner, I'm going slightly deep, trying to find as much grip as you can there. You can see the river just across the track there. Just as they head up the hill, the traction control absolutely fighting to keep the cars going in the direction that the drivers intend. Andreev and Cripps still having this phenomenal battle here, but as soon as we watch this battle, then more exciting things happen up at the front. Oh, that's a good run down the hill by Andreev. Will he go round the outside of Cripps? They've got a solid battle ahead of them. Gapanov, you can definitely see everything that he's bringing with him. We'll quickly get back up to the front and see what the three race leaders are doing. There is Matteo Campo's car just ahead. He was leading the race until the pit stop. Now finds himself being lapped by the race leaders up towards the mine shaft. All three of them making their way through very quickly indeed. Oh, and Soldatov's run deep. Soldatov's run deep, and that's invited the Porsche down the inside, running down the mine shaft. They are going to be side by side. Who is going to be the beneficiary here? It's not going to be Bogoroditsky or King. I thought to myself, could King get a run here if these two go side by side? But Bogoroditsky thinks better of it, goes into defensive mode. Knows fine well, I'm sure, that he could potentially end up just boxing himself out if he tries to get a move, and King can pop his car into the vacant space. He definitely doesn't want to do that, so at the moment he is defending while trying to find an overtake, and the Soldatov is soaking up all this pressure at the moment. He's up at the front. He's going to cross line. Look how close that Porsche is. Can't even see the Aston Martin of King behind. There he is there, just popping his left headlight out around the side. The inside line for the lead Aston Martin. Soldatov looks for a good line. Oh, almost contact again between the three of them. Soldatov putting the car exactly where he needs to. Bogoroditsky would be really great if he put his window wipers on so we could get a helmet cam view, because as you can see, oh no, that's not what we're looking for. There's what we're looking for. If you had his window wipers on, that would be a great view down in the rear view mirror. And the Aston Martin just ahead. The graphics card absolutely squealing at the bits. Trying to generate this much rain. Oh, as he tries to generate some extra heat in the brakes. So close between these three still. As Darren King willfully tries to find his way into the lead of the race. Two cars ahead of him. Bogoroditsky taking a very opportunistic overtake opportunity. We'll let the stewards work that one out. But he did get the car up into second down. Oh, and that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. The three of them, and Dan did lift there to give that position back. The three of them concertinaed effect, but as on the real road, if you rear end the car, it is your fault. And yeah, Dan, a little bit of a touch there, but did instantly give that position back. Didn't gain from it. Epic Gamer Snail. You pronounced oceans wrong. You're right, Johnny, I did. Yeah, I was going for the old river runs through it reference as well, but yeah, oceans of water. Hip hip for Kazo number 89, says Renix. Yes, Wilner Kazo. He's out for the Axiom Racing team. Their livery didn't quite work. Who was it? It wasn't Peppa Pig. Somebody did say. Well, I was just thinking of Peppa Pig because of Ian Egan. Epic Gamer Still, thank you for the follow again. That's a great name. Love that one. But yeah, Epic Gamer Still and everyone else that's followed as well. Welcome along. Relatively new channel, WIZ Motorsports. We've done a couple of broadcasts in the back, but full 6 hours, 50 cars signed up, 45 started, over 110 drivers due to take apart. And the battle up at the front is just hotting up. And again, there's battles right through the field. Kazo just got a shout out in the chat. He's applying all kinds of pressure to Yusupov there in the BMW. And they've got Kalashnikov not far behind them, down into the S's, the Ferrari primely poised to try and get himself an overtake. Matteo De Campo, sorry, his car is still out. There is 2 cars running for the virtual loop racing. De Campo, one-time race leader, and now down to 33rd after taking that taking his opening pit stop. And Baiano as well, Francesco, just trying to get his way past Richard Venema. These two carrying a bit of damage as well. I'm not hoping that they can get to the end. Bogoroditsky and Darren King still absolutely inseparable, and all this battle is doing is playing right into the hands of Konstantin Soldatov. As you can see, that is one of the biggest gaps he's now had for the past 5 or 6 laps over either of these two drivers. And these two definitely not getting up. Darren at the moment attached to the back of Nikita's car like it's got a 2-foot bungee. Not even 2 feet. Let's face it, there's only 3/10 separating this two. At one point, the top 3 were only separated by 9/10 of a second. 7/10 of a second is what's separating Owen Cripps, Sergen and Mantovani as they once again come down the mine shaft. And Kalashnikov is looking to get his way past Yusupov. As he tries to go round the outside, Wilner Kazo did lose that position. Is he going to... a full lock on the steering from Kalashnikov in the Porsche. And he's managed to keep that one somehow between the Mayo and the Mustard, and Yusupov in the BMW behind watching this. He knows he could be getting 2 to 3 positions. And that's a big turning from the Porsche. Owen Cripps there. Uncharacteristic turning. In fact, was that Cripps driving? It is Cripps' car. And that is a brave manoeuvre up the inside of the BMW. The Porsche is going to try and go round the outside, and he tried to put his nose in front when there was no room for it, and he's just about... Yeah, let's call it like it is. He turned in too quickly, and he forgot to hold his brakes. He did make a bit of contact, and he has dropped down the order for that now. Yusupov's made his way through. Santorno's going to close in. So is Bartels in the Honda. So action right through the field. Goltsev in the pits. There is Cripps there, in fact. So he did make it back on. He's now at the back of this pack. Let's see what's happening up at the front. It's as you were. Soldatov showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field. Dan King and Nikita Bogoroditsky showing us how to race close in tricky changing conditions. The track is still considered damp. Temperature has gone back up a degree to 28, and there is no precipitation falling from the sky. So the track is going to dry out. We're an hour and a half in. We saw drivers, some drivers start taking pit stops, some teams start taking their pit stops an hour ago. So their 65-minute stint timer is going to run out again. The 65-minute stint timer can be cleared by simply entering the pit stop. A driver can just give himself a self-inflicted drive-through, drive straight through it, and the timer will start again at 65 minutes. Or they can pull it in the pits and get some work done. And these changing... I did think if it was going to be a solid wet race, we could see the teams double stinting tyres quite easily. That will not be the case. I did look at the rules as well. There was a maximum tyre allowance of 50 sets of tyres for the whole event. I did think that is more than generous, but... given these conditions, you never know. It's Darren again trying to find his way past the Porsche. Both of these drivers elite level, so they can both lap, they can both defend. As we see Gapanov and Andreev. Seregen again looking to be the big beneficiary here. Does he have his windscreen wipers on? Yes, he does, so we'll jump on board. As you can see just in the rear view mirror, Mantovani trying to close in. Sergen looking for the double overtake. He's got Gapanov and Andreev both taking interesting lines ahead of him, one defending from the other. Sergen all over that curve, does manage to hold it down into the S's. The Aston kicking off that entrance curve. I definitely would be keen to be hitting that inside curve on the way down into the S's too often, given these ever-changing conditions. Simon says, come on SOP. P2, 3, 4 and 5 all chasing down P1 at the moment. Yes, they are. In fact, is Brett... Oh, yeah, he is. Brett's getting himself right back involved. Now, he's only 2 seconds down, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Although, to be fair, Simon, I'm going to be honest, Soldatov is actually... Oh, he just lost a bit of time on that last lap. But he was up from 1.6 to 2. He's up to 2.2 seconds at the moment. So it is ever-changing. Dan King, this is the furthest we've seen him from a car ahead in the last 10 or so laps. 9/10 of a second. Not exactly a massive gap, but as I say, the biggest one that we've seen at this point on the track. Sergen there. Oh, big send. And he's made that one stick very easily on Gapanov then. The poor's getting a great run down the hill. Yeah, making that one work back up the hill again. So he has taken that position. And there is Bogoroditsky coming in pit. So is Soldatov. So the top two have come into the pits, leaving Darren King to take the lead of the race. Zyger re-promoted to second. Peter Brett up to third, just making his way past. That's not Owen Cripps in 15th position. That, in fact, is the Ferrari. Oh, they're not P15. It's Lucas Peace. There we go in 17th position. He's got Leon Seeley just ahead of him. Leon putting in some very quick laps compared to the rest of the drivers around him at the moment. The Porsche in 16th place. Anu Friev is on his way out of the pits. And he is being very closely followed indeed. Look how close they are coming out of the pits. Oh, that is the Audi. So the Porsche is just ahead. We'll let this one work itself out through the timing board. Let me just move that so I can see that properly. So he did get the move done in the pit somehow then, but they Anu Friev coming straight back and retaking the lead of the race on the way into sunset. So Absolitny and Anu Friev came out the pits, reversed, drive-through cleared. Oh, so I missed that there. Somebody had a drive-through slightly further down the field. Let's see. Andreev and Sergen. Zyger and Brett both coming out the pits then. The track now greasy. It does look like they're going to get a fairly decent dry stint. The two of them right next to one another in the pit box as well. So what will Dan do at this point? Will the Dragon Ball Z team stay out? And Anu Friev absolutely flying already. He's got a big gap over Absolitny already. Salamoni coming in the pits. Bourget coming into the pits as well. Lucas Peace coming into the pits in the Ferrari. So big rush into the pits. And Dreve still trying to get overtakes there done. That's 5 cars into the pits so far. Ted Marcellus, he's on an out lap as well, so he's just come out the pits. The Charles Sutton car no longer in the lead. In the race, sorry. Ryan Reid of Wesset Racing, that's where I've heard that name from. That's just dawned on me where I know that from. Wilner Cazo, again, he was getting a shout in the chat. For Axion Racing. He is closing in on David Scutari for the EOS Esports team. Owen Cripps is coming to the pits along with Sigi Lentz for the Yeats Racing Esports. There is Cripps and Gapanov both into the pits. Nikita Borzakovsky with that 140.6 on the previous dry stint of the race. It looks like we're going to get a slightly longer, drier stint this time around, so we'll see those lap times tumbling. And then we're going to see the Dragon Ball Z team make their way into the pits. The rest of the racers have. He was showing very good pace compared to the Porsche that was ahead of him, and was certainly keeping up with the Aston Martin before the Porsche made the overtake. So could be fine to take himself quite a few laps still. Well, we'll find out. What I'm going to do, I'm going to very quickly chuck this on autopilot. I'm going to get myself a very quick drink. Pour myself a very quick drink. Hour and a half in. And yeah, any other predictions in the chat? Let's see, nice. We got the jump on the Honda in the pits. Oh yeah, there's been lots of action going on. Yeah, bear with me a couple of minutes, pour a quick drink, and we will leave this on proximity. Perfect. There we go, thank you very much for the patience. Lord Mullen, I know, sorry Epic Gamer, I was just very quickly nipping off to grab myself a quick top up of the cup of tea. But we are back. There is Jan Willem van Ommen then. So, oh sorry, pit stops, yes. I was on a pit stop, and so did the on-track race leader. That was Dragon Ball Z with Darren King at the wheel. Jan Willem van Ommen now finds himself at the wheel, 2 seconds down on Anu Freya, but ahead of Absolutely, the car he was battling with, his car was battling with, before they came into the pits. Ah, John Salamone, how you doing, bud? How was your stint? As well, I know, I'm asking how stints are. Obviously, if any complaints or any issues that you have, well, yeah, keep that one with us. You're not that I'm saying you've had any problems, John, but yeah, just for any of the drivers, yeah, keep it to the stewards, and we'll keep it out with the chat. But yeah, John, hopefully your first stint went as you hope. Mantovani and Andreev have joined in the flood of cars in the pit stops. Flood, see what I did there? Yeah, no, okay. Moving swiftly on. Vasily Anyufriev, he's certainly moving swiftly on. He's not wasting any time at all. Track now optimum, so it got to optimum very quickly. It seems to have, excuse me, forgone the greasy stage, the old time 6. Let's go potatoes, says Flea McBaggins. Thank you very much for jumping in, Flea McBaggins. How are you getting on? Lord Mulan. Lord Mullen or Lord Mulan? 86 Kazo, another drive-through. I missed what came up there, actually. Marcus Juzma. How we doing, bud? One of my favourite racers. Let's go, John. My favourite voice. Thank you very much, Marcus. Cheers for jumping in. How have you been enjoying Battlefield 4, by the way? You can call me anything, darling. Excellent, excellent. And here from AOR, says Jordan May. Welcome in, Jordan May, as well, and welcome everyone from AOR. Welcome to all the teams. If anybody is in cheering on teams, get their names in the chat, get some requests to get some camera time. I'm usually hunting up and down the pack looking for the closest 2 cars. So if you do put in a request and there is a battle, we'll get to it as quickly as possible, but we've still got battles right through the field. Stizak in the Honda up in the 5th position, while Legro and Friedrichs 6th and 7th. Borzakovsky, still the fastest car in the race. That's the drive-through cleared for car number 89. Borzakovsky still going to get involved. Friedrichs in the gang down into the S's. Very close there indeed. Very Porsche and Aston heavy this one is. Get the boss man some time in the number 27. Ian May, good evening. Epic Gamers rooting for car number 48. Is the boss man actually out driving? Is he behind the wheel at the moment? Oh, side by side down at the mine shaft, one of the fastest, trickiest parts of the track, and they all survive into the hairpin just about as the Aston Martin looking to position himself to get that overtake done. The BMW ahead will be grateful he's not involved in this battle yet. Oh, Legros just clipped that sausage. He's going to run wide. He's going to lose momentum into the last corner. Oh, the Aston Martin has a potential look around the outside. Going for a cutback, maybe? No, uses the full width of the track. Gets as much acceleration out of that last corner as possible. Oh, Don Rafa is indeed in the car. Oh, the Aston Martin. Wow, he's been really squeezed over there. The Porsche going as... Although he did have a Porsche on the outside, so he was defending. He was trying to get an overtake while defending. There is the boss man there. He's only up in 12th position at the moment. There he is there. Rafa Scullion, founder of all things WIZ Motorsport, and of course owner of the company interwiz.uk, who are bringing you today's event, redefining super fast Wi-Fi. So yeah, interwiz.uk, get over there, give them a shout. But there is the man himself cutting a few laps. I'm not 100% sure why the awesome sim racing client hasn't downloaded everyone's liveries though. That is a strange one to me. But yeah, he is going very quickly at the moment. You've got Borzakovsky, there's João Castillo, who's taken over from Owen Cripps in the Singer Team Racing. SOP up to Team 3. Rafa going, I never thought I'd see him out of a McLaren. Haha, John, you're missing the action. Oh, don't see. As soon as I look down the field, is that Thomas getting a position done? Let's have a look and see. Oh, we've missed the overtake. That is a back marker there. Yep, so we did miss the overtake, but yeah, SOP then. Thomas Morant up to 3rd place. I did say at the start, Peter Brett and Thomas Morant, that is quite a team of drivers to have behind the wheel of a Porsche. Brett was flying. Yeah, Peter Brett absolutely was flying. Considering he got a bit of contact, ended up down to 9th place. Leon as well. Oh, we've got Leon getting involved in some... Oh, so he does. Leon. Oh, he does have a front row view. It's Bursakovsky actually getting a double overtake done there. Oh, and I tell you, it looks like he could be following through here. That's Friedrichs just ahead. Bursakovsky has been overtaken, and that is Leon's... What's just happened there? Has someone just disconnected? Friedrichs. Oh, be elite. Alright, okay, so someone has disconnected before. Bursakovsky round the outside of Legros, excuse me, down the mine shaft. He's getting that one done. Leon down the mine shaft again, just behind them. That's Friedrichs just ahead. Be elites are no longer in the race, which is why the telemetry keeps making a mockery of what I'm doing at the moment. Castillo on Santoro as well, looking very close there indeed. But if we stay on board with Legros. Ooh, and he's run very wide there, has Bursakovsky. That's not what he wanted to do. That is a BMW in front of him. So that is a car that is out of order at the moment. Out of running order at the moment. I'm sure he'll get himself very quickly out of the way. Still trying to use as much of the track as possible. Is Bursakovsky. Does get past. There's Leon and the gang trying to make their way through as well. Legros in 7th. Fredericks in 8th, and Leon Seeley in 9th place. He's just trying to make his way past that back marker as well. Into Sunset. Yep. We're a bit spread out there ever so slightly. Anufria, Van Ommen and Thomas Morant. Morant's lap time 41.7. 42.1 on his last lap, so about half a second down. Van Ommen, about the fastest driver on track at the moment, with a 41.3 on his last lap. Let's see what he does on this one. 41.4, so very consistent times there indeed. Wow, look at how close they are. That is blue flags that he's just making, that Leon's just making his way past at the moment down at the mine shaft. Once again, Friedrichs and Legros just ahead. And Leon well up the order from the starting position. Leon up to P9. You know what? I was just having that train of thought in my head. He started well down the order. So to get from 35th up to 9th. That's why Leon was at the FIA Motorsport World Championships. I think it's safe to say. Yeah, absolutely flying. Big shout to Rafa Scullion as well. The boss man at WIZ Motorsport up to 11th position. His car started 22nd. So 11 positions they've made it up. So really is looking very good indeed. There's another WIZ Motorsport car just ahead of him. Oh, he's just run wide. That's going to be a track limits. Definitely doesn't want to do that too often. Friedrichs still closing in there. Van Ommen now 5.6 seconds down on Anufriev since coming out of the pits, but he is lapping consistently quicker than him. Almost half a second quicker on that last lap. Anufriev with an almost identical lap to his previous lap, and Van Ommen has gone even quicker. The gap then down to 5.3. And Seeley's closed right up on the back of Friedrichs, who is he close to LaGrosse? I can't tell because the telemetry still says that car 23 is in the race, which they are clearly not. There you can see Leon very close in that rear view mirror of the track. Now, oh, and that's a big mistake there by LaGrosse. He's hit that sausage curb and absolutely thrown himself off into the gravel, and that has given the positions to Friedrichs and Seeley. So that's another position up for Seeley. LaGrosse, he's got a bit of time back to the crazy fly car, currently driven by Pavel Fedyanin. There in 10th, but LaGrosse coming a cropper on that sausage curb and dropping 2 positions. That is Seeley and Friedrichs then promoted. They do have another Porsche just ahead of them. It's not Absolutny. And Borzakovsky a fair chunk up the road as well. Still got the fastest lap of the race with that 40.6, but the track now back to optimum. So I'm sure we'll see that drop to easily into the 40s, if not potentially the high 39s. I think we'll see. Leon at the moment is slightly quicker than Kai Friedrichs lap on lap. But only by a couple of tenths, although there's only half a second separating them. Van Ommens found another 4 to 6 tenths on Anu Friev up at the front. Thomas Barat not looking back since he's taken 3rd place. Stasic, sorry. He's in 4th, Absolutely in 5th. Borzakovsky in that 6th place. Then it's Friedrichs and Seeley 7th and 8th place. 9th for LaGrosse, who's got Fedyanin trying to close in there. Rafa Scullion up into 11th, so great drive from them as well. Castillo in 12th, Santoro in 13th place. Gapanov now trying to fend off Alexei Sega. 7/10ths of a gap there. Phenomenal surname, that one. Fontana, not quite at the back, it's actually Hilliard, sorry, Graham Hilliard. In the WIZ Aston Punisher. Just blue flags there making their way through. Yeah, all safely done and dusted there. Marcellus trying to get his way past David Slanner at the moment. Giric in the McLaren's got himself a 5-second penalty. And just having a look, let's see. Siggy Lentz back out, so this is him doing another stint in the car. Right on. Oh, sorry, he's chasing Baiano. They've got an Aston Martin separating them at the moment. Is that in fact Evan Cairns? No, it's not. Oh, Evan Cairns, of course, in the other WIZ Aston car. He's in 24th place at the moment, but just ahead of his teammate, or his team's car, other car, which is in 11th position. That's Rafael Scullion, of course. There is even Francesco Baiano out in that Nissan GTR. Siggy Lentz trying to close up there. Marcellus is looking a lot quicker than David Slaner. 31st and 32nd, these two battling for. Leon Seeley. That's Absolutely. What's happened there? Mistake by Absolutely. He's dropped at least 2 positions, or definitely 2 positions in. Friedrichs and Seeley were closing in anyway. They were looking a lot quicker. Coming in, and Gawi's, he clipped this inside sausage. No. Gets a bit unsettled there. Porsche goes up the inside. Leon Seeley pops in and has a look as well. And he's just run a bit deep on the brakes then. Run a bit wide on the corner. Oh, we've got another follow as well. Bastien Dumonet. Hopefully I'm getting that right. Again, if I do pronounce anyone's name incorrectly, please feel free to chuck a correct pronunciation in the chat. Thank you very much. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Bastian. I hope you're enjoying the racing. Lads, please follow the channel if you're enjoying this. It helps pay Raven's wages. Indeed, I think that should be over the 50 now. I'm sure before the broadcast we were on 43. So yeah, we should be well over the 50. But again, for some reason the mini feed is not working for me. So I'm just going purely based off what's in the chat at the moment. But yeah, thank you to everyone. WIZ Motorsport, brand new, pretty new in the sim racing space. Managed to get 50 cars though, turning out for this one. 6 hours at Kayalami. You'd have to be a mad Welshman or an insane man from Forfar not to like Kayalami. Definitely one of my favourite tracks. You know who you are. And you free leading the way, Van Orman though on an. Ooh, that is the white BMW. Not sure. We'll need to see what happened with Awesome Sim Racing as well. Had all the time off, Jan, and still can't get bots working. Not my channel, mate, this one. So, yeah. I don't think the SOP bots are working either, though. Adam Craggs, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Simon, you're more than welcome to go in and chuck on. Have a wee look at the Steam Element bots as well, mate. Just throw me under the bus. Thanks very much, bud. Who have we got? We've got Leonid Makavin trying to make his way back through the field. He's got the Ferrari of Lucas just ahead of him. He's definitely looking quicker. Oh, as you can see, a lot of the lights flashing there, heavy on the brakes. Again, I don't know why the Awesome Sim Racing liveries haven't loaded up, but we've got some of them up and running. Gapanov, let's see where he is. 13th, he is looking very close to Santorno. And let's see, Leon Seeley just dropping back off a bit, but Jan Willem van Ormen making his way through the traffic as well. He's over halved the gap to the car ahead. We've got another follow as well. Zillithor. Good afternoon. Good evening it is now. 5 to 6 I think it is. 2 hours we've been going for. We've got 4 hours and 5 minutes still to go. The drivers have been blessed with much improved driving conditions since the start of the race. So it's great to see. Again, the lap times are tumbling. Van Ormen, definitely the fastest driver on track at the moment, but only by about a tenth. Thomas Morant showing very similar pace to Van Ormen. So Anja Friev is definitely going to have his hands full sooner rather than later. The gap now down to 2.4 seconds. Gapanov, Santorno and Alexei Sega still having themselves a phenomenal little battle here for 12th position. I'm sure that'll be phenomenal news for Rafa there in 11th. Knowing that the drivers behind are having themselves an absolute ding-dong battle. You can see just how close the three of them are there. As the Aston Martin comfortably clear air front and back makes his way in and out of turn number 1. Gapanov, Santorno and Sega. As you say, very close there. I'm still watching the lap times up at the front. 2.7 seconds now is the gap. Anja Friev, in fact, on that last lap posted almost his quickest lap time. It was only a tenth down on Van Ormen's time. Morant 4 tenths quicker than both of them. So it really is a battle of the lap times. That is Sega just thinking about having a look there. Friedrichs comes into the pits from that battle he was involved in. So yeah, so he's come in. That's Leon Seeley then up to 6th position. Aston's getting very close here. 2.7, 19.2 seconds is the gap for Morant. So it really is a big one there for him to make back, but definitely possible over the next 4 hours if he keeps showing this kind of pace. Is the Aston going to have a look this time? Not to be. There's Owen Cripps' car in the background. João Castillo currently driving that one for Singer Racing. Some blue flags as well. Yeah, Leon going for P6. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's just... so the car he was battling with Friedrichs in the Porsche, he's popped himself into the pits. So that has indeed promoted Leon up to 7th. Borzakovsky, still the fastest car on track with that 40.6, but the lap times are definitely tumbling. And in fact, Van Omen on that last lap, 4/10 quicker than Morant and 6/10 quicker than Anufriev. So that gap then down to 1.9 seconds. So that's getting very close there as Alexis Sega still trying to find his way past Roberto Santoro. And is... let's just have a look. Oh, is that blue flags? Yeah, so blue flags. It is for that one, Gapanov in 11th. Now the Scullion is up to 10th with Friedrichs coming into the pits, but he's going to have to do a fair bit of defending now. As we can see, the Racing for Fun team, Pavel Gaparov having a look potentially into turn 1. He's a bit far back there. That would have been a send, but he's hanging right on the back there. Oh, he maybe lifted a bit slightly later on the accelerator than he anticipated there, but he's still hanging right in there, into sunset. This is going to be very close indeed. Getting some extra light reflection on my screen. Hopefully that isn't coming through on the broadcast, but into sunset, which is actually looking a bit more like a sunset rather than a thunderstorm that we had at the start of the race. The very variable conditions have been very variable. The track may have dried up, but the temperature is starting to drop again as we get through. I believe we're on a 4 times multiplier, so the 6 hour race will mimic 24 hours for the drivers on track. It's either times 4 or times 6. So yeah, the temperature now will simply plummet. We could still see plenty of rain to come, given how much we saw in the opening phase. And Jan Willem van Ommen then within a second of the race lead. Let's have a look on board with him and see just what kind of lap time he has popped in for this one. And yeah, let's jump on a helicam. We can see some cars just ahead. Anufriev trying to make his way past. That is actually 10th place. So that is Rafa Scullion then, just about to be overtaken. So the race leaders lapping all the way up to 11th position. The Aston getting himself very quickly and neatly out the way. The 2 lead cars making their way through, and Van Ommen got an absolute flyer on exit there. And in fact, almost a full second quicker on that last lap was Van Ommen, but also Thomas Morant. He went half a second quicker than Van Ommen. Still at 19.2 seconds the gap between Morant and Van Ommen. It's all about whether he can catch Anufriev then. He's definitely quicker than Anufriev lap on lap. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. And here is the view from Van Ommen's bonnet. That is the race lead right in front of him. And in fact, Sega he's still having this battle with Santoro. Scullion going to have to do a lot of defending now that those blue flags have made their way through. Down at the mineshaft, that is the race lead he can see in front of him. Oh, and is it potentially changing hands? Scullion doing a lot of defending. That is Castillo getting involved in this battle as well, potentially. Oh, these 3 all very close here, but up at the front, Van Orman all over the back of Anja Friev. Thomas Morant, still a fair chunk of change down the road from the race leaders, but he is lapping very quickly. Could well be closing up. We'll see how that runs over the next stint. But Castillo, Sega and Santoro, certainly the closest three cars on track at the moment. And as I say, they've got Rafa Scullion. You can see this battle unfolding very close behind them indeed. Van Orman on that last lap, 42.0, 41.9 for Anja Friev, 41.6 for Thomas Morant, now an 18.9 second gap there. So this playing right into the hands of Morant. If Anja Friev can keep Van Orman behind him, that plays right into the hands of Thomas Morant. At this stage, it might even be better for Anja Friev to let Van Orman go, so that he can get some clean interrupted laps. And Van Orman's got a 5-second penalty. 5-second penalty for race control for causing a collision. So the next time the Dragon Ball Z car comes into the pits, they're going to have to serve that 5-second penalty. That could be hugely detrimental given how close the field is. Is that absolutely? It is. He really isn't. Alexei really not having a good stint here at all. Really struggling with that car. And that looks like an Aston Martin, BMW even, that's struggling as well. I think, has there been contact? Let's jump back on and see. It looks like the damage has already been done. Yeah, so whatever ails Absolutely, it happened over a minute ago and he is really struggling to make his way back to the pit stops. That looks like it's going to be an instant trip into the pits. He really is struggling for pace there. Back up the front, Thomas Morant definitely not struggling for pace, that is for sure. He is closing in on the lead two very quickly indeed. The lead two battling it out for the lead. Anja Friev holding on to it at the moment. That is the last corner we saw him just go past Rafa Scullion. We'll get back on board there. We'll go to the live shots at the moment. So yeah, so Van Orman with that 5-second penalty. That's going to play right into the hands of both Morant and Anja Friev. Anja Friev doing a phenomenal job of defending at the moment, keeping them behind Alexei Sega and Santoro again, getting very close in through the corner and phases. And in fact, Ruslan Vortex is getting himself involved as well. He's got João Castillo ahead of him. A lot more pace here. As I look up the inside, the Aston Martin means the Porsche got no place to go. And the Aston Martin up the inside, has he got the run? They're not going to go side by side into Ngawi, are they? Yes, potentially they are. The Aston Martin in front of the Porsche potentially turning in a bit too quickly there, but the Aston of Vortex does make his way through. So Vortex out for his first stint, showing some unbelievable pace straight off the back and getting himself past João Castillo in the course. He's got Mantovani and Santoro battling ahead, and Alexei Sega did get that overtake done then while we're watching the battle behind him. Sega's gotten himself ahead of the other two Aston Martins, both of them of course for the Team EOS Esports team. Up at the front we're still watching the battle for the lead of the race. Thomas Morant's timing deltas, the all important ones at the moment, and in fact on that last lap he was 3/10 down on Anja Friev and Van Orman. In fact he's not crossed the line yet, so let me just calm myself there until he gets another time. 41.5 both Anja Friev and Van Orman did on that last lap, so absolutely identical times. Morant for the first time 3/10 down, although it does say he's now 18.5 seconds back, so much closer than the 19.5. There is Leon Seeley coming into the pits from 7th position, up from 35th, so phenomenal drive there from Leon. Mantovani is who I'm looking for there, in 13th position. Himself and his teammate Santoro look like they're doing battle. Definitely don't want to do a Haas and go taking one another out, but this is a battle for, I'm sure, inter-team bragging rights as well as overall race position. Castillo certainly not giving up on that position from Vortex, keeping within that slipstream range. And Lucas Peace trying to get his way past Jurgitis in the BMW. Oh, much quicker down through the S's as you'd expect from the Ferrari. Bartel's in the Honda. Not far behind there. Santoro coming in to the pit, so that eliminates any issues the team might have with two cars running so closely together on track. One of them comes into the pits of Van Ommen, still within 0.3 of a second on that last lap. They were both over 1 minute 42. Thomas Morant with a 41.7. So this really is playing right into his hands. Van Ommen with that 5-second penalty as well. And we're just having a look actually at Alexei Sega getting himself involved in a battle with Rafa Scullion, trying to find his way past there now that he's done with the Team EOS esports drivers. One's in the pits and one just down the order, but Sega certainly looking to get one over on Rafa, running in 9th place at the minute. Oh, blue flag there, he just ran deep, bit of a mistake on the brakes, and Sega says thank you very much, and that is him up to 9th position then. Rafa's still definitely close enough to potentially get overtakes done. Not quite, or did he get the exit he was looking for there? Yeah, let's keep an eye on this through the penultimate corner and out with the last corner. Oh, no, much better run there for Sega. Rafa just falling down a bit, and in fact Mantovani could find himself pouncing for a position. Again, Castillo not letting go at the back of Ruslan Vortex's car, still only half a second separating those two. Up at the front, still only half a second separating the lead two as they come through turn number 4, lap number 72. 50 minutes until we're even at the halfway mark. The track rated at optimum. Still plenty time for many changes in the weather, given how variable the opening hour was. It's going to be interesting to see what the closing 3 hours bring. Thomas Morant 18.5 on that last lap. It was Anju Friev set his fastest lap of the race with a 141.4. Which was 0.2 quicker than Van Ommen and Morant, who both lapped identically at 1 minute 41.6. Comfortably the 3 fastest cars on the track at the moment. Not many others making it into the 41s as yet. Apart from, of course, Borzakovsky, he's done a 40.6 with the fastest lap, and his last lap was a 1 minute 41.6 as well, so an identical time to Van Ommen and Thomas Morant. Oh, and that is Thomas Morant just making his way past the back marker. Somebody very much stationary. No yellow flag, which is confusing. Strange one. Mantovani on Scullion then. Scullion all the way up from 22nd to 10th. Mantovani up the inside of turn number 1. Scullion still running in 11th though. Castillo and Vortex still inseparable, and they've dragged their way onto the back of Rafa Campos's Porsche for SOP Esports. So we're going to have a 3-way battle on our hands here, and Aston Martin sandwich between the two Porsches. And Vortex certainly looking very quick indeed, although he's run a bit wide there, inviting the Porsche of Castillo to go back round the outside. Nothing doing, coming down into the S's. It will still be Campos in 12th. Vortex 13th, Castillo in 15th position. Van Ommen still within striking distance, still got that 5-second penalty. 3 hours 48 to go. So at least another 3 pit stops for each of the teams. Drivers can only stay out for a maximum 65 minutes, and no driver can do more than 4 hours on track. And no, that's still showing disconnected cars, sorry. That's very strange. Yeah, that is a bit of a strange one. I'm still getting some ghost telemetry, but that's fine. We can run this one by eye. As we see Scullion coming straight back at Mantovani then in turn number 1. Definitely not letting that position go. Rafa Campos has got himself a bit of breathing space from Vortex and Castillo. Not much though. These two still going at it. Makovkin looking to get back involved. Gajdan and Jurgutis in the BMW for the United Racers. He's still got Lucas Peace and Claudio Passo closing in there as well. In 26th position and making his way into the pits is David Scutari, another one of the EOS eSports racing teams, racing cars. That's him into the pits as well. Still up at the front though. Having a look at this. Morant on that last lap, 4/10ths down on the 2 cars ahead of him. And Yefreev only a 10th down on Van Ommen. Yeah, both of them in identical cars. It really is proving a bit of a task for Van Ommen to get this overtake done. He's getting plenty of slipstream around the track though. He will obviously want to get the overtake done before he gets in the pits. That 5 seconds is going to make a world of difference, given how close these two are, and given that Morant is showing the pace he is in the background. And in fact, Rafael Stezak for Armamentario in the Honda, he's taken over and they've now got themselves into the 41s. In fact, that's back-to-back 41.8, 41.7. So he's starting to show some pace commensurate with the race leaders, as you see Thomas Morant drop time, making his way through some back markers. 43.4 his last lap, so massively down on his times. Rafa Campos has just got an overtake done on Scullion then. Let's have another look at that one. Into turn 1, it's Mantovani just ahead. Oh, the Aston just running a bit wide there through turn number 1. And yeah, up into turn number 2. Oh, the Porsche really did slot into that position then. Bit elbows out there, but he's got the overtake done. Can Rafa come back? He's in 12th position, up from 22nd. So still on for a charge. Gajdan has come into the pits. And we've seen, for the first time in a while, a gap of over half a second separating the top 2. Let's see what the lap times are. Well, the Roddy crossing 41.6, 41.9 into turn number 1. How was Thomas Morant running on that last lap? He needs to get back into the 41s as quickly as possible, you would say. 41.6, so there you go. As quick as Yefreev on the last lap. So it is all about the lap times here. Van Ommen now down to 17th. Oh, he's in the lead. He's in the lead. We've missed the overtake. Let's have a look and see what happened there then. So yeah, decent sized gap there as they come towards the last corner. Van Ommen almost looked like he got a bit much curb on the exit to the penultimate corner. Everything seems to be running fine for Yefreev at this point in time. Into turn number 1. And a fairly healthy sized gap there, it has to be said, into turn number 1. And Yufriev making it through. Everything fine at this point. Again, it almost looks like it's Van Orman that's overcooked it in the background there. The car almost having a bit... Oh, and that's it. Turn number 3. Away you go. All 4 wheels onto the grass. And that is Team Dragon Ball Z handed the lead. And now can Van Orman stretch that gap out? He has looked like the quicker of the 2 cars. He is carrying that 5-second penalty to be taken in the pit stop, so he'll be looking to stretch that as much as he can, and that is going to play right in the hands too of Thomas Morant. If he can do another 41.6, that'll be 1.3 seconds quicker than Anya Friev on that last lap. And he's going to close right in there. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that gap there. And we'll see what Thomas Morant done as he crossed it at 42.5. So he was down on that lap as well, making his way through traffic. So he was still almost a second quicker than Anu Friev, but being 7/10 off his own lap time there. Certainly a case of what could have been as it comes to closing the gap and applying pressure to the top 2 podium spots. Lucas Pease in the Ferrari. Ooh, just runs a bit wide. That is Friedrich's Porsche. Just behind Claudio Passo. Just and that Ferrari absolutely hanging on for dear life there in the background. That's not Pasquale, of course. Yes, it is. It's Solstick. Oh no, that's Afonso Suta. There he is, Sebastian. Boom, boom. Seb. Solstick there for the Axion Racing team. Struggling at the moment in the Ferrari. Fabio Galamini. Certainly got that Audi running the way he wants to. He showed a vast improvement on lap times for the car over the past few laps. So he'll be looking to try and catch up on some positions if he can. Van Orman already gapped Anu Friev up to 1.3 seconds, although back down to 9:10, sorry. But yeah, the gap definitely stretching out. Morant absolutely flying through that penultimate corner. He's going to get himself some slipstream from Rafa Campos, his teammate just ahead of him. What is his lap time? He needs to get back into 41s, and it's a 41.7, so just quicker than Anu Friev, slightly slower than Van Orman, so that is Morant back on track. We've got another follow. Lacagna. Yes, apologies if I've got that wrong. Again, if I do get the name incorrect, please feel free to chuck a correct pronunciation into the chat. And I will do my best to get it correct. But yeah, Lacagna, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to WIZ Motorsport. We've also got another follow as well, Brukla. Yeah, Brukla. Again, I hope I've got that correct. Welcome to WIZ Motorsports. 6 hours of Kayalami. We're almost 2.5 hours in. We've had some phenomenal racing so far. There is Morant trying to get his way past his teammate, who is himself battling for position then with Mantovani. Obviously won't want to be held up here. But Morant, there we go. Up the inside. Down at the bottom of the mine shaft. There you go. Quick pointer, don't ever gulp down coffee or tea when you're trying to catch your breath, just in case. And that is Porsche problems once again. And it is Pavel gunning for the Simware Pro by VDES car. They were running up in top podium positions, now find themselves down in 22nd. They've obviously taken an extra pit stop to get that driver swap in, to get Pavel behind the wheel, but we just saw him off track there. So not what he would be hoping for, especially considering... What is this? Up the inside. That is Bartels just ahead of it. Oh no, that's the VZTR car. And nope, the Honda I'm looking for. It's the sack. Oh yeah, so he's up in third, right? So he's almost a lap down then. Wow. So that's a lot of making up to do. Campos still trying to get his way past Mantovani after his teammate Morant has made his way through. 1.5 seconds is now the gap. So Van Orman is stretching out ever so slightly. 41.5 on his last lap, 41.7 for Anu Friev. All importantly, the Morant lap, is he going to be catching up? Is Rafa Campos going to get his way past Mantovani? Claudio Passo, he's been involved in some serious driving so far, some serious action. He is still getting himself involved for the Team EOS. It's Gerimis Jurgitis in the Porsche, just ahead, in the BMW, sorry, just ahead of him. That's Frederick's Porsche, just in the middle as well. So it's a half blue flag situation. Makovkin, the next Porsche ahead of him. There's the McLaren in 24th, just closing in there as well. That and up the inside. So that is the blue flag phase of the overtaking done. Rafa Campos looks like he's getting an overtake. No, he's not. Mantovani still defending there. Anu Friev answering back to Van Orman's laps. Although Van Orman's still quicker on that last lap, although over this lap, it does look like Anu Friev has closed that gap just a bit. Vortex as well, he's still battling. Now it is with Scullion, although he's just got himself ahead there. Let's see if we can catch that one on the replay. Yes, indeed we can. This is into turn number 1. Up the inside. Oh, Rafa looking for the cutback there. But the Aston was right on the driving line, so couldn't quite get the accelerator down as quickly as he would have wanted. And yeah, that is a position taken for Ruslan Vortex. He'll be trying to catch up to Gil Castillo ahead. He's currently in 12th position. Morant 41.8. So again, slightly slower than the drivers ahead. So these two setting the pace at the moment, although Rafael Stezak pretty consistently in the 41s as well. So as much as Morant may be looking ahead, definitely won't do him any harm to keep a weather eye on the rear view mirror for Stazak potentially catching back up. I did spot Passo was getting involved again, this side by side with Jurgutis. Is he going to get it done down the mine shaft? Nope, Jurgutis just dropping down a position there. Round it outside towards Ngawe. There is a Porsche involved there, but there is blue flags waving as well. Jurgutis fending off at the moment, and is that the Gross? And it's not Makovskin either. It's Robert Raukana. There we go. The driver swap slightly threw me off there. Yeah, so he is in 25th position. And that is drivers slightly further up the field that are battling around him. Pavel Gunnan has come into the pits. So that's another pit stop then for the Simware Pro car. So it really hasn't been their race today at all. Started right up at the sharp end of the grid. And now find themselves in the pits in 31st position. There is what I'm looking for there. Ziruk in 23rd, defender from Kunt in 24th. He got a 5-second penalty. That's one of the WIZ Motorsport cars he's going past. Is Evan Cairns, I believe, in 19th place. No, it's not. That was Rafa Scullion that we're just going past there, sorry. And Sega is looking for more overtaking action. Him and Gapanov still trading positions. Anu Friev has closed up a bit on Van Orman, back to 1.1 seconds. He knows if he stays within 5 seconds, the pit stop, he will be re-gifted the lead, or re-handed the lead of the race, certainly with that 5-second penalty hanging over his head. Stasic trying to close up on Morant. Morant now down to 22.9 seconds. So the gap there has definitely increased as they make their way through the traffic. Evan Cairns on Tom Bartels. Easily done. The Aston Martin on the entrance to the mine shaft gets that done. Bartels perfectly poised for some slipstream. Kunt on Giroux. Giroux with that 5-second penalty, still defending from the Audi. Around the outside goes the Honda, and in the background, oh, is that Martin Mears? Nope. It's not Barack either, so it is that. Is it it's Genio or right? So it's Sinelli then, the Audi right at the back of the field. Yep, it's currently being swamped by this battle. Let's have a look and see what's happening with the times. Up at the front though, 1.5 seconds is the gap then. Van Ommen with a 41.4 and Euphoria 42.0. Morant with that 41.8 on the last lap. Alexei Sega and Gapanov are still battling for that position. Kampov and Mantovani. There's Scullion coming into the pits. He's taking his pit stop. That could potentially be a driver swap or a double stint. We'll see if he comes back out at the helm. His teammate Evan Cairns is currently defending from Bartels. And we'll see, actually, Rafa did mention that he might jump into the commentary box, so if he's not double stinting this one, sure he'll jump in and say hello. So we'll make sure that is running just in case. Perfect. So yes, that's Cairns that we're watching with Bartels and Martin Mears. Just behind him, and then just behind them it is Sega and Gapanov, although Gapanov is now behind them, so making their way through the traffic. There has been a change in position between those two. Not a massive surprise considering the way things are going. There's the Audi in the background, and that is an SOP Porsche just making his way through. That is Morant. Just coming up to this battle as well. There's Vortex coming in to the pits. So he's come in from 13th position. Morant will be... He's got 4 cars directly ahead. He's going to try and get through as quickly as possible. There's one of the Astons very quickly giving up that position. Borzakovsky comes in to the pits. The only car to get themselves into the 1 minute 40s during the first dry-ish stint that we had in the race. Track temperature is tumbling down to 24, but no rain on the immediate horizon, which I'm sure the drivers will be eternally grateful for. Where is Rafa Campos? There he is there. Go. So is Pasquale still out? He's back out in the car. Got his Nissan nice and repaired. And Stelnikov's car no longer in the race either. That is unfortunate. Neither is Pavel Gunning. So we're down to 35 cars. In fact, Gavin Taylor bringing up the rear at the moment. Just having a look through. Potato Nation, 34th at the moment. Stallstick for the Axiom Racing Team, 33rd. Sinelli for Daggy Racing, they're 32nd. Genio is still here, EOS Esports, 31st place. De Campo no longer in the race either. Suto, for Wesset Racing, there in 30th. Patrick Bugan for Beals in 29th. Siasilski, Christoph there, 28th. Ted Marcellus for NTF France. WIZ. 27th, Durazio. And 26 for EOS, another one of their cars. Pasquale for Team EOS in the Nissan. Santima for VGTR. Then it is Ocano for EBM. Attempto Racing for Barack Kunt. Landon Winstead for Wesset Racing. Siggy Lentz for Yeek Esports. Martin Mayers for AF Corsa. Coleman Corkery for WIZ Aston 24. Evan Cairns for the other WIZ car. He is in 17th position. As you see, Coleman Corkery very close to, I believe that is third place driver Thomas Morant. As we can see, another car just popping into the pits. That is Cairns making his way in, following Jurgutis. Vortex, Paso, Makovkin in 13th. Joe Castillo still in 12th, and Rafa Campos in 11th position. But there's Anu Friev coming into the pits, so we're going to see more change right through the field as Anu Friev comes in from second position. Moving Thomas Morant up into seconds, to Zach into third. Legros is going to get moved up to fourth place as Soldatov takes the wheel of the car once again. Hey, Cully Red, how you doing, bud? Good to see you, Bailey. Now that you're here, gratuitous Bailey cam usage. Bailey cam, there we go, Bailey cam. Excellent. How are you getting on, kids? You have a good Christmas? Hopefully you had a good one. Obviously cheering on the SOP cars, which are doing particularly well. I've got another car coming into the pits. It's Nicholas Lagros for the G League Esport Elite team. Castillo's in as well. Will it be himself or Owen Cripps that comes back out to take the helm? We shall certainly find out soon. Rafa not back in the car. Afonso Suto is for Wesset Racing. Just checking this here though. Let's see how Tom's done. 42.4, so still struggling to make his way through the traffic, but he is now coming into the pits. As we see the 991 Porsche again struggling off track there, so I'm not sure. Their race has just gone from bad to worse. Podium protagonists to perpetual blue flags. So definitely not working in their favour. Florian Bourget back out in the car for the G League Esport team. They're going to come back out potentially 11th, although I think when they get through a timing delta that will change. Pavel Gapanov in 8th. We saw Morant come into the pit, so we'll see who comes back out, whether it's himself or Brett. We are approaching the halfway mark as Bourget is... no, he's not close. It's because that car is still registered as in the race when they're not. But Bourget into sunset then. He is in 11th. And it is Peter Brett that's come back out. So Brett takes over for Morant. Stazak the car in second place for Armamentario. Slightly slower on his last lap there. But still keeping decent pace. Jan Willem van Omen on his last lap. 1 minute 41.3, only 2/10 off his fastest lap of the race so far. So absolutely no let up there from him. That's... Let's have a look. Yeah, so just having a quick look down. Vortex and Cripps are going to be going at it again by the looks of things. Nope. Where did I see that? Cripps. There we go. Yeah, Cripps is back out for the Singer Racing team, back out in 14th position. Gapanov in the pits, Claudio Passo has got one of the SOP cars ahead of him. That is Peter Brett, who's currently running in 4th, but Stazak has come into the pits. Brett just coming through the penultimate corner. So he looks like he should retake 3rd position. Someone's fallen over. Yeah, Stazak is moving, but Brett back up into 3rd place. Rafa Campos currently running in 9th. Of course, his car started 35th position. Himself and Leon Seeley taking stints. He now finds himself into the top 10. There is a car I'm looking for. Yep, the WIZ Aston 100 car currently running 22nd position. Martin Seidel just down the road a bit for the YE Sports team. They've had a couple of off tracks. So is Nicolo Pasquale. Their GTR still looks like it's carrying a bit of damage, so that's not been repaired in the pit stops. Again, it's a brave decision, especially the way the weather has been, and we are due for more rain. 30 minutes it says up on the weather radar. 30th position. Okay, those two have left the race and they're still on the board. Excellent. Fabio Gini trying to catch up to Afonso Suto. And Suto looking to get a move done on Stephen LeFranc. In fact, he has got that overtake done. We've seen a 5-second penalty handed out for causing a collision. It's car number 14, Owen Cripps. That 5-second penalty there, he's got Vortex right behind him. So again, through the pit stop phase, that is going to cost, through the next pit stop phase, that is going to cost him positions. And Mantovani and one of the SOP Porsches there. I'm assuming that was Rafa Campos. Yeah, it was, yeah. So that was Campos. With Mantovani then just making his way through. Bourget looking to do the same. There's confirmation that Campos was overtaken there. A bit of contact down into the S's. Still in 9th position though. Bullinson a fair chunk down the road. Alexei Sega's come into the pits to take another stop. Will we see a driver change there? Potentially. They're going to have to do a 65-minute maximum stint, 4-hour maximum any one driver can spend on the track during the race, for 3 hours and 20 minutes left as Sega comes in to take his pit stop. After the contact, Campos re-promoted to 8th position. As Bourget and Mantovani now find themselves battling just ahead. And Bourget, that's what I was looking for there. Yeah, so Bourget into sunset. We've got Sega coming into the pits. 10-second penalty is for Cripps. In fact, he's still defending. Oh, up the inside then. Cripps still defending from Vortex. And we've got Pasquale just behind them, as well as the Honda that was once leading the race. He's just very quickly got himself out of the way. As another one of the lead cars makes his way through as well. It's not Kalashnikov. It's Abeladze, of course. Still holder of the fastest lap of the race. And we've got Willem van Ommen into the pits. Let me just very quickly put on my other microphone and let me bring you all the beautiful, beautiful voice of the man himself. It is Mr. Rafa Scullion. How are you doing, Rafa?
All good, all good.
Excellent. How was your stint? How did you find your
It was good up in the last couple of laps.
Right, okay.
I looked down and right to set the pit controller and then didn't put her in the wall, but I put her off.
Ah, the joy. But still,
Concentration problems.
concentration. I know those well, my friend. I think that's what makes me a good commentator. A complete lack of concentration. Just, constantly looking everywhere. But other than that, you're having fun out there. Great turnout.
It's all good, brilliant turnout.
Brilliant turnout so far. Still got 35 cars on track. And, a great race so far. Some phenomenal driving up at the front. But for you yourself, your car, you started with 20 seconds. You were up to 9th place at one point.
8th was the highest we got up to, I think.
Right, okay. 8th. So, as far as opening stints go, got to be happy with that one.
Oh, brilliant. More than expected. Even the turnout, we actually said at the start, if 15 or 20 people sign up, we'll let it run. And that was basically our goal, because it was our first ever endurance,
Yep, and you've lost about 10% of the field, and we've still got 35 cars running.
Yeah,
so, Yep, phenomenal stuff, and some really good pace up at the front. Some of those times at the minute, they're getting a bit eye-watering. We've seen a 1 minute 40.6 already, so the drivers up at the front, they're just making his way through there in the last corner. Thought we'd see an overtake there, but Abeladze on Zyger as well. Oh, it's 3 wide with Owen Cripps. Oh, and the back marker's just got himself in the way there, and that's separated that battle. We've got another Aston Martin going to rejoin us. Nicolo Pasquale makes his way through there. So that's separated them out just a little bit. What was the question I was going to ask you there? But listen, obviously it's one of your first events. We've had loads of people following today, and I know there's loads of people that have got loads done in the background. Gunter, I know, I've given him a quick shout out, but is there anybody that you want to say thank you to while we've got you here for your first event?
Sort of everybody, yourself included. Loads of guys working behind the server. I know my name pops up a lot, which I actually don't like, because everybody seems to come to me because I started the Discord on the team. But it's not, it's probably 10% me and 90% others. Gunter, for instance, the work Gunter does in the background for servers, Zavin and Appleyard, we have a full team. Gavin, there's about 12 guys that are helping non-stop, and other guys doing really small bits and pieces, I think that's why it's been so successful. Especially like a Dal King there, he gave us a shout out, I think, what actually happened, give us a boost literally the next day with about 20 sign-ups,
Oh, nice. Nice. Well, Dal King is a bit of a stalwart in the ACC sim racing community.
Yep.
You and I were talking. His setups, his car setups, he is an absolute savant when it comes to that type of thing, and it's great to see him racing. And I tell you, him and Van Ommen, they're having an absolute cracker, although they've just handed the reins over to driver number 3 in their team. That's Jason Lingard.
Yeah, Jason's actually fairly new to the thing. He's actually a coaching student of Dalking's, and he's tucking him on here. He said he's actually fairly quick, but he's very nervous, so I think it's his first endurance.
We were just talking about it.
Talk about been through in at the deep end.
Let's join a 45-car endurance race with 2 of the quickest drivers on the planet, and I'll be driver number 3. No pressure, Jason.
I was actually, whenever Coleman handed it over to me in 10th place, I was actually shaking like a leaf, thinking, oh, I'm pressure now. Never mind being in first.
Well, I'll tell you, I've only ever done one endurance race. It was a charity thing for Mind UK. Again, mental health is a big thing. If anybody is out there struggling with mental health, especially over Christmas, please get yourself onto Mind UK. They're a great website, loads of resources. I can tell that Raf in the background is absolutely chomping at the bit to reiterate that. They've just raised loads of money for WIZ UK, WIZ Foundation, Make-A-Wish Foundation, €5,000. Massive congratulations on that, Rafa. But if anybody is out there struggling with mental health,
is that mind.org.uk, is it?
Mind.org.uk it is, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly as. Please get out there, take the first step. It's always the most daunting, but it can be the most rewarding. So if you ever are struggling, please reach out. But anyway, I did an 8-hour endurance race with 3 of my friends. I commentated 6 hours and raced an hour of it, and I have never been more nervous in my life. That was the 5th stint in the race out with these guys, and I was down the order because I'd ruined my mate's start to the race anyway. So I could just imagine.
I posted the link to that website there in the chat.
Superb. Superb, there we go, yeah, mind.org.uk, yeah, please, honestly, if you are struggling, everyone struggles with mental health issues, I myself do, I've got stuff going on in the background. If you need someone to speak to, obviously sometimes it can be difficult talking to your friends or whatever. Speaking to a complete stranger can be so liberating sometimes because there's no preconceptions, there's no preconceived notions.
No doubt about that, no doubt about that.
You know what I mean?
Brilliant charity.
Yeah, phenomenal charity. So yeah, get yourself on there if you need any help. But yeah, that race, the endurance race, that was a 6 hour at Kayalami. I did an hour round there. It was phenomenal fun. Are you getting back into the car, Rafa? How many more stints have you got?
I have another 2 stints to do, yep.
Ooh, another 2 stints. And any insider information on the strategy? What, are you going back-to-back stints, or are you guys splitting it up one on, one off?
We're sort of going to see what way Coleman's quicker than me. But probably one of the top 6, 7 fastest guys on the track at the minute.
Yeah.
But
he is quick.
He is quick. And he's very steady, very, very calm. Does a lot of 2-hour endurances himself. So
right, okay.
He's basically playing it based on the position. Like the first one was stayed out longer because he was better in the wet. We're nothing really planned. We're just going to play it by ear.
Roll with the punches and do what's best for the team.
He's feeling in the car, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care if he has to do all the stints himself left to do the team better. I'm up for that. Like.
Yeah, yeah. But it's all about finishing position.
Yeah.
It's all about finishing position.
I'm jumping between Discord and viewing incidents and stuff. I know Anthony and Graham and Gavin and Gunter have that all on their hand. Like stuff coming in flat out.
Live streams
been too bad. There's only been a total of 14 reports from the start, and considering how wet it was in the first few bits, it's not actually bad.
That is not bad at all,
No.
actually. Yeah, especially because Kayalami has got such an inviting turn one. You can go 5 wide on the way in, but you're only getting 2 wide on the way out if you're lucky.
That's right.
And it can certainly be an inviting proposition. As you say, in the wet, it's so easy to lock up, to miss a braking marker. So yeah, only the 14 incidents so far. We've got one of the racers in the chat, Mr. Leon Seeley. All hail, fresh from his exploits at the FIA World Motorsport Championship. Again, Leon, massive congratulations on making it there.
Leon fairly well. I would follow a lot of his streams.
Yes.
He's a quick guy and a very nice guy too.
It's phenomenally nice. It's almost annoying. He's so laid back when he's racing. He's so nice. He's so quick. It's like, come on, can we get one thing wrong with him? Just one Leon. I love you, mate. But yeah, phenomenal drive. He had. We were talking about yourselves, Rafa, making it from 22nd up to 8th. Leon's team. His car's gone from 36th to 7th.
Just seen it there now. He's lost some goal.
That's incredible stuff. Himself and Rafa, and the other team as well. We were actually speaking with Stephen in the chat at the start. He did a bit of co-commentary at the start. Very good as well. Love a bit of the Dutch accent. Actually, quick test. I was tested. So, can you, Rafa, say purple burglar alarm?
That's not easy. You hardly understand me talking normally. But I'll try it. Purple burglar alarm.
Perfect. Well, we're getting a load of shouts for that in the chat, and apparently it sounds better in an Irish accent than a Scottish. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can now vote. You've now got the decider there. But yeah. Oh, and I was talking to Stephen as well about Peter Brett and Thomas Morant. What a team they've got.
Quick case, very quick case.
Yeah, and specialists in the Porsche as well, which in these conditions around this track, it's definitely helping them up to third
Peter
place.
does our weekly leagues there. He actually won the last one just on last Thursday night.
Right, nice.
He won our league.
Wow.
By, I think, 1 point.
Wow. Phenomenal. How many races was that over?
That was over 8 races.
Wow.
But it turned out the last one we run with a random wheel, and it turned out to be Spa, which wasn't great for Peter anyway, you know. If it had been any other circuit, it would have been a lot more. The Porsche just hadn't the top speed for Spa, and he had to actually take a gamble and run with zero wing. He was telling me last night, and then he binned it because he was taking the chance. He had no downforce at all.
Okay. So let's just pop that on replay, because that is a battle for potential podium positions. We've just seen Abeladze get the move done on Zyger. Abeladze's car absolutely flying, just beautifully positioned that Aston up the inside. The Honda, no reply whatsoever, almost has a wiggle on the exit to turn number 1, and that is Abeladze and the team up into 4th position. So these 5 cars up at the front, absolutely phenomenal pace compared to the rest of the field. It's still Soldatov leading the way with Jason Lingard for the Dragon Ball Z team in 2nd. Peter Brett for SOP currently holding on to that podium position in 3rd. But I'm sure Abeladze there in the Aston Martin will have something to say about that. He's just done a 41.1, meaning he is the quickest driver on the track at the moment, and he's only running in 4th place. Zyger doing his best to hang on at the back. The Armamentario team, 2 cars running. This one the furthest up the order. The hats off as well, actually, Rafa. The weather settings on this server. Sir, I doff my cap to thee. That's, as far as spectating and commentary goes, we are more on our toes than the drivers are, and we've got more rain coming in the next 30 minutes. Cat amongst the pigeons once again. But yeah, the weather, phenomenal idea for the settings, and yeah, I take it it was a deliberate attempt to really just make this one a proper race.
From the word go was said in the description, be prepared for very, very variable conditions to make it fun, and it was our first one. As I said, we're only expecting 15-20 people, teams to turn up, and we said we're just going to have it for a bit of crack and a bit of fun, and hopefully it's been that for everybody, you know.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, like you say, you were only expecting 20 cars to sign up. I did notice there was 48 or 50 places available on the grid, and you ended up with reserves.
Well, we ended up with reserves.
So yeah, definitely got the turnout. We were just watching your teammate Coleman Corkery there. He's having an absolute ding-dong battle with Owen Cripps. These two really equilibriously matched for their pace. Cripps, though,
seemed to be swapping.
They are swapping a bit, but Cripps with that 10-second penalty, so he is going to drop down. We've had 14 incidents registered. I think we've only seen, 4 penalties handed out so far. So again, even though there has been incidents, with the rain, most of those, it would appear, have just been down to just race incidents rather than any deliberate attempts by drivers to go.
Yeah. There's been probably 6 warnings, and the rest is just penalties, 5 seconds.
Right, okay.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it does keep the rain flowing, and yeah, again, in these conditions, phenomenally low numbers. What's the prize? Leon's asking, what is the prize for most positions gained in the race? Eternal respect and admiration. So there we go. Leon, yeah, awesome guess from myself. So yeah, he got the first. He took an absolute punt on his first stint strategy, and yeah, massive dividends have been paid. A Discord badge. Phenomenal. Oh, up the inside of the McLaren Aston Martin. He's run wide, and we're going to see a Porsche absolutely nailed double positions here. The McLaren, that is blue flags. He's getting himself very quickly out of the way and into the mineshaft. That's that job done. But your teammate Coleman, he is still trying to get his way past Owen Cripps there. The two of them really are absolutely going at it, and the light is diminishing, and we're going to see some serious rain. And yeah, quite frankly, I'm very excited because this game looks unbelievable at night in a thunderstorm.
I love it at night. I love not even the driving, I love the visuals from it at night.
Oh, exactly. You want to know what the first thing I did when I got a 30 series graphics card? Spa, full grid, midnight thunderstorm. So, yeah, show me the good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, Coleman Corkery here we go, having another look up the inside on the exit to the mineshaft. Let's jump on a helicam and see if he gets it done. Is the Porsche going to get the cut back? They've got a straight run up towards Galway, and it looks like Coleman has got his nose in front this time. Oh, both drivers just about avoiding the sausages. How close did that Porsche get there? He really was trying to get caught back up.
I would rather hit it in Aston as the Porsche.
Yep. I would definitely rather hit it in the Aston than the Porsche. But your teammate Coleman there finally getting his nose in front. And it looks like that might be job done for now. That 10-second penalty, and he got a good run out of the last corner. So you'll be getting the car back in good position, it looks like, Rafa.
See what kind of damage they're doing on the guy before.
Yeah.
Still 10 seconds down.
On Vortex. Vortex is a bit quick as well. He's lapping roughly... He is lapping a little bit quicker than Corkery at the moment, but Corkery has been behind Cripps for the last few laps, so he's got some clear air. We'll get a slightly better appreciation of his pace. Jason Lingard, full hats off to you, good sir. Talk about getting thrown in at the sim racing deep end, and he is definitely more than holding his own. The gap between himself and Soldatov is extending, but Soldatov has shown he is absolutely top 5 drivers in this race today. He's lapping very quickly indeed as we breach the 100 laps mark, so we will get excuse me, just over 200 laps for the full race. Diminishing conditions likewise mean we'll be using a lot more close-ups on the cameras. Peter Brett, definitely the interesting one to have a look at. Doing a rain dance at the moment, says Marcus Jusman in the chat. Guess it's to take wet tyres, says Leon. And we've got Checo Mango. Go, go, go! He's saying to Christoph. They're all absolutely flying out there at the moment. Owen Cripps, he's still not giving up on this battle with Coleman Corkery. But there is a car between them now, one of the backmarker BMWs. I think it's Seedal in 23rd position. They're just making their way past at the moment. And Wilner Kazoo, the Axion Racing Ferrari, they have been, they've got that car well fixed up. And they're back out lapping at a decent pace. They were slightly slow on that last lap. They're getting caught up in traffic themselves. But that is on the 3-hour mark. So we're definitely halfway down. In fact, what we'll do, Rafa, do you mind if I just...
I'll turn away you.
Right, we'll pop this or not. You can actually see it. If you go into Discord screen share, bud, you will be able to you'll get live pictures of what's going on. And I'll chuck it on for you. Yeah, there you go. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, thank you.
All right. I just mightn't be as talkative here as Mr. John. A bit of a ding-dong going on here between 3rd and 4th place. 3rd with a 5-second penalty too. Exactly halfway left in the race. 3 more hours of racing. Definitely hats off to Jason Lingard there he's a coaching student of Dal Kings, and he was through in at the deep end with these 2 guys, Dal and Mr. Van Omen. Given the 5 seconds, third doesn't still keep 3rd position just by a second. The 5-second penalty, sorry.
Ah, there we go, there we go.
That's all.
Is that
The
so?
main man back now.
Yes, indeed. Quick change, quiet chat. We've got... there was Bullinson. Did I just see the race leader in the pits? That's the crazy fly car. That is what I'm looking for.
No, and I'm going to jump off here and go and get a bite to eat before my next stint.
Yes! Well,
All right,
thank you for jumping in.
Sterling job.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you
No
enjoyed it,
problem.
and good luck with the rest of your stints on track, bud.
All right, lad. See you later.
Cheers. Thank you. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Rafa Scullion, founder of WIZ Motorsport. His company, of course, sponsoring the event. Enter WIZ.uk, redefining super fast Wi-Fi broadband internet. So yeah, get yourselves over there if you do need yourself some internet. They're more than happy to provide that, and get yourselves over. If somebody types in / or ! Discord in the chat for some reason. In fact, let me just see if I can get it right at this end. There we go, there is the Discord link if you want to get yourself involved in any of the racing. That is the place to do it, and we can't even change that, so that's fine. But we have reached and breached the halfway mark. Abeladze there has picked up a penalty as well from the stewards. Zyger in 4th position, Bourget and Rafa Campos now up into 6th position. Peter Brett there in 2nd after the race leader popped back into the pits. Where's he come back out? Ah, there we go. So Soldatov then back down in 23rd after taking his pit stops. Shows you just how close the field still is halfway through. That is an Audi's got just ahead of him. Oh no, it's not, it's a Porsche. Not many Audis on the track. Certainly a Porsche and Aston heavy field. It's Jason Lingard still leading the way for Dragon Ball Z. We've had stints from Dan King and Willem van Ommen so far. Peter Brett in 2nd. We know his car very quick, and in fact over a second up on the lead car on his last lap. So it's all going to be down to pit strategies at the moment for most of these drivers, with the pace being so close. We've seen a couple of them get handed a couple of penalties as well, which have had to serve in the pits 5 and 10 seconds apiece for drivers up, or for cars up on the podium. So it's certainly going to bring them all a lot closer, especially with Abeladze having that 5-second penalty, although since he's got past Zyger, he really has not looked back. Absolutely flying, 41.0. So they absolutely are head and shoulders quicker than anyone else on track at the moment. A full second ahead quicker than Peter Brett on that last lap, and 2.2 seconds quicker than the race leader. So Abeladze really is bringing the pace. Sergei Bullinson right on the back of Rafa Campos. These two will know one another very well from racing in SOP events side by side, and now side by side here at WIZ Motorsport. Crazy Fly versus SOP for 6th position. Aston versus Porsche. Tale as old as time through this race. Aston's leading the way. One Honda there up in 4th place. Oh, right on that curve up towards the mine shaft. Round it outside for the Aston. Leaves it. Oh, couldn't see that one, whether there was room left on the inside, but a bit of contact down the mine shaft. And that is going to bring Yusupov in the BMW right back into it as well. He's actually a lap down on these two because of the pit stop phases. And again, the visibility very, very low for the drivers at the moment. If we jump on... Oh! And that is Campos. He's just missed his exit. Oh, okay, he was trying to come into the pits. So Campos comes in to take his pit stop. So we'll see if he does the driver swap or if he's doing a cheeky double stint. But Bullenson and the gang make their way through. Claudio Passo, 30 seconds down on Campos. He should get very close. In fact, he is already coming through the penultimate corner. So he's definitely going to be there or thereabouts when the SOP car comes back out the pits. In fact, Rafa's still very much stationary. Claudio through. Sega. In fact, yeah, 'cause there's a lot more than 30 seconds. It is 77 seconds they've got running. Campos still stationary. Makhmatov coming into the pits. He's only just come out and taken over for the Racing for Fun team. And there's Campos moving. Jason Lingard still up at the front, very consistently up. He's making his way through the field at the moment. That is Yusupov, in fact, with the crazy fly. Sergei Bullenson just behind, so he's just making his way past those two cars. Very comfortably done as well. So great drive by Jason up at the front. Lap time suffering through the traffic, but it's the same for all the drivers. 1 minute 43.0 for Brett. Abeladze's in third place, and Zeiger in fourth. Bourgeois fifth. Bullenson, as we can see there, oh, he's just run a bit deep. So the Yusupov is going to half unlap himself, and then Bullenson's going to come straight back up. The BMW's got the better run, so they're going to go side by side into turn number 1 again. But there is blue flags waving here, so Bullenson does have the right of way into this corner because he's so close. And the BMW observing that beautifully there. Bullenson making his way through. There is Claudio Passo coming in to take a pit stop. We've got somebody else following him into the pits as well. Oh, Suto no longer in the race. Genio is in the race. Okay, so we've got Lefranc for NT France WIZ just on his way out. Sinelli just on his way out as well. And Wilner Caso, he is in the pits too for the Action Racing team. Gunther Deportier, there he is there, the man himself, makes everything work in the background. As Rafa was saying, it's his name above the door, but there's a whole team working in the background to get things running. There's Gunther making his on-track debut in the race, 33rd position at the moment. Alex Milchin, we've seen serve a penalty as well for the Potato Nation Endurance team. They're 32nd. They're not in the race, they're not in the race anymore. Sinelli is in the race for Daggy Racing. Oh, and we've got a lot of cars coming into the pits. Much further up the field than that, in fact. It is just being dropped there. Oh, this one's going to be chaos on the way out. So that is Gianluca De Luca for the team EOS Esport, and Kirill Kalashnikov nose to tail. Jason Lingard's come into the pits. The rain is now getting heavier. In fact, that's something I didn't notice, and you can't actually see from this angle. Let's just see if we can get a better look, but it is in fact raining again. As you can see, the spray getting kicked up, and that is, yeah, the rain getting very heavy indeed. So Jason Lingard has come into the pits. Peter Brett's come into the pits. Abeladze is coming into the pits. No messing about with the drivers this time because the rain is going to get a lot heavier. So straight in, wet tyres on. Bullenson is in. Leon Seeley's back out on track. Whereabouts is he now? Not the easiest to tell. He's just coming towards the end of the lap, so he's going to make up many places. Yusupov, Mayer, Santana, O'Brien, all in the pits, along with Bulenson, Abeladze, Brett, and Lingard. Lingard's car is moving. It's Darren King that is going to take over. Oh, and there's a speeding in the pit lane. Speeding in the pit lane for the lead car. 30 seconds stop go. Peter Brett will leave the pits in second position. Stazak is looking to fight back as well. Leon Seeley, now where is he? Just making his way past the Crazy Fly team. That is one of the rear gunner Audis. That he was just trying to blue flag his way past there. Ends up off track ever so slightly. Is back on and righted. But he was a lot closer to Bulenson then. Than that 33 seconds suggests. Or sorry, 33 seconds, that was the Lagos, but Sion. Seeley and Bulenson very close there until that contract. This Friedrich's back out on track. The Ratio, is he coming out to do another stint? He's back in the pits. Coop is out. Adam Coop, he is out for Wesset Racing. And another stop go, that is, it's Lefranc, there he is, Stephen Lefranc for NF France. Yep, so stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane there as well. 34th position, we've got Jake Rose coming out for Axion Racing. Stelnikov no longer in the race. Pavel Gunning no longer in. Ryan Reed not, so they're no longer in the race, unfortunately. Let's have a look. Dan King instantly coming in to get that stop go 32nd. That definitely seems like the best plan, and that is going to give Peter Brett the lead of the race. As he comes past, you can see just how close he is. There is Darren stationary serving that penalty. There's Peter Brett crossing the line. The chase is now on. Abeladze coming through the penultimate corner. Oh, and how did he hang on to that? He was full sideways into there. Let's call that like it was. And you can see just how wet the track is now. The lights are reflecting beautifully off the puddles for us. Sure, not so beautiful for the drivers out there. 2 hours 45 minutes left to go. Maximum driver stint is 65 minutes, so we're going to see at least 2 more pit stops from every car out on track, including this one. So we'll see how far down the order this is dropped. There's Stazak. Oh, and he's going to just lose out on 3rd position as Stazak comes through in the Honda. They're back up on to the podium. It is an ill wind that blows nobody some good, and Stazak has certainly felt the wind blow in his favour. Early doors, they were dropped right down the order, but they're now back up in podium contention after that drive-through penalty being served by the Dragon Ball Z team. A violation, speeding in the pit lane, stop go 30 seconds, and that is a massive amount of time that he's lost to the cars ahead. Now finds himself well back down on Peter Brett, who wasn't that far down when King came into the pits to serve that penalty. You can see puddles absolutely everywhere on the track now. The rain is going to get heavier for the next 10 minutes, then it is going to lessen slightly. The track temperature down to 22 degrees, so almost 10 degrees down on where it started, or where the highest point has been. Sorry, it started at 27 in the way, went up to about 30, 31, down to 22 degrees. Adam Coop, sorry. What has happened to Soldatov? I've obviously missed something as I nipped off for a quick comfort break, but Soldatov, I just assumed he'd pitted and that was where everyone else was going to come back out. But the race leader is now currently in 21st position while Darren King, who served the Stockwell 32nd, is in 4th place. So yeah, there's been something fairly huge gone wrong for the Soldatov car. One of the fastest cars on the track as well, but they find themselves well down the order. Let's get a slightly closer view of the car, shall we? Helicar not the greatest in these conditions. Driving in these conditions not the greatest, I would imagine. As you can see, the amount of spray getting kicked up as Darren is blue flagged past one of the WIZ Motorsport cars, and just ahead of him, that is Gapanov's Aston Martin, in fact. Darren just going side by side, making his way through there comfortably down into the S's. The chase continues for King, one-time race leader now within 1.3 seconds of 3rd place after serving that penalty. In fact, 2 penalties. It was a 10-second penalty on the way into the pits, and then a stop go 30-second on the way out. So a second trip into the pits, more time stationary. Rafa is straight back out on track. So Rafa did come in, jump in, said a quick hello to everybody after his stint, and he's taken back over from his teammate. This will be his 2nd stint, so yeah, if he does, as long as his previous stint and this stint total 2 hours or more, then his teammate will be able to finish the race. As I keep mentioning, the drivers can only stay out on track for 65 minutes at a time. They then must come into the pits, even if that is just to drive through the pits. That will reset the stint timer, or of course stopping to actually get work done on the car will reset the stint timer as well. 65 minutes max, 4 hours is the maximum any one driver can spend in the car during this event. Any breaches of those regulations will result in a hefty time penalty being added at the end. I believe for Kayalami it's 3 minutes, which is the equivalent to 2 laps almost. So yeah, definitely something the drivers very carefully need to keep their eye on. But we can see we jump on board the helmet cam, which is Rafa and I were just talking, so let's jump on board with Rafa. It does look sensationally good in the wet. Not so much if you're in the driving seat. It's fine for us here in the passenger seat. You can see the puddles right across the track. Dry line is something this track has now never heard of. There's maybe a slightly less soaking wet line, but there's definitely nothing dry. As you can see, it literally looks like they're driving on ice, such is the reflective quality of the wet tarmac. Again, certain curbs you want to hit, certain curbs you want to don't. Massive variations in the brake, massive clouds of spray being thrown up as well. Let's see how Peter Brett's doing up at the front. He's just done the lap times, as you can imagine, tumbling. The drivers are now some 14 seconds slower than we've seen so far in the race. Quickest lap so far, 1 minute 40.6. Our race leader just done a 1 minute 54.4. So a big, you can see just how much of a difference these conditions are making. Even from this, some of these camera angles, it does look like the drivers are literally driving on ice. It's actually easier to see the lights reflected in the headlights than it is to see the car. Let's just see what it looks like off the rear spoiler. You can see there just how much spray is being kicked up and very little light. Of course, a lot of the tracks in ACC do night racing, but some of the tracks in real life aren't equipped for such things. I believe the longest race ever held at Kayalami is, of course, their 9-hour extravaganza. They don't race overnight because there isn't floodlighting. Same as places like Laguna Seca. So it's one thing that sim racers get to do that real racers don't, and that's get to race these tracks at night. But yes, certainly presents a whole extra heap of issues for the drivers to contend with. As we can see, Polak trying to make the most of it. Let me just share this link. Yeah, if there's anybody enjoying this and watching this, get some, chuck some shares on social media. There's still plenty racing to come, and we've got. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's do that as well. Perfect. Pop that back there. Yep, just getting things. Yep, just sharing that myself across your social media channels. Boom, and we're back to there. Perfect. And back to the racing. Venema is coming out in the pits from 27th. Still watching these lap times. They're all lapping very closely. Abeladze and Stazak. In fact, quickest two on the track at the moment. King, after serving that penalty, now 55.6 on his last lap. Right, let me just take this out. And there we go, just checking in again with the SOP car as well, up from 36th, 35th, up into 7th, and playing these conditions, really playing right in the wheelhouse after nailing the first stint strategy bang on. They now find themselves running comfortably in the 7th position. The track is fully wet again. The rain is going to lessen slightly over the next 30 minutes. So these conditions really are fully up and down at the moment for the drivers. We've got Geraminas Jurgutis looking to get an overtake done on Polak in the Ferrari. You would think the BMW would be slightly better, certainly from my experience in the Ferrari. These conditions and some of the curves that you need to get yourself over, not the ideal conditions, but Polak doing his best to defend at the moment. Rafat, the boss man, he is out on track, and he is very comfortably running in 15th position. He's just taken the helm. Oh no, I wonder if HDR would make it easier to see. Oh, I wouldn't for you guys because it doesn't transfer in streaming, never mind. There is your Gutis though. Looking to make an overtake. It's difficult to see which car is which, but there is another Ferrari in there as well. That is, of course, the Axion car. At the moment, they are down the order, just moving themselves out. Oh, and he's touched the BMW in 17th. That's not good. And that is Konstantin. Is that Soldatov or is that Abeladze? It's Abeladze and the other SOP Porsche, which is Leon Seeley, and the Ferrari is now down as well, so there was a whole lot of collisions there. A couple of small touches again. These conditions, not the easiest for the drivers to navigate their way through. Jurgutis himself took a bit of contact there as well, but everyone seems to have, or mostly the drivers have seemed to have made it through. But it just goes to show you the pace up in front. Abeladze in second is currently coming up to lap Leon Seeley in 7th. Of course, the different pit stop strategies mean that 2.5 hours in, it is difficult to tell who's doing what. Let's see. How's you holding up, Raven? Need a lozenge yet? Well, it's funny you should mention that. I'm just about to come to the end of my cup of tea, so any minute now, I will be rushing over to the kettle. We'll be filling the tea. Here's the key. You get a tea bag. You put it in a massive cup. You bang in the hot water. You stir and you squeeze your tea bag, and then you add honey just before you add the milk. Nice big dollop of honey. It is amazing. well, that will do for your throat. Don't go crazy though, because there is still lots of sugar in honey, so don't go saying that the commentator told you it was a good idea. It's still very sugary, but yeah, honey in tea, that is the key, my racing penguin friend. And did you take up racing because you couldn't fly? Was that the plan? I mean, were you an ace combat player and you thought, oh, you know what, penguins can't fly, so I'm going to take to racing? Don't know. It's a quick question. There's Abeladze just making his way past Leon Seeley. Leon will be hanging right onto the back of that. Found out I was quick across an iceberg. Excellent. If you're quick across an iceberg, you're quick anywhere. There was a joke about Peter Solberg there as well, but we'll leave that one alone. Because he was the rally driver, in case anybody is under 40 doesn't know who he is. We have seen diminishing return on the drivers. A lot of them not able to cut the pace. We're down to 34 after starting with 43, so down a few drivers, but given these conditions, not massively surprising. There's Jake Rose. He's 34th place at the moment for Axion Racing. Quite a few blue flags making their way through though. Konstantin Soldatov. This is going to be an interesting one for the rest of the race. We'll see Jake Rose coming in. One of the fastest cars in the race. We've seen him tumble down the order again. I missed it when I was away on a quick comfort break. But he is making his way back through the field again. He is top 3 material, top 5, easy top 5. He was comfortably leading the race for a while and defending from the Dragon Ball Z car. He's now on the back of Evan Kearns, looking to get himself up to 20th position. But with the pace he's got, it's certainly going to be quite a few overtakes we should be seeing. Beautifully done on the brakes on the inside. He manages to mount the inside curb in these conditions. And that is another position made for Soldatov as he continues to charge towards the front. Abeladze still charging towards the front. He is consistently quicker than Peter Brett at the moment. He definitely seems to have a better grip of these conditions. Well, he is in the Aston Martin. I would fancy my chances in the Aston over the Porsche in these conditions, but then I commentate, so that's why I don't race. Side note, must be the worst pit entry on earth. I mean, I understand it is one of the tough ones, but if you think about Bathurst, there's a chicane. You come over the crest of that hill towards the last corner, you peel left, you turn hard left, and then it's a hard right left before you come in. And that's after doing a 2-minute 3-lap around a wall track. So yeah, I definitely think, and Laguna Seca as well. Judging the left turn at Laguna Seca is just ridiculous, in my opinion. Like, because it's right at the end of that straight, you're about to bang it up, and do you go up a gear or are you coming down to get a brake for the last corner, and then kapow! You find yourself crossing the line very quickly, and very easy to make contact. I have genuinely made contact with the pit entry wall on more than one occasion. So yeah, this is definitely a tough one. I've made contact with the tyres on the way into this pit, but yeah, I would say for me personally, I think Bathurst is far scarier with that chicane on the way in. Yeah, Red Bull Ring and stuff, they're nice and easy. But yeah, here's me thinking about pit entrances now. Let's have a look at the race. We're 2 hours and 29 minutes to go, which equals one more massive cup of honey-filled tea. And we've got the rain lessening once again. So these up and down conditions are up and down. So is the difference between Abeladze and Peter Brett. It's now down to 7.9 seconds. Again, on that last lap, Abeladze a full 2 seconds quicker than Brett. And he finds himself with Rafa just ahead. It looks like Rafa's carrying a bit of damage there on the front, is he? Oh, yep, there's been a bit of contact there with a wall, perhaps. But yeah, he's going to send Abeladze up the inside. there he goes. How is the audience loving the Irish weather? The audience, as in spectators, loving it. The action that we're getting, the visuals that we're getting as well. I mean, just look at that track. Absolutely soaking wet. And you've got to wonder how long it's going to take to dry. But yeah, the Irish, getting the Irish weather down in Africa. That is some going. That is some going. Peter Brett there, 155.9 on his last lap. Abeladze 55.0. So still a second quicker. Stazak only 2/10 off there. Dan kicked down 57.3. So yeah, it's one thing making your way through traffic. It's another thing entirely when it's pitch black and completely soaked. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Andreev trying to get his way past Santorno. Again, visibility is almost at zero now for the drivers. In fact, the spray seems to be helping. When his lights catches the spray from the car ahead, it's almost lighting up the track and showing him where to go. But as you can see, brake markers at the side almost non-existent. The game even struggling to render the video background there. The advertising boards in the background there struggling away, but you can see just how much spray is being kicked up. Let's have a look. Helmet cam, I mean, you absolutely, he is literally just following headlights as he follows them up the inside, and he gets his way through very nicely indeed. Past that blue marker, he's now trying to close in again on Santorno. Abeladze on that last lap again, 7/10 quicker than Peter Brett, but it is Peter Brett that's holding the lead of the race. 2 hours 26 minutes left to go. With about 2 hours left to go, the track should be back to damp, if not greasy. So we're going to see more dashes into the pits. I would guesstimate Soldatov still in 20th position, but he is one of the fastest cars on track at the moment. He's just on a 1 minute 54.5, which is even quicker than Abeladze up at the front of the field. So certainly a case of what could have been for car 911. Ironically, they're car number 911 and they're an Aston Martin. So yeah, somebody definitely had a sense of humour when they gave that one a number. Andreev still looking for positional improvement inside the top 10. Santoro is being very defensive there, and he's going to need to be because that's Jurgutis as well behind them. He's looking to unlap himself. He's in 17th position. So he might be slightly quicker than these two, but he's got to respect the fact that they are battling for position ahead of him. So unlapping himself might not be the easiest thing to do, especially as they are battling for position just ahead of him. Abeladze crosses the line with a 53.9. So his lap times are definitely falling then, so the rain perhaps falling slightly less. Oh, as we see someone just getting themselves out of the way, that is an Audi as well. And it is Bueno. Oh, Baiano, sorry, it's Vinema just behind them. There we go. That was, of course, the GTR, and that camera can't see anything, so we'll zoom back in. Let's have a look back at Soldatov, though. He is right back up. Oh, Friedrich's just having a wiggle there on the way. I thought that was down into the S's. It's the final corner. It just goes to show you how dark this track is now. But Soldatov, he's caught right back up again. Friedrichs, another one of the cars that was up towards the top 5 at the start of the race, but they found themselves falling down the order. Big look up the inside from Soldatov. Oh, and the Porsche very nearly turned into him there. Did manage to avoid it though, and it's a clean overtake for Konstantin Soldatov, back up to 19th position. So despite the conditions, He's making an absolute charge back through the field. Abeladze is absolutely decimating the gap between himself and Peter Brett up the front. It's now down to only 3.9 seconds. You would think at this stage the drivers are going to try and stay out until the track starts drying up. Come in, get themselves a fresh set of tyres. Right over that curb as well. That's got to be why he's finding so much pace. He really is not scared of the curbs in these conditions. Absolutely nailing it. I would guesstimate he's got the traction pretty high and maybe even using one of the proper wet engine maps. Because again, something like the Ferrari, you don't want to have too much power going to the loud pedal in these conditions. It's just a case of pirouette central. Let's see what Peter Brett can see over his rear, or out his rear view mirror. So Abeladze closing in 3.7 seconds now, the gap. Jurgutis is lapping. What's happened there with Rafa? That's not Rafa. So we're on board with Germainus Jurgutis. Just to see what. Well, there is Rafa just ahead. Oh, there's another car just thrown off in the background. That's one of the Porsches. Rafa didn't get the most convincing exit there, but it was certainly his corner on the way into the penultimate. The BMW really pestering to get the overtake done. Is he going to have a look into the last corner, side by side on the way in? Okay, so they were literally side by side as they crossed the line. That's why the Delta said there was 0 seconds between them. But yeah, Rafa carrying a bit of damage here, as you can see. Plenty of separation between the front bumper and his bonnet. And he has been overtaken by Jurgutis, who's got a Porsche following him through as well, flashing the lights. That's obviously more blue flags. Oof, the cameraman nearly breaking his neck to catch up there. But he has indeed caught up. The Gross and Andreev, sorry, Andreev is who I'm looking at. I'm reading out other names as well, because Andreev and Santoro are looking like they could be swapping positions. Andreev has closed up quite quickly over the last few laps. And also Soldatov, he's up to 18th now after another couple of drivers have taken their pit stops. He's got 11 seconds to make up to Scullion, who we know is carrying damage. Oh, and there he goes, Andreev, right up the inside. Is he too late on the brakes? Yes, he is. Massively overcooked that one there, and Santoro is going to remain in 8th for several laps to come, it looks like. Leon Seeley then in 7th. He is chasing down Sergei Bulinson. The two of them were very close when they came out of the pits. We got caught up in some traffic, which has seen them separated. Abeladze is now lapping at a pace commensurate with Konstantin Soldatov. He's just on a 1:53.2, which again 2 seconds quicker than Peter Brett. So the Aston really is handling these conditions a lot better. And in fact, you can see Brett is just in front of him now. All that spray kicked up. 2 hours 19 minutes to go. 122 laps in the bag. And we have got the race lead separated by a second. Dan King, one-time race leader, 55.0 he's done on that last lap. So he is lapping at the same pace as Peter Brett, but Abeladze, he is lapping completely a pace all on his own as he crosses the lap again. 1.1 seconds quicker that time out, 52.9 compared to 54.0. Okay, looks like we're going to have Stephen join us back in the commentary box as well. Oh, Poor's just getting out of the way there. Peter Brett just having himself a bit of a wiggle as he made his way past the back marker. Andreev's come into the pits after all that on-track battling. I'm sure he would like to stay out for a little bit longer, given the conditions that are going to change so much. In fact, there's Leon Seeley coming into the pits as well. Andreev is in. That's him stationary. There's Leon staged as well. Roman Yukis up to 9th place for the Racing for Fun team. Rafa is still getting involved in battles. He's just been overtaken, in fact, by Konstantin Soldat. Oh, sorry, we saw that a few laps ago. Konstantin now trying to catch up to Jurgutis. That was easy for you to say. Purple burglar alarm, anyone? Another one, actually, Irish wristwatch. Trickier than you might think. Darren King, 54.1 in the last lap, so he's starting to find a bit of pace in the wet. Still nothing on Abeladze. He is absolutely flying. Just done a 52.9 to be on 2/10 off the race lead. And there is what he is dealing with. He's obviously on bonnet cam because he's got no window wipers going. Peter Brett furious, he got his, looking to open up the corner to get a tighter line through. That is the Singer Racing car that is about to be lapped there on Cripps and the gang. Oh, be very careful, and this has put them in a very difficult position here. Wow. So there we go. Incident number 15 for the stewards. No doubt that'll be investigated very quickly. That seemed... yeah. We can have our opinions on that. Well, it did look like a boxing in manoeuvre. Should have potentially moved over, but the battle for the lead is still ongoing. It is a Porsche though that has been ejected from the battle. Leon Seeley still in the pits. Yes, he is. Or is he back in the pits? That is a strange one. Soldatov has made his way through, so Santima. What is going on with Leon? Yeah, that's not good. He's still in the pits. Something's gone wrong there. Let's just keep a look. Oh! Soldatov getting that overtake done there. Oh, just as we joined there, so he's having a big wiggle, making his way past some of the back markers again. Here he is catching up to Peter Brett. In fact, that was that first incident from a minute ago. So yeah, coming into sunset, was it good night Vienna for Brett? How close did Abeladze get on the exit? So yeah, so they're still pretty close, all nice and clean at this point, down into the S's. Not that I'm implying anything. Oh, he's just run a bit wide there. Oh, and Abeladze had a slide as well, trying to get up the inside, and there's been a big contact between the two of them. Both of them still going in the right direction, but certainly from what we've seen there, both cars having a bit of sideways action, to say the least. And it is Abeladze who's come out on top. He was definitely quicker than Brett and closing in very, very quickly indeed. Oh, Friedrichs in the Porsche. While we're watching that, he's got himself caught up to Rafa Skullion. Rafa still carrying that damage. Seeley's still in the pits. So not 100% sure. Oh, there's another car just running off. That was... Oh, and this 306 is run off as well. There is Scullion being overtaken by Friedrichs as I'm looking up and down the order. Castillo in the pits. And car... Oh, it was Galamini in the Audi having an off-track incident there as well. So the conditions really are catching the drivers out. The track is fully rated as wet. That will reduce. That will reduce over the next 10 to 20 minutes. So again, as I mentioned, around about the 2 hour mark, the track is going to start properly drying up. There's Brett just making his way past. That's car 22. Should know who that is. Oh, Alex Milchin. Right, you can hear that. But I don't like using it often. Chase cam looks a bit cheesy, but the sound of that Porsche, you just can't argue. It does sound very good indeed. So yeah, Brett now full chase mode against Abeladze. We saw Abeladze closing that gap. He's putting in quicker laps, although Brett on that last lap only 0.4 slower than Abeladze. So that lap has gone better for him. But still, Peter Brett 1.4 seconds down then. Scutari down in 23rd. Another one of the EOS Esports racing cars. Oh, there's Castillo coming into pits from the Porsche, the 72 car. Piloted, of course, by Owen Cripps as well. We saw a bit of contact there with their car, so they've dropped down from their original running order. But with 2 hours and 12 minutes in these conditions still to go, anything is possible. Everything could still very much change. Rafa is back out on track. Yeah, still a couple of incidents that the stewards are looking at. We'll see what the outcomes for those are. But at the moment, we've still got 33 cars out on track. Vilner, Caso, big shout out for the Axiom Racing team. They've been off a couple of times, but they are still firing on right to the end of the race. Love to see it. There is Gunther out for the WIZ team as well. In the Aston Punisher, certainly punishing conditions out there. So yeah, Milchin, we've just seen him being overtaken. The Potato Nation car. Again, he's carrying a bit of damage there up at the front. So very bravely carrying on to the end of the race. He'll get that fixed, no doubt, with the next pit stop. But that is certainly not the conditions you want your car to be in these conditions. Used that twice there. Peter Brett being left behind then by Abeladze. Now that he's got his nose in front, potentially a couple of things that might be looked at by the stewards. We will see. But he is leading at the moment, and he is stretching that gap. 1 minute 52.2 on the last lap himself. In fact, Dan King on the last lap got a 52.4. So he's certainly picking up the pace then in this stint. He was slightly slower than those drivers, but that 52.4 brings him right into line with Abeladze and Soldatov. The two quick ones, the M2 competition team and Ian Lacey Racing. Two of the quickest cars, but Dan King is certainly answering back at the moment. 5.8 seconds he is down on Stasic, who's actually dropped a bit on that last lap as well. So major fluctuations in the lap times from the teams up at the front. You're just being punished tonight. That is pretty much it. That is, yes, exactly what's happening. Although, yes, Soldatov, and where is Friedrichs? He's in 17th. They were right up at the sharp end of the grid. Rafa at the minute as well. Bit of a punishing stint out there for his second stint. Not long back out in the car. The heavens have absolutely opened. And he's picked himself up a bit of contact. That bonnet of his at the front of the car, looking nowhere near attached to the rest. So that's certainly going to be affecting a lot in a lot of what he's doing, especially around this track. Oh, there we go. Evan Cairns just making his way past Coop in the Aston, although he's got 5th place just behind him. There is Kai Fredericks there that we mentioned. Why is that done that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think it's about time for a bit more of that honey-filled tea. There we go. Reach over to the other side of the room, pop the kettle on, and we'll be good to go in a second. Let's have a look at Adam Coop in the meantime. He's just got his way past Rafa, in fact. Rafa's still carrying that damage, so it's definitely not the position that he would want to be in at this stage of the race. But there's still, as I keep saying, still plenty of time left in this one. Plenty of time left in this one, especially in these conditions. The track is now drying out. The rain is still falling, sorry. So the track will start drying out very soon. With the race, oh, look how much he is struggling to keep that on track now. Oh, he doesn't have his window wipers on, so not the best to see. So let's just have a look from there. Very minimal rain then falling as we jump on to the front of the car. You can see not exactly lashing down the way it has been for the drivers. Oh, drive-through for Soldatov. Drive-through penalty for car 911. That has been handed out by the race stewards. And so Soldatov then, bad to worse in this race, that is a drive-through penalty. And I tell you, if he is getting a drive-through, if he's had a drive-through penalty, then Abeladze, yeah, he is a nervous team driver right now. Because, yeah, a couple of, certainly questionable. It would be safe to say. Elbows out, definitely. Will the stewards give him a rap on the knuckles? We will see. Konstantin Soldatov from 1st to 22nd to 15th to a drive-through penalty. That is a race and a half there here at Kayalami. As he comes down the mine shaft, in fact, Kalashnikov then, he's looking very close indeed. Oh, and in fact, has he got the move done on Santorno? He has got the overtake done on Santorno, just in sector 3 there, so coming at the final corner. And round the last corner, in fact, when they cross the start-finish line, we will get confirmation. And look at the Porsche, just leave him standing out that last corner. The Aston Martin really has got no reply, which is an interesting sight. He's taking it off the line, he's trying to cool his tyres down, or potentially just getting out the spray so you can actually see what he's doing. Much better on the brakes then, but not on the accelerator. The Porsche really out on those outside curbs here. There's Soldatov coming in to serve his drive-through penalty. Abeladze and Brett now separated by 6 seconds. So since Abeladze's got in front, he has certainly not looked back. Malansky trying to get his way past Evan Kearns. They are very close indeed. They've got a Porsche ahead of them. They're not racing for position. Again, in these conditions, it's difficult to see who that is. We'll catch sight of his number as he rounds the last corner. Oh, it's Nicholas Legros in 5th. Oh, so there we go. So 5th place. Finds himself a battle of right behind him. Oh, up the inside for the Aston Martin. Oh, and there's a big cutback manoeuvre. They're going to be side by side on the way out the corner, up the hill towards turn number 3. Oh, he's just about got his nose in front then. It is Malansky. And Cairns having themselves a great little battle, but Malansky has made that one stick. Sielski is coming to the pits in the McLaren. And if we look at Andrev, he's out the pits and already looking for an improvement. Pavel Morev. Is Pavel, he's still in the race. Gianluca De Luca is still in the race as well. But it's Pavel Morev coming under pressure now from Morev. Double stint for him by the look of it. 6.7 seconds now for Abeladze in first, Brett in second. And Brett's just done a 51.9, so the lap time's coming back down again. 1 minute 50.8 for Abeladze. Soldatov has been in and served that penalty. He's back out in 16th position. So didn't lose as many positions as I thought he might have. And back, mate, it says the racing father. You ain't kidding. It's been an absolutely phenomenal race so far. Twitch. Am I still on? Yeah, okay, sorry. So I've maybe misread that message slightly. Sorry. Yeah, Stephen, if you want to jump back in, mate, I was literally just going to pour my last cup of tea of the session, so perfect timing. Chat's not working. Yeah, jump in, bud. Yeah, jump in, Stephen. Jump in. In fact, I could probably throw you straight under the bus.
Right, we are then.
Hey, how we doing, bud?
I'm good. I couldn't hear you, man.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, right, okay, I use 2 different microphones. So I broadcast through one mic and I speak to Discord through another.
Ah, okay.
So I can pass instructions to co-commentators in the background just in case I need to.
I do need them. Anyway, let's see.
Exactly. But yeah, what a race so far. So much of it have you caught? I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. We've had position changes right through the field. We've had drive-throughs that have thrown things completely out the window. And we've currently got Abeladze leading the way after Darren King, who was given a stop-go 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane and dropped from first back to fourth. Not even sure where to start. It's been incredible stuff. So how much of it have you managed to catch so far, Stephen?
Not very much, to be honest. I was caught up with the daily life struggles of making dinner and stuff and having my kid go to bed. So
how old is your young one?
9.
Oh, wow, yeah. Mine's just 25, so.
Yeah, you don't want to put them to bed anymore.
Yeah, I've got it slightly.
Got some problem, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Right, well, we're talking about one of the fastest cars on track, Konstantin Soldatov, down to 22nd. He's been given a drive-through penalty. He's not the only driver that's been given a drive-through penalty. I did say a lap ago, if Soldatov got a drive-through, Abeladze is going to be very, very worried indeed. We did see a couple of overtakes that were considerably elbows out. No, because he's not been in the pits. He's been given a drive-through by race control for causing an incident. So yeah, Abeladze.
That was close, by the way.
That was close. Yeah, he did. He made contact with one of the back markers. He was trying to blue flag. Now, yeah, this is one of these ones. He is the lapping car, so these two do need to yield, even though they are battling for position. If you're unlapping yourself against battling cars, the battling cars have the right of way. If you're blue flagging past battling cars, it's a bit of a grey area. They can still. Wow.
Yeah, I can imagine. He kept being lighted.
Yeah, so that drive-through penalty then, that's going to put Peter Brett back in the lead of the race, the Zach back in third.
That's what I saw when I watched again. I saw Peter in the lead, and then he was 7.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, the overtake perhaps wasn't the cleanest. It's been looked at. Obviously, there's been a drive-through penalty handed out, but what I will say is the pace differential between Abeladze and Brett was pretty massive. Abeladze was lapping at anything up to 2 seconds a lap quicker in these conditions.
All right.
Yeah. See, at the moment, he's a second a lap quicker, pretty comfortably. Abeladze 150.5 on his last lap. Peter Brett 151.4. Dan King's last lap, 51. There is Abeladze coming in to take the pits. So Peter Brett.
Super quick.
Oh, absolutely flying.
So he might actually have a chance of getting back that position. Huh?
Well, potentially. The problem he's got is
drying up, I see.
The track is drying up. He's going to have to get back past to Zach and Dan King. So not only, you know what I mean, he's got the drive, although it's only a drive-through, King had a stop go 30 seconds, so King isn't going to get caught up, sorry. He's still coming towards the penultimate corner now, so Abeladze is going to maintain second position ahead of...
big gap as well.
Yeah, big gap. Soldatov back out the pits. 16th position, but he is closing back up on Santema. We've seen him here before making his way back through the field. Rafa himself's got a 5-second penalty.
Let's see. He has the same pace nearly as the top drivers, 150.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is.
He's quickest of all.
He is the quickest of all in the wet. He's absolutely flying. It's just that extra drive-through penalty that's seen him fall right back down the order. The Racing Penguin, drive-through for needless bringing of a back marker. Even the boss isn't immune. It's the way it should be. If you make a mistake, you need to cop a penalty. You need to cop a penalty. Yep, the boss has got himself a 5-seconder. Soldatov, who... Oh, yeah, that's him got that overtake done there. That's him past Santema. So he's making his way back through the field. But it's all about Abeladze then. So 8.4 seconds is the gap, and he's lapping a second or two quicker per lap. So you'd reckon 8 laps he's going to be back in touch. But we're going to be right back into the pit stop phases as well. 1 hour 55 minutes left to go. Oh, as we see Andrev just going round the outside of Morev then. That got nice and close there. Beautiful stuff.
Good stuff, yeah. That's what you want. That's what you want to see.
That's exactly what you want to see.
But that track still looks icy somehow on ice cream.
Oh, it absolutely does.
It's sketchy conditions.
Oh yeah, to say the least. I mean, if we jump on the dashboard, you can literally see.
Yeah. Oh. I'm glad I'm in the commentator box with you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a day for being in the commentary box.
Still, I mean, the number of drivers still in that first lap of each other. It's good.
Yeah, not a lot. I've got to say, purple thing alarm. We did actually. We did another one for you, Irish wristwatch. That could be quite tricky too. But we did have Rafa, the boss, and he's Irish, and we did get a purple burglar alarm out of him in an Irish accent as well. So we've had Scottish, Dutch, and Irish. Does the entertainment never end? Legendary laps in the wet and cunning linguistics in the comedy box. Phenomenal stuff.
That's what you want. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you'll be able to go back. Anybody that does want to watch this whole race again, and let's face it, why wouldn't you? It will be uploaded to YouTube 24 hours after it is finished. The WIZ Motorsport team, gang have, of course, got a YouTube page, so make sure you get yourself over there and give them a follow on there as well. All the races that are broadcast will be uploaded there too for posterity. Plus, Twitch only keeps them for 2 weeks, so better to upload them there. So make sure you get over to the YouTube as well. Give them a follow on there, and
and there will be
all the action.
More races to come for sure.
Oh yeah, I would say so.
Because feedback we got from all the community has been great, and this is just a start. So, and I see there's so many enthusiasm in our own group, but also in the other groups that are related to us. It's good to see so many sim races unite every time again.
Yeah, it is. It is very good. It is very good. HA, I'll be doing races in Gran Turismo. Oh, do you race on Gran Turismo? Well, if you race on Gran Turismo, make sure you check out Chad Rice on
At least
Twitch.
you came back. I thought you were bored.
There you go. Exactly.
You made it back.
Yep. We brought them back. We'll bring them. We'll always bring them back. They'll always come back. In fact, speaking of coming back, I'm very quickly, Stephen, I'm going to throw you under the bus. I'm going to stick it on autopilot. I will let you talk to the lovely viewers. I'm going to very quickly pour myself this last cup of tea before we get into the final pit stop phase.
That's good. That's
Get
good.
myself some honey
Keep
on
an
the
eye
throat.
out on things happening on track.
Yep, I've got it on autopilot, so yeah, I will be a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I give you Stephen Krall. I shall return.
Yeah, so the mighty task ahead of me. I hope that tea will come quickly. Anyway, there's an... there's a bit of an... Oh, and there's a drive-through coming. From Mr. Brusek. But that looked like a small outing into the grass. You can afford it, so there's still 2 second lap to gap to number 4. That must have been a brown pants moment. Cost him 1.5 seconds only, so that's good. There's still some fights going on the track. I don't have any controls of the camera view, but probably see them happening afterwards. No pressure, yeah. Yeah, the GT3 cars. All GT3 cars. Blue flags coming up. You already see the time of the lap times coming down to the 149s now. Again, so the track is drawing up quickly now. Numbers 1 to 5 still in the same lap. Peter Brett's being chased. It's only 5 seconds now. So we're in for a fight for P1. I hope that T is ready by then, so we can switch to that. Because Rafael's now... Oh! There's another blue flag.
Ah, there we go.
Yep, we're still there.
Oh, sorry.
You're just in time. You're just in time for some big action up ahead, because Mr. Abulatse is catching Peter Brett again. The gap is now down to under 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, so as I thought I had that on auto there, but it wasn't. Is that actually confirmed? I know
Yes.
he wasn't well.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
About Pele.
Yeah, Mr. Pele is passed away.
Oh,
I think he was 82 years old.
he was, yeah.
Sad news.
Very sad news.
news.
Yeah, an
Yes.
absolute legend. You don't need to be a football fan to know who Pele was.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? He just an ambassador for niceness. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah,
Just
that's safe to say. Yeah.
genuinely one of the world greats, an absolute icon in the sport, arguably one of the greatest players to ever pull on and lace up a pair of boots, and a massive ambassador for his country as well. Did endless amounts for charity too, and yeah, hugely sad news. So thoughts to all the families, and to his family and everyone associated with Pele. But yeah, that is an awful way to end the year. Let's face it.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Really sad. Really sad. Yeah. One more purple burglar alarm. One more purple burglar alarm for Pelly. Purple burglar alarm for Pelly. That's actually... that makes it even more difficult to say.
I would have loved it.
But yeah, let's have a look here. So Soldatov then, he's closing up again. He's looking to make back more positions again. One of the fastest cars on track. He's just done back-to-back 49s. So he's already in the 49s.
I was just going to ask what's happening with our Nissan driver. Is he still in the race? But I think he's running around at position 24.
Yes, he is. Pasquale.
Yes, there he is.
Yes, he is.
Pasquale.
That's it. Every time I say Pasquale, I just think of Joey. I don't know if anybody knows Joe Pasquale, the British comedian with a high-pitched voice.
No.
There's a comedian called Joe Pasquale. Very, 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 very funny man. And that's his surname.
Afterwards.
But yeah, there we go. 23rd, he's just made his way up to. So the Nissan.
Ooh, there's someone going a bit wide.
Doing great things. That is doing great things at the moment. Scullion's still with that penalty.
Oh, there goes the stop.
Yeah. Do you guys know Motion League? It's not one I'm familiar with. No, the Gran Turismo 7, the only Gran Turismo stuff I have contact with really is an Australian guy called Chad Rice that I do some commentary with during the day, British time, on Twitch. I don't know, I'm not as up to date with... I used to race Gran Turismo over at Actral Vision. My first league racing experience myself was on Gran Turismo Sport. And I've done a little bit on Gran Turismo 7, but mostly ACC.
It all started with Gran Turismo and Forza, I think, for me, that was.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, maybe Demolition Derby, but I tend to stay away from that.
Demolition Derby, that of course is code word for public lobbies. Although
so I do have some experience in it.
Yes,
I'm very good at it. Yeah.
But no, what I will
that
say
game,
is,
by the way, it was brilliant.
Yeah, public lobbies are the best place to learn because you can never underestimate the predictability of stupidity. Stupid people will always do stupid things. If you go into public lobbies, you will learn every stupid mistake somebody will try to make, and then you know where not to be when you're on a racetrack.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
It is true. No, but I mean, there we go.
He's just spun in the pits. That shows you how tricky the conditions are. That is Molansky.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Sorry.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, this is Molansky. Oh, man. Sorry. Oh, no, that's why. He has
he's pit box.
He has the first pit box. Oh, no. and it's... Oh,
wow.
Rough. Oh, man.
That is unfortunate there. Bit of a spin, but in these conditions, I'm surprised that's almost in the pits.
Still.
Oh yeah, definitely tricky. I mean, the track it's still wet. There's no rain falling, and it is still
but it's
pitch black. Stazak comes into the pits. So does Dan King. Come into the pits too. The top four. Lagros is in the pits. Sergey Bulinsin. Where are you, kid? He's already well into his lap. There goes Kalashnikov's into the pits. DeLuca, Morev, Polak, all coming in to the pits. Avaladze and Brett staying out. And in fact, on that last lap, Peter Brett was quicker than Avaladze by half a tenth. So
it's not a lot, but
not a lot. But he's certainly
if he can keep that gap, it might have been back markers.
Making his way through traffic as well. Yeah,
there's a lot of traffic now.
There is big chunks of traffic now through the field. We've got quite a few in there. We've got a few down here as well. Wilner Caso. Vilnar. I gave you a shout out for dedication. He's unfortunately no longer in the race. So it is Graham Hilliard for the WIZ Aston Punisher team. His teammates have been in the chat.
He's still holding on.
Oh yeah, still
race a
holding
lot
on.
with Graham. He's a good driver.
You need to be just to keep it on the track in these conditions.
Yeah, Simi is there as well. Simi, and look at that.
And look at the damage he's carrying. He's still managing to lap.
Oh,
Yep.
didn't realize they were also running. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah. They've had an interesting race. Speaking of interesting, Owen Cripps' car's out the race as well. These guys were doing really good as well. Merigaglia, another cracker of a name. Thank you, Alessandro, for bringing that one in. The Audi driver, he's in 29. We've got Ted Marsalis for NT. I keep saying NFT.
NFT, yeah.
I know, it's a
WIZ.
bit close, isn't it? With the France WIZ
Thank
team.
you for messing up commentary every time. You learn never underestimate the creativity.
Creativity. Such a
Creativity is
political. You should be a politician. That was. Oh, there's a drive-through from race control. Drive-through for ignoring driver stint timer.
How long have they been driving then?
Over 65 minutes. Wow, I did actually talk about that as well. I was talking about the limitations upon the drivers. You can only be on track for 65 minutes and no driver can do more than 4 hours. So he's either...
I knew it was a Dutch guy. They're like, nah, rules don't apply to me.
See, they're not rules, they're only advisory.
Could have been me. Nah, the one lap.
Yeah, rules are just advisory, they're not actually concrete. Right, up at the front though, let's have a look and see. We've seen...
Oh, look, Peter Brett has switched, so we could miss some...
we did this, and it's
look, it's very close.
It is unbelievably close. While I was trying to do a quick rundown of the field, these two have come back in. Down into the S's, he's got it done. Bit of a wiggle there, almost made contact, but Morant does manage to avoid it. And the Aston again, Borisovsky almost making the same mistake that his teammate made in the same place, which cost them that drive-through penalty, but they're now back into the lead.
But look how much quicker they are off the mark out of that corner. Thomas is struggling.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Who's that?
Penalty's cleared. Well, look at that. That's very lenient.
Oh, that is, yeah.
See, I told you. We Dutch get away with it.
That's it. It's the special pancakes.
Very special pancake.
I've seen Austin Powers. I know how it works. I tell you, that film didn't do Dutch tour runs any good, did it?
But Thomas, I hope he can keep up.
Yeah, he's going to need to, because I tell you, he's got a very eager Darren King closing him down. Darren back up to third place
quickly
then.
as well. And very quickly.
Yeah, it was just what it says.
There they are.
Yes, sorry about this King round the last corner, really difficult to see.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that it says +1 then. It's 20 seconds. That's...
because...
we still got 1.5 hour.
Yeah. What is the time multiplier on actually? Is it ×4 or ×6?
On this?
Yeah, on the race.
I have no idea, to be honest.
I thought it was ×4, so it was replicating a 24-hour race, obviously, over the 6 hours.
Probably we will finish in the light. And a light at the end of the tunnel.
There is light.
Whether it will be dry. Probably not.
Will it be a dry light?
Torrents.
Will it be a wet light? We will find out.
I think it will be torrents at the end of the race.
I would say so. Some of the rivers we've seen running across the track have been phenomenal. I live on one of the largest rivers in Europe, and I can assure you I had not a look in compared to some of the stuff that was pouring across the track for the drivers out of turn 1.
Yeah, he made it stick.
Bogdanovic. Who was that? Yusupov? Oh no, what's... Malansky.
Malansky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
after having that pirouette in the pit. Oh yeah. Yeah, he'll be looking at
the makeup. Is it Nigel in car number 100?
It is. Nigel O'Brien, yes indeed.
Yeah. There we go.
So have you driven with Nigel as well?
Yeah.
Nice. So, all right, okay, yeah, it was just family commitments. You couldn't drive this evening.
Yeah, and it's... I've been away also a week, so I haven't been able to do some proper practice as well. So yeah.
And
Although I have to say, 6 hours is I like the format of 6 hour endurance, because 24 hours, I mean, it's brilliant, but it's yeah.
logistically, they can be very difficult for organisers and driver teams to get organised. I've never done one myself. I would love to do one. I think I would enjoy doing a 24-hour race, but yeah, it's a big.
It's a very big commitment.
Yeah, massive undertaking, and yeah, logistically, especially if you've got.
That's what I normally drive with the guys from Let's Go Sim Racing. I don't know if you know that one.
Sorry, say that again.
The DGSR.
DGSR, right? Okay, yeah.
Let's Go Sim Racing.
Oh, yes, DG. That was, who did I know? David Lewis. David Lewis.
Yeah, David.
Yeah. So David is the reason I commentate.
Oh, awesome! Really? Cool.
Yeah, he is one of the reasons I started commentating. I started commentating on the league. I did it once because my friends were in it, and then I did it a second time, and David actually said to me, "You're quite good at this. I know an organisation, SOP, that are looking for a commentator. You should send them a video." So I did.
Awesome. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Oh, cool. Yeah, I just had some chat with David today, actually.
Yeah, because he now races with.
Yeah.
Who's not Distinct?
RCI?
Ballas.
Oh, yeah, he's got a new esports team, right?
Yeah, Ballas Esport, I'm sure it is. Is it Ballas or Distinct?
Yeah, and he's running around in the Porsche, but not here. But there's actually a race also. I think he's doing KYALAMI as well, because we were practicing together actually in the Porsche.
Okay. He is such a good guy, is D. All the time in the world for him. Very quick, clean racer as well. Really nice guy to do it as well.
Exactly. He was in our group in the Dads Go Sim Racing last season. He's a quick guy, and but the thing is, that's why it's called the Dads Go Sim Racing. We don't have the time to practice that much because of all the family commitments we have. So yeah, so normally we just start racing at 10:30 or so in the evening, which is fine.
Listen, you've got exactly. I used to race an American league which started it was 11:30 at night my time on a Sunday because it was the only chance. Between common and everything, it was the only chance I could actually get to race myself. But yeah, no, the Dads Go Sim Racing, he actually invited me to that as well, but I was involved in other stuff because you run on a Wednesday night?
Tuesday.
Oh yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday. And we also have now a commentator duo.
Oh,
for
nice.
Our YouTube stream. It's really cool. Yeah, they're doing a great
good
job as well.
Hey, who's it you've got?
Christian and Andy. The Danish guy and
Oh, nice.
Irish guy, I think.
Oh, love a bit.
Andy?
You need variety in the accents. You definitely need variety in the accents.
It's really cool.
It's really cool.
The guys, they do a good job as well. I love it.
Excellent.
And it makes it so much more fun. I mean, these races are like, say 1 hour normally.
Right, okay.
And it's always so cool to watch it back.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
That's
Every racing driver, it doesn't matter how quick you are or how slow you are, we've all got egos. We've all got egos.
Yeah, I started out on iRacing on the PC. And, oh, look at that.
Yes,
Mr. King is quick. Mr. King, did you see? He is now in P2.
Yeah, he's just got the overtake done there. I was just trying to see his catch on the replay.
He is so much quicker. He's going for P1.
Yeah, I think he is.
Look at that. He's over doing 148s. How is he that much quicker? What's he running?
He's Dalking.
Is he using NOS?
You know what? I wonder if it's just his setup is in the window. You know what I mean? The conditions have been variable.
Yeah.
They've certainly been difficult, and he is absolutely finding some pace. So maybe he's just he's compared to the rest of the field.
Quicker than. Not just him, by the way. Car number 333 is also very quick. 333.
Yeah, Andreev as well. Yeah, he has been quick. Yeah. So these two Astons,
also
they've definitely
149.0. They got it. They nailed it. And the Honda Number 14.
Oh, Santama.
Oh, Santama, yeah, he's quick. Abe.
Oh yeah, 49.6 he's done. So yeah, these drivers down into the 49s. Dalking though into the 48s.
48, yeah.
And
he's closing the gap very quickly now.
yes, he is. What is that gap sitting at now? It's only sitting at 5 seconds, and in fact,
5
it's
seconds?
expected to be less when he crosses the line. 4.1.
Ooh.
Wow, he was almost 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah, but he was 20 seconds down on Burzakowski when we checked it last time, remember?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
So that's amazing. But then again, Burzakowski is quick as well because he already gained over 12 seconds on Morant.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So I wonder if Morant's had a bit of an issue then. Because
Yeah,
Morant
he's
is
struggling. I
dropping
think
down.
he's-
1 minute
he's
56 for
struggling.
his last lap.
Yeah, he's struggling a lot, look, because he's losing a lot of time. He's one of the slowest at the moment from the P10. From the
On his last lap, he was the slowest car on track.
yeah.
In fact,
so I
only Jim Sonidis on an outlap went slower in the McLaren with a 1 minute 57.
Yeah.
So Morant is having serious issues.
Yeah, it could be that. Can you hop on board with him?
Yeah, we can jump into helmet cam.
I think he's struggling with.
Traction 5, ABS 6, engine map 8.
Yeah.
So he is in a full rain map then. Even though the track is classing as dry.
ABS 6 is a lot. It's wet, but.
Oh, very tentative in there. He wasn't even full
It's
acceleration.
struggling for grip. He has no grip. He just hasn't. He has no grip. That's the problem.
Wow.
Maybe he's on slicks. Maybe he's not on wets. He just took a gamble. I think that might actually be it.
Well, but the track is drying out now, though. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they made a gamble. But
Okay.
yeah, I think for now, Mr. King is, look at that, 147.7. Or he has the best setup for. Oh, look at that. There he goes. There goes P1.
Yep, there he goes. Side by side. He's got the run beside him.
Oh,
Oh, side by side in the Suntech. They
yeah.
did make contact. They're both going to go sideways. The back end have managed to control that, both of them, and P1 remains in the hands at the moment of Borzakovsky.
look at that. He's got better exit. Look at the momentum.
Oh, they're side by side down into the SS. They're going to go side by side again.
That's not. Oh, there we go.
Yep, Borzakovsky struggling. So his Aston Martin definitely struggling down into the S's. We've seen that car go sideways several times down there. No such problems though for Mr. Darren King. 1 minute 47.7 on his last lap. Head and shoulders quicker than anyone else on track at the moment. He is just.
So what are the quickest? I saw 1:41.0 for Mr. King. Is that the quickest lap time of them all?
No, the quickest lap time out of the whole race is Borzakovsky with a 1 minute 40.607.
Wow. Oh, that's quick. That's super quick.
Yes,
That's
it is.
super quick.
Can confirm. Anu Friev, not far behind, of course, 1 minute 40.9. Those are the only cars that have made it into the 1 minute 40 so far during that original dry stint. At the moment, there is.
Oh, no!
That's clumsy.
That was a weird. I think he turned in too early.
Yeah, I think he might have actually. He's flashed his lights there. But that is the Honda of Stasic actually in 4th position. So that would have been a blue flag situation there. But yeah, it did look like the Aston did turn in a bit quickly there. What do you reckon?
The Aston, I think he turned in a bit too early. I think it's a. Well, I would consider that a racing incident, considering that the other car is still driving.
Yeah, both cars are still driving in these
They're
conditions.
still driving, but oh, look at that.
They're keeping us on our toes then. That is Roy Cannon for EBM. So he is legitimately defending for position from Anu Friev, and ahead of them
Yeah, but
is the car in fourth. Oh, this ends badly.
He's sending it. Oh yeah. Oh, 3 wide almost.
3 wide on the exit. Oh, he's boxed him in.
No room.
Oh, you need to leave a bit of room there, bud, and he's not quite done that. He's going full send up the inside.
He's
wow.
going for it. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's balls.
That is indeed. That is indeed. Shout out to John for amazing. To me, it's 10 times harder than driving. Thanks, Stephen, for jumping in there alongside too. Brilliant job. Thank you very much, Rafa.
Thanks,
I appreciate that. And the strange thing is, Rafa, I find this a lot easier than the driving. So yeah,
I'm glad we are glad to be here. To be honest.
Yeah.
And it's great fun. It's great fun.
I do like driving at Kayalami, but these conditions, whoo, yeah, they scare your stomach in ways that, yeah, you don't want to know about. Melansky, he gave himself a scare on the way into pits, gave us a beautiful 360 pirouette, and he's now back out on track trying to give us more overtaking action. In fact, Raikkonen as well. He's absolutely making a run for it on Anu Friev. He's not giving this one up at all. He's gone right up the outside of him. How has he made that one stick in the pole? How was the poles quicker in a straight line there down the mine shaft? He maybe just used the slipstream there. Did Anu Friev touch the grass? We should not have seen that. Am I correct?
I'm rubbing my eyes here.
But yeah, Raikkonen then. Raikkonen
quick.
He is quick in that Porsche.
In the Porsche.
Yeah, 48.9 on his last lap. Manages to fend off Anu Friev in this one, 51.2. So the battle definitely taking its toll there. Darren King, though, 150 laps in, 1 hour 26 minutes left to go. So 21 minutes from now, any team that takes their pit stop, they will be good to go to the end, because as we've mentioned, no driver can go longer than 65 minutes, unless they're Dutch. Then they get a penalty and you just get them out off, so it's fine.
That's it. Oh, look at Andreev, by the way. Yeah, P8. He is quick. He's... This is a good battle. No, it doesn't. No, Andreev. Yeah, oh, he's on car number 333. It's the quickest at the moment. 147.6. Just wanted to give a shout out, because that's some good times in these tricky damp conditions. And on that bombshell, it's time for a commercial break, no? Yeah. No. Oh, Cookie is blocking off. Very good. There's another BMW coming as well. It's good to see Yusupov joining. Look at that. He's also quick. Look. Oh, what? Oh, what did he do? He went stealth mode. Did you see? He just switched off his lights. That's a way. That's a way of doing things. I've seen people do it, but it looks like the Aston has his tail lights broken. I'm struggling a bit with the sound. How's your sound? Is it so good? Alright. That's good. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so there we go. So Stephen, it's having some sound issues.
No, it's
nope.
still. I'm still here. Oh, I'm back.
Oh, there we go.
My sound is good, but it's just. That's better. Thank you.
Audio, honestly, it's the most fun thing about broadcasting, said no one ever.
Oh, there goes Abe.
Yeah,
He overdid his stint time for a long time. Oh, look at that. They still have to do another one. Because 65
minutes, yes. So they are going to have to come back.
That's
into
unlucky
pits.
timing.
That is.
That's unlucky timing.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's see how Dan King's getting on. 1 minute 47.8 on the last lap. 3 seconds quicker than second. 4 seconds
only
quicker.
Andreev is quicker.
At the moment.
333.
Yeah. And Anu Fria, just about 48.1. So he's in the hunt as well. Definitely unfortunate the way they've dropped down the order with those early penalties. There's Molansky Santema still in the pits. There's another car just run off. Oh, that's blue flag just quickly getting out of the way. Oh, there we go. And yeah, there is the Discord link. Make sure you jump on board. Get involved in some of the racing. Blue flag meaning? Blue flag is when you're being approached by a faster car.
After a lap, when you're being lapped.
When you're being lapped by a faster car, yeah. So if the guy, so obviously Dan King here is in first. The car he's just overtaken is the BMW N. Bam, bam, bam. Down in about 20th position. So blue flags will have waved, and at the earliest possible convenience, the car with the blue flags being waved at them must pop themselves out of the way, which was expertly done.
I think
by
it's a
both
bit different than in Formula 1, isn't it? Because in GT3, it's more of a warning that the faster car is approaching. But officially, I think the faster car needs to pass in a safe way.
Clean and safe manner. So basically, the rule of thumb in GT3 racing generally is stay on the racing line and let the faster car deal with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, let them,
but
it's their responsibility.
You don't want to make any sudden movements. Because
Be predictable.
Be predictable.
Yeah, don't suddenly try and take a different line on the corner exit.
There we go again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all getting very close in there. Molansky getting himself involved.
Molansky is getting himself a lot of action.
He certainly is.
Very late braking.
Very late braking, and I tell you, he's going to give.
He will be saying, maybe is he overtaking? No, because it's not Honda in front of him. I think these are blue. These cars are in a battle for position, and he's.
He's stuck right in the middle. Yeah.
But they don't feel that way. They don't agree.
They're all making it through though. Oh, and in the background there, the BMW almost making contact. Oh, that is a very.
See, now he's making way.
Yep, so that is Yusupov.
Yeah, but Yusupov is quick. Look.
Yeah, so he's...
Also pass. Oh, he's very quick.
Wow, he is very quick. He's all over the back at Molansky. Now that they've seen off the blue flag traffic, these two can reignite their battle for position. Although, to be fair, they've brought Adam Koop with them as well. Excuse me. So, yeah, they've brought Adam Koop with them as well. So he's still got a blue flag to get past. Then it is Yusupov and Molansky. So the Aston Martin that we're looking at now in front of Koop is the blue flag car. So he's going to get himself out of the way. As soon as Koop's past him, he'll be on the back of Yusupov and Molansky, flashing the lights furiously. I do recognise that car as the car that was driven by Gapanov in the opening stints. In fact, yeah, car number 17. Oh, wait a minute now. That's Roman Yukas in 9th. So the reason the blue flags are waving is because...
It's not a blue flag, so the blue flag's for the guys ahead.
So, well, the blue flags
are unlapping them.
Yeah, they're unlapping themselves, yeah. So the blue flags are for everyone except Yukas because he's the one that's ahead of the ball.
Because look at the lap times.
Yeah, massive
difference.
difference.
Is doing 150, and the other guys are in the 148s. So I get why they want to pass. But he doesn't have to give any space.
No,
it would be wiser, though, to do it.
Yes, yeah, just get that out of the way.
To be honest, sometimes it's better to just let a quicker guy go past if they're a lap behind. Come on. What's the point of holding them up? They will probably get frustrated and send it in exactly the wrong corner. So, and then see if you can catch up because they're doing a good. Try to annoy them with the blue flags.
Yep, flashing lights, blue flags. It's amazing how much it annoys me. People flashing their lights at me behind me.
Oh, it's the worst thing.
It's a trigger.
I mean, I get it when you are being blue flagged. Ah, there we go, Graham. Making way.
Yep, just letting Dan King through. And Dan, it did look like he was dropping off the pace a bit. But he has definitely found it again.
He found it again.
Yeah, 1 minute 47.7 on that last lap. He's absolutely flying through the field there. Stasak as well. He is kind of hanging with the pace. He's getting caught up a bit in that traffic. That is Santema still just ahead of him. So Honda on Honda action, but 10 places between them on the grid at the moment. There is Koop still in 18th place. We'll just let the auto run through for a bit and see if we can pick up on any of the action. There is Bourget just making his way past. That's a blue flag again.
Yeah, he's a steady force, huh? So he's super quick.
Yeah, well, he's down on the 48.
I think did they start P5 or 6? They started P5.
In that region, yeah. They started.
And he still is.
Yeah, so a great drive from them.
Yeah, very solid.
So far. Exactly, you need consistency. It's amazing how much consistency will reap you rewards when you're racing, be it sim or real. Yusupov looking to usurp Milan's.
Oh, I think he made a slight error. Well, yeah. now he got Yukas back on his tail again.
Yeah, or is he trying to cool his tyres a bit?
Yeah, another slight error. I think that's Yukas behind him, right?
Yes, yeah, it is Yukas behind him, yes. So the tricky part is now the track is greasy. A lot of these drivers are going to be on wet tyres.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to get
now
involved.
He's getting blue flagged.
Yep.
Oh, now Yukas found his mojo. See? There he goes. Oh, that's
but he's gone deep. And they're going to be side by side again. And it is back in front for Yusupov. But yeah, a lot of the drivers, as I was saying, they're going to be on wet tyres still because of the majority the last hour. The track has been absolutely soaked. It's safe to say it's now classed as greasy So the wet tyres will be overheating, and drivers are going to be struggling to get themselves that all-important grip. Somewhat of an understatement. No problems for Dalking. His last lap was a 47.4. This lap, 47.7. Yeah, that is a big gap, and I tell you, that's almost, again, 2 seconds quicker than Borzakovsky on that previous lap. So let's see what Borzakovsky does here. Morant as well.
Yeah, the only one gaining is actually Andreev. He's quicker. He's 7 tenths quicker even.
Oh yeah, 47.0. Wow. And Anu Freev with a 47.3. As what's Borzakovsky.
He's very quick. The only problem is he's a lap down.
Yeah, so that is going to be a big gap. But
so that's not going
we've
to
still
be.
got pit stops to
that's not going to
take.
be a big problem for the win. But still, it's.
Yeah, see, there's
to
Andreev
see
just
those
come
lap
into
times.
pits as well, and he's going to have to pit again because he's got an hour and 20.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he is going to have to pit once more. So he might be ahead at the
Losing
moment.
a lot of time then.
Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of time with his next pit stop. Unless they just decide to stay in here for 7 minutes. But that would be far too big a time loss, I'm guessing. Yukas.
So how are our Potato Nation trends doing? Simi Takar?
Where is Samir? Simran, sorry.
There he is, yeah.
There he is, in 30th place.
Simran, Potato Nation, Endurance, and Graham.
Yeah, Graham Hilliard's there as
Yeah,
well.
Graham is, they're active. I mean, WIZ started from Potato Nations.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Got you.
Most of us were part of, are still part of Potato Nation.
Oh, well, it's good to see.
Battling with WIZ for last place. Ah, come on.
Yeah, but it's only last place because some people quit.
Exactly. I mean,
You know what I mean? You could have.
There were 46, 45 who started the race, so yeah, definitely not lost.
Yeah, I think it was. Well, there was a team that didn't seem to set a time in qualifying, so I'm not actually really confirmed.
Yeah, that might have been. Oh, look at that! Oh, this is. Oh, that was close.
That got a bit squirrely there.
Bolansky had a big moment there, and then the Honda had to brake. Something had to brake. Oh yeah, now we got. Now you see what's happening. Yukos is coming through again. There's a lot of cars next to each other.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah, the pit stops are going to iron this out.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I love that lights. Oh, there's a battle behind.
Yeah, there is there. So Yuka's still got that battle going on behind him.
Yeah, because there's Yusupov and Santama. Oh, look at that.
Oh, Molansky just getting left behind there again. So Yuka's got himself right back in front of this battle, and it's Molansky who is leading the charge with the chasing drivers into turn number 1.
Oh, that Honda wants to pass badly. Oh, there we go. Who's that? Who's the Honda?
That's.
Is it Yukos?
Oh no, that's Stasic in 4th place.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
that's 4th place now getting involved with 15th and 8th.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is how endurance racing goes.
And
Still,
we're lucky that this is only one class. I mean, multi-class endurance race. That's the best.
yeah, the old GT4 and the GT3s can't quite see the full.
But it's so hard.
Oh yeah.
So hard.
Let's see in Molansky's rearview mirror. Oh, there we go. That's a decent enough shot. You can see the cars behind him. But that is 4th place that's ahead of him. So Molansky, he's just been lapped by 4th place. Knows he can't put the foot down too much. Doesn't want in. Thinking about going side by side.
I'm not sure he knows that's B4 in front of him.
Yeah, either that.
He's feeling the pressure from Abe. And Abe was quick, we saw, before before the break, I would say.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Before his pit stop,
off.
but he got fresh tires. So I wonder what Albert did. He probably on slicks, must be. So.
Yeah, he is flying. Yusupov still watching the battle as well. Epic Gamer Snail, what's the difference between GT3 and GT4? Okay. Battle Wiz, you're getting your P45, says WIZ Motorsport. So, what's the difference in GT3 and GT4? Okay, so GT3 and GT4 cars both come from road cars. These cars must be homologated, which means you must make over 1,000, I believe, or 300. You've got to make a certain amount of the cars and sell, available for sale, to get them to qualify for GT racing. Once they've qualified for GT racing, a GT4 car is 80% road car and 20% race car. A GT3 car is 90% race car and 10% road car. And that is effectively...
That's a big difference. That's a major difference.
A huge difference. So yeah, so GT4 cars are effectively road cars with fancy suspension, tyres, a roll cage and some seating. Whereas a GT3 car is the shell of a car, the badge of that car, and then a whole lot of wind tunnel time and aerodynamics.
A lot of
downforce, mechanical grip. GT4 cars are tanks. You could drive one of those things into a wall and you'll lose about 0.1 of a second because the aerodynamics on those things are non-existent. Slipstream again is not something really a GT4 driver can rely on. It's not going to give you as much of a kick as being in the slipstream in a GT3 car is, because they're designed to use things like that with their aerodynamics package. But yeah, that is effectively what the difference is. They're both road cars. It's just a different mix. Ooh, somebody pulling into the pitch there. That's Malansky.
Is going in. Yeah.
Ooh, 1 hour 6 minutes left in the race. No. Is that a mistake? Oh, well, it depends when he leaves. If his pit stop is more than a minute, he's going to leave the pits with less than 65 minutes left. So as long as he can stay in there for 1 minute 6 seconds.
Slow down a bit.
Yeah.
Slow down a bit at the end of the race to let to be lapped.
Yeah.
So he might be safe, but
yeah, it's certainly a gamble at this stage. That is for sure. RPM Lynx, how we doing?
Thanks for the follow.
Is that Lynxy? Has he changed his name, or is he still Lynxy? I knew he was going to be
Lynx.
Oh no, because that's RTO. Sorry, he's RTO Lynxy. I was thinking of a different Lynxy. But Lynx, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome
not
in.
Joe.
Not Joe. Lynxy 2.0. Nice. Dream bounce in as well. How you doing?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was... Who was that we were watching there? That's Borzakovsky.
No. Borzakovsky's ahead. Someone made way.
Oh, okay. Someone making way. Right, got you.
Being lapped.
Hey, Dream Bound, how we doing? RPM Links, good to see you. Not Joe. Don't worry, we won't hold that against you. But I'm only kidding. How you getting on? Welcome in. Cheers for the follow. Good, Dream Bound. Good. Hope you've all had a great Christmas as well. All prepared. Hope the big jolly man in the red suit was kind to you all. And you've all got your Hogmanay celebrations planned. And of course, as a Scotsman, Hogmanay, probably more important than Christmas. We do love a knees up. Let's see how the WIZ Motorsport car's going. Coleman Corkery.
Rafa, what did you do?
Where's Rafa? What have I missed? Oh, I messed up the pit stop.
Yeah.
And Coleman's out on done tyres. Ah. Yeah. That could be problematic towards the end, that is for sure. He's down in 23rd at the minute. He's got Patrick Bugging
he's got
just behind him. Oh, he's having a look side by side. He's going up into turn number 3. That is job done very convincingly. Yeah, and they've got, who's that? That's Frederick's car. Just making his way through as well. Oh, Coleman had a great couple of first stints. The tyres not suiting him to the end then. So he might come back in and change them. it's a big ask doing an hour and 5 minutes on a short set of tyres.
Brzezinski is closing the gap again a bit. Second a lap.
Yeah,
seems to
second
be
quicker,
struggling suddenly. So the gap is down from 20 seconds to less than 15 seconds. So.
Oh no, King is right in the middle of traffic.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, he's making his way through traffic there. He's absolutely swamped.
Cool. I'll be making my way to the pit stop. We'll be right back.
Yeah. There is Raikkonen and Lucas Pease. They're both in the pits. It's Raikkonen's car that they were watching. Of course, he's partnered up with Fredericks. We saw him involved in all that blue flag action there. Borzakovsky, it looks like they might walk away with the fastest lap as well. And it looks like the drivers, well, the next half an hour at least, it should remain dry. The track's sitting at fast, the temperature rapidly dropping. How's the race going so far? It's going really well. Excuse me. We started with 40. Oh, there's Dan King at the pits. Sorry, let me just give you a recap in a second, because the race leader has just come into the pits, and Borzakovsky is following suit. What will Thomas Morant do at this stage? But the race so far has been bright. In the opening hour, we had 9 different race leaders because of the weather. We saw close to half the field pitting with about half an hour of the 6-hour race done. We've seen weather fluctuate massively, I think is a fair understatement to make. Strategies, penalties, everything you would expect from a 6-hour race at Kayalami with some of the world's best drivers. So yeah, make sure, get onto YouTube in 24 hours and you can watch the whole thing back again. 163 laps in, it's Dan King that comes into the pits, and that's him just exiting with Carlo Dorazio just ahead of him. Borzakovsky still stationary, and it's Jason Lingard who will bring home the drive for Dragon Ball Z. This does still show him. He is ahead of Thomas Morant. Wow. Tell you what, Stephen, one of the biggest, we were waxing lyrical about some of the cars. Both SOP Porsches had a great opening stint. One of them made it from 36th up to 7th. They've had to leave the race, but Thomas Morant and Peter Brett, phenomenal first stint, but at the moment they're just losing time hand over fist, and the fact that these drivers managed to get back out the pits ahead of them, yeah, it really is.
We're back.
Oh, are you back?
Yep.
Oh, I was asking you a question there. Hey. SOP is racing as well, I see. Yes, SOP. I've got a couple of cars out. But yeah, I was just saying there, Stephen, the case of Thomas, the mysterious case of Thomas Morant and Peter Brett.
Yeah.
They've gone from definite podium protagonists to now, although he's just done a 46.8, although Bourgeois done a 45.1, Yukis has done a 44.4. So yeah, Morant and Brett, the mysterious case, they had a phenomenal opening stint, but at the moment it does just look like they're hanging on there with an hour left to go. Another pit stop and a change of tyre, I think they're going to hope bring them more luck, but at the moment it's not looking great for them given the pace of the rest of the field around them.
Yeah, I see Morant has took the pace to 146, yeah, but it's not enough. No. Borzakovsky made a pit stop, so he will be back in the game as well, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So Darren has given over to Mr. Lingard. Super, man. Yeah, that was the Watkins Glen 24 hours. That was awesome.
Yeah, Watkins Glen. And as you say, yeah, £5,000, €5,000 for charity. That is an incredible amount. So yeah, congrats to WIZ.
Done by the guys from DC Sim Racing.
Okay.
And Sim Racing Belgium. So all credits to them for putting that together.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations. So I'm just having a quick read of the chat as well. Let's see. Which tracks would you recommend to learn for a beginner? Oh yeah, Spa, Monza, Nürburgring is a very good track. Kayalami is a phenomenal track for racing on. Yeah, Watkins Glen. Monza is good as well because you can learn to make mistakes where other people will make mistakes, and it's very easy to get into a rhythm around that track because it is just effectively 3 chicanes and then parabolica. So yeah, if you can get yourself around there, yeah, definitely a good place to get yourself started. Thomas Brandt did come into pits and he's come back out at the helm of the car. Hopefully got whatever ailed him sorted, whether it was a bit of damage that we couldn't see or whether it was just on the wrong tyres. But he's come back out in 4th position, meaning that you mentioned him, Florian Bourget. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But for the Chile Esport, Bourget, yep.
But he will have to come in, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so he does have another pit stop to take by the look of it. But still, great running for him to get up to that 3rd position at the moment.
Very solid.
And they've got a big gap back as well. I mean, 17 seconds is separating Morant from Fidjanen. Zyger is back there as well. Do you expect him?
Oh, but look at that Honda of Gigar. 142.4. He is flying.
Yes, he is. I was just about to mention him. He's done a 42.4, 42.6 for Borzakowski, 43.6 for Lingard. So he is a second down there. Already experienced the Monza public servers. Is Mount Panorama a good track? Mount Panorama is phenomenal. Bathurst is one of the greatest tracks on the planet.
Yeah, but not for learning, to be honest. You don't want to... no, it's not the...
Yes, I know. It will teach you to respect track limits very quickly.
That's true, but you know, it's a very tough track to master.
It is a very tough track.
So I would just go with some, which I really like is Hungaroring. It's one of my favorite tracks, to be honest. It's also a tough one, but it's very good. And Silverstone.
Yeah, Silverstone good. Zolder as well.
Silverstone might be, yeah. I mean, yeah. You can't go wrong with any of these tracks.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Watkins Glen is great to learn.
That is awesome turn one, that one.
I wouldn't start with Mount Panorama. And whatever you do, turn off the racing line.
Yes, golden rule. Don't use the racing line.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. It will teach you bad habits. It's never accurate.
Yeah. If you want
look
to
at your surroundings.
Yeah, but learn. Do a YouTube track video. And then do it yourself.
Yeah.
And join a league. That's the best advice I would say. Join some of the communities and yeah, exactly. Don't do racing line.
Yeah.
But join some of the leagues and probably start out in the AM class, which is fine because that's where you learn. With the Dads Go Sim Racing, we actually have a Learn to League race, which is really cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we practice so for the new guys, we practice not only the track with some guided laps as well, but we also practice start. which is also good for the more experienced guys. So we still practice start. And then we swap around. So the first, let's say 10, 15, they wait. So after the start, so we do a 20-minute race. They go to the right of the track, for example. Let the other guys go first. And then we get to learn to overtake. And the other guys learn how to defend.
Oh, nice.
It's really nice. I like that format.
That is, yeah. Speaking of overtakes, so Thomas Morant, he's come out of the pits, he's absolutely flying. He's got himself ahead of Bourgeois. We know he needs to take a pit. And Gleb Zyger, you mentioned him a moment ago there. I think he is now actually ahead of Fedjanin. Yes, he is. He's got that overtake
but he's
done.
flying. He's flying.
Yeah, he is. I'm going to wait and see him cross the line. He's got the overtake done there. I'm still expecting a pretty quick lap time from him. Almost identical. 41.8. So that's back-to-back laps. He's done a 1 minute 41.
That Honda is a phenomenal car. Especially here. Yeah, it is super nice.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just, I wouldn't want to be driving it come the end of the stint with those tyres. Dreambound.
I keep in mind, I think, didn't they qualify first?
Yes, they did.
They did, right?
Yes, they absolutely did, yeah.
Yeah, they did. The gold car. I remember the gold car.
Oh, that's right, yep. Gold car on P1. If you've got a gold livery, you might as well qualify P1. It would be rude not to.
It's a Harold smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dreambound Racing, thank you for the follow. Welcome along to WIZ Motorsport. 6 hours of Kayalami. It's been a cracker. Not too shabby an opening event. 46 cars started the proceedings. Still got 38 brave drivers out on track. Barack Kunt is coming in to take his pit stop for the Attento racing. Anyone that does come into the pits now, this will be their last pit stop, and we will see teams having to pit. Oh, Jurgutis trying to get past Goltsev. That is very close indeed between these two coming up towards the mine shaft. Goltsev's run wide. And it's going to put that round the outside down into the mine shaft. Textbook overtake there by Germanis Jurgutis. And that moves him up to 17th position. Well, I'll tell you, some of these names have been a proper struggle.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Yeah, make it.
Nice battle.
I think that's blue flag. It's hard to actually see. That is Salamone then. But no, that is a battle for position then. That is Abe Santana. Abe Santema.
Santana sounds not very Dutch.
No, it doesn't. He's actually a great musician though.
Santana?
Yeah, Santana, the guitarist.
Yeah, Santana, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Ask,
So
we can ask maybe after post race.
If he's a world famous guitarist and just changes his name slightly, just so he did. Yeah, just to preserve anonymity.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's just been overtaken there by Salmone then. That's him back up to 12th. Going to see quite a few cars, as I say, come into the pits. Here's Goltsev just come into the pits. He's just been overtaken. That's him popped straight in. Up at the front though, Jason Lingard has got 48 minutes to try and fend off Nikita Berzakovsky, and that could potentially be a big ass because we're currently looking at a 2 second a lap.
Yeah. And how big is the gap?
At the moment, we don't 100% know because the timing board, of course, hasn't given us a time. We will find out. In fact, I don't understand why not.
34 something. It was, I think.
27 between Berzakovsky and
33.
Morant. 33 seconds.
Woohoo! 17 laps. Yeah, that's going to be close.
Yes, it is.
Oh, we're in for a nice finish.
Yep, it's going to be an absolute grandstand finish.
I think Zigar is not going to make it. I mean, the gap is like 70 seconds. It's a whole lap. So he's quick. He's super quick.
Well, to be fair, he's just posted a lap. Him and Nikita posted identical laps on the previous lap, 1 minute 42.3.
Yeah. So
Thomas Morant's back in the game as well. He's just done a 142.4. So he was only a 10 slower. So whatever did ail him, I reckon it must have been tyres.
Yeah, for sure.
What do we think? I mean...
And now the track is fast, so could well be that it stays right till the end.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like, well, 47 minutes left in the race, and the weather radar says for the next 30 minutes it will be cloudy with a slight sun. Not sure exactly. They've obviously found the sun in Scotland. Non-existent. It's pitch black out there.
Which? That's the sun.
Yeah, exactly. Go out the house at lunchtime and think, it's gone to bed already. There we go. So, so big asks all round. Again, cloudy with a bit of sun, or a bit of moonlight, we'll call it, because there's no way there's sun coming through
It might show up later on.
I know, imagine
I'm not seeing any rising sun signs.
No, not at the moment, no.
Oh, look, there's a favourite driver.
There he is, in the Nissan. It's amazing how there's always one Nissan. Love the fact there's always one Nissan. There's always one complete insane nut job that thinks it's a good idea.
I would have expected a Lamborghini or something like that as well.
I am actually surprised there's no Lambos.
Because they're quick.
They are quick and they're good in the wet as
we
well.
We have one guy in our group that drives the Lamborghinis.
D. Lewis drives them as well.
He is always winning.
Okay.
Hello,
D. Lewis. He drives them. Hey, there is the boss man himself.
Boss.
After handing poor Coleman Corkery an uphill battle for the final stint. Here he is.
No, well, he's actually a good tire. The one before, coming off the wets.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Let me just pop that down there.
See how his lap times are.
Volume. Oh, there's
lap times 1:42.7. That's good. That's good.
Oh, we've got more follows. Dalking has followed. Oh, Dalking Raid, he's coming out to say hello. Dalking is now following. Reese Williams, good evening. We've got Ferenc Official. Dalking Raid. Mike from Team Abbey Racing. How we doing, bud? Welcome in. Good to see Team Abbey. Did someone say Nissan? Kieran, I've been screaming Nissan all race. Where have you been, Clifford? I even said GDR in an Australian accent, so I got away with it. I did see another message from Dalking, didn't I? Let's go, guys. Great job today. Dalking, great job by yourselves as well. That pace that you managed to find towards the end of your stint there, absolutely incredible stuff. There's Rafa, welcome everyone. Tyre pressures are guesswork. Tyre pressures are witchcraft. Who let him in voice chat, says the Racing Penguin. Element Future with a follow. Hey Mike, typing in chat, how we doing? We've got someone else linked to Dalking. That's Sass AR. Ooh, a bit of sass. Welcome in, follow as well. And 27 Detox. Now 27 Detox, is that to do with the 27 Club? Is that name to do with the 27 Club? If he knows what I'm talking about, it will be. If he doesn't, then he won't. But the 27 Club is a theory that all the world's greatest musicians have all died at 27 years old. So there we go.
Thank you, Dalkin.
Dalkin, more raids. Rafa, you need to get in the car. Oh, have you got to race again, Raf?
No, it's actually saying I'm connected.
Oh.
They're just messing with you, man. No.
Oh, quality.
Pure dedication there.
Indeed. There's Yukas coming into the pits. Where's he going to come back out? Yeah, he has been... he's been involved in some serious action so far, and I don't expect the pace to drop off in the closing stint. We've got an optimum track. We've got 21-degree track temperatures. The temperatures should hold Burzakowski 31 seconds back. Lingard now down into the 43s on that last lap. Let's see if we get sorted. This one.
Soldatov.
Oh yeah, Tiger 41.5. Wow.
I'm thinking Soldatov might be connected with Mr. Kalashnikov.
No.
Is that a team?
No. Soldatov is driving with Anu Friev. If memory serves, they both drove for Crazy Fly. who also have a car in this race. But I think Soldatov and Andy Free have moved. Well, they must have moved teams because they're both in M2 competition for this one. But yeah, they were members of Crazy Fly, who have got several cars. They've got the Crazy Fly USSR and a lot of European drivers. Yeah. So yeah, it was good to see them. It's good to see. We've got Hilliard is into the pits. That'll be his final stop. Sim rent a car. It's still a lot of cars that have disconnected are still on the telemetry. So if I call anyone that's in the race and they're not, let's see. Because Afonso Suto, he's out. Gregorelli though, he's out racing in. Ooh,
Gregorelli
sideways in the Audi there. Not so great. Fontana for the Daggy Racing team. They're in 27th position. Then it's Marcellus for NT France, not NFT. NTF France WIZ. Then we've got Barak Kunt. He's back out for Attempto Racing. Then it is Coleman thrown under the bus by his boss Corkery in 24th position for the WIZ Aston 24-hour team. We've got Nicholas Dubin. Drive-through for Takar there.
Oh, see me.
Yeah.
Drive-through.
Gunther in 30th is going to be promoted positions, that's for sure.
I think he cause a collision with
that, right, yeah, potentially, yeah.
Potentially, yeah, I think that was what happened.
We've got another follow as well, actually. Sorry, let me just, I've just put my microphone stand through my screen. Excellent. GP199, thank you for the follows. That's quite a few follows we've had today. I think it's safe to say we've reached and breached the 50 mark. So thank you to everyone that's been involved on track and in the chat as well. We've still got 40 minutes to go. We want to say a massive thank you on behalf of WIZ Motorsports to everyone that's hit that follow button today. Just going to get bigger and better. More events will be planned. If you type ! Discord into the chat, I can't for some reason, even though I'm a moderator, it won't let me type in the chat just now. But if you type in ! Discord, you can get the Discord link, get into the Discord group and get involved in the racing in a phenomenal up and coming community. Let's face it, you've only been going a few months and you get 45 cars entering in a 6-hour race. And you're obviously doing amazing.
And every Sunday we have a community race as well. Thursday.
On
Thursday we have a community race. League race.
Nice.
So we're growing.
Yep, so make sure you get involved.
We have an amazing livery maker, Justin.
Oh, nice.
Mr. Well-Beloved, making incredible liveries.
Checking that. Well, only 2
So
tenths
make
of a
sure
discount.
to follow.
Yep. Community race.
I just saw some new kits from M2.
Yeah. I'm just having a look as well. And a big shout out as well to interwiz.uk, the company sponsoring today's event, and also massive shout out on behalf of WIZ Motorsport and from Rafa himself to Gunther de Pourtier. He is the technical genius that makes everything work in the background. So there we go. Join Justin Well-Beloved's Discord and YouTube, guys. The man is a genius. Okay, who's this?
Genius.
Oh, the livery genius.
Yeah, that's so good. I could just say whatever I want. I'll just be.
Super. Let's have a look. They've got some more action on tracks. Abe Santema is involved in more action, trying to find his way past Merrick Polach. Let me just bring that up to there and that there so we can see it. And that is 19th he's got, so that's Vortex, who's just behind him as well, looking to unlap himself. So cars still changing positions right through the field.
I think we might be in for a battle at the end for P3.
Yeah, I think so.
13 seconds. Doesn't sound close, but it is.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely getting closer with some of the lap times that we're seeing.
So yeah, will be tight.
Yeah, although in saying that, Jason Lingard up at the front, he was only half a second slower than Burzakowski on that last lap, so he's definitely finding his pace. In fact, he was quicker than Thomas Morant. But it is Gleb Zeiger took pole position, 1 minute 41.4 on that last lap. Big shout out to Leonid Makovkin as well for VDS Bros. Another driver into the 1 minute 41. Soldatov, unsurprisingly, lapping in the 41s. Only penalties really have denied us seeing the battle between Soldatov and Burzakowski up at the sharp end of the grid. Burzakowski is going to cross the line. Let's see what this lap time is. And it was a 42.1, so a second quicker than Lingard on that one.
Second gap. It's going to be hard. I don't think there's unless something happens with a lot of traffic. Then again, it's 36 minutes, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and a lot of pit stops. Because as you and I saw, there's a couple of drivers that pitted with 1 hour 20, 1 hour 12 minutes left, so they're going to have to come in with like 10, 15 minutes left. So yeah, so there's going to be more positions change right down through the field.
Really hard.
Oh yeah, it really is.
He's going for P10. Santoro in front of him.
Yes, is that Sergey's just ahead, but that is Santoro. Yeah, just ahead.
Yeah,
look how much quicker he is.
Look, it's 2 tenths only.
Oh yeah, he's going to get this one done before the end of the lap. By the look of it, he's going to have a look at the minute. Yes, he is. Oh, that's a bit of a send.
Is he going to make it stick?
Yeah, Santoro's given him enough room there. He knew what was coming. He stayed right out of the way. They're side by side down the mine shaft, but Soldatov has got a bit of a run. He's got the inside
Very
line.
willingly. Oh, he's not. Oh, what's he doing? No.
Both of them safely making it through there. Soldatov back up to 10th position.
It's good racing. I
yeah.
mean, compliments to the drivers tonight, and I've seen a lot of clean driving, so that's good.
Yeah, there's been some really phenomenal overtaking, some really clean, respectful driving. Yeah, really clean, respectful driving. We'll have seen a couple of penalties handed out. The stewards have handled that, and it's given us the standards that we've currently got. But with 34 minutes left to go, still lots of changes on the horizon, with pit stops still to be taken by drivers in the top 15.
And did you see the weather radar? We might be in for a surprise at the end of the race. Oh my goodness.
Wow, and it's a full
guys,
double line of rain.
Get your beers out, get your chips.
That's the one. Chips and dips.
Oh, yeah, crisps. Yeah, we can't do it. It's the only thing that bothers me with commentating.
This is through. Oh, Evan Cairns drive through.
Oh,
you got a drive through
that's
there.
probably speeding in the pit lane, I would say.
Yeah. So for anybody again that doesn't know, a drive-through. So if you speed in the pit lane, there's two different violations you can be found guilty of. One is speeding on the way into the pits. You're given a drive-through penalty. The other one is speeding on your way out of the pits. You're given a stop-go 30-second penalty for that. So if you ever see someone coming out the pits and saying they've got a violation, if they're given a drive-through, the sped on the way in, and if it's a stop-go 30-second, the sped on the way out. And yeah, any other infractions, I think, is just a straight drive-through, but that's really the only thing you can get done for, I think, is speeding in the pit lane. There isn't any other...
Mr. D, look, thank you for that amazing drive in the Nissan.
Oh, wow, crazy race. I'm one of the Nissan drivers.
Yeah,
was fun and hard. Right. Nice, Renix, how we doing, bud? Yeah, love to see the Nissans making an appearance. And yeah, great race as well. Where are they?
Isn't it Pasquale? Yeah. There's so many names. Oh, I can't keep up with them.
Oh, is the Nissan out with the race?
No. No, it's on
Oh,
V22.
22,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's just a new driver.
Yeah, of course it is, of course. I couldn't see the badge for looking.
No,
it
we
was
were
Bino, Team EOS
Look at them.
Esports. Magnificent. The Nissan GTR, love to see that.
Well, it's not the car you know, if you are a new driver in ACC, I wouldn't necessarily pick the Nissan as a first car.
Yeah, I've got a friend who drives really awkward cars, but he always drives them really well, and he always drove the Nissan. And he always swore it was one of the best all-rounders. In fact, I can testify to it being one of the best all-rounders. I commentated a league. There was one Nissan GTR. The driver never won a single race out the first 9, but he led the championship into race 10.
Yeah. Consistency.
Just consistency. Just kept finishing in the top 5. Didn't matter what track they were at, the Nissan was top 3 material, top 5 material. And yeah, just race after race. TK Drifter. So if you're watching TK Drifter, hats off to you, bud. There's Fire Pot.
Yeah,
Fire Paul. Fire Paul. Hello. How you doing? Welcome in. How's this going to end with the rain, says SOP Motorsports. Simon, your guess is as good as ours. Drama all the way. 30 minutes left to go. We're going to get rain for the last 5. We've actually got drivers and teams that are going to have to pit with 12 and 7 minutes left. Are they going to come back out on wet and suddenly
maybe
clean up a few
it will
positions?
just, because it still says 30. It said 35 minutes ago, so it might stay dry.
It might.
I hope so for the drivers, to be honest.
I hope it doesn't for the viewers.
For the viewers, it will be interesting.
Yeah, well, it's going to be another grandstand finish. The Nissan is fun. Not much competitive, though. Like here, but fun to drive if you don't want to run with the meta. Very true. Ooh, who's left to pit any of the top 5? You know what? I'm just, off the top of my head, I don't think it's any top 5. I think Makhmatov has to come in. Who else was it that came in not so long ago? Or came on just outside the hour mark? I think it was...
And the top 4 is still within 1 lap. So
oh yeah, so they are, yeah. So they must have all...
The lap times are pretty consistent now. And Miranda's also found extra pace, it seems.
Yeah, 41.3.
Yeah, that's quick.
That is quick. Second quickest car on the previous lap. Let's see what he does crossing the line this time.
Look, he did his best lap ever.
Wow, 41.2.
Almost. There we go. Well, yeah, he did. 141.2.
Yeah, that is the fastest.
So, yeah, he's found his mojo just in time. So he can keep that 30-second gap.
Yeah, back to Zyger. Yeah, because he's going to need it because that Honda...
is quick. But
oh, he is flying. 41.3.
Great lap times at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's really getting the job done. So Jason Lingard, his second stint and only his first ever endurance race. Safe to say, thrown under the bus by Dalkin looking. But yeah, phenomenal. What a first experience that. Imagine how that would set you up, Stephen. Your first ever endurance race, a 6 hour. It was Dalkin himself that said the guy can be a bit nervous around other competitors. He's leading a 30. He's leading what? There's 30 cars left on the grid. He's leading it with 28 minutes to go, and he knows that the car behind him half a second to a second a lap quicker. So it's some testament to the nerve that Jason Lingard does have. The fact that he's lapping so consistently up at the front.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Very good job. And the car seems to be very stable in the setup as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is, he's got Dalking setting the car up, so that's... I mean, would you expect anything else? Probably not. Let's see if I can get my mouse to work. Yeah, there we go. Ralph Malansky. He of pit stop pirouette fame. 15th position. He's got Mirek Polak ahead of him, but too far ahead at the moment, it would seem, for him to improve on his position with 27 minutes left.
Rafa is actually running.
Oh wow, Rafa did get...
24. Rafa
Oh, so he was
actually
being...
won.
Right, okay, so I thought that was a bit of a meme when he typed in the chat that Coleman's wheel was failing.
Oh, so he had to come in.
Yeah.
That's why.
So there we go, yeah, so it
Okay.
was a technical issue. So yeah, Rafa back out on track. How's that for dedication?
Yeah, that was not very clear, was it? That you were deadly serious.
Deadly serious,
when
yeah.
are you ever deadly serious?
I know, but yeah, no, it's caught me out there. But yeah, so Rafa's caught him about as well, I'm sure. Hopefully Coleman's wheel is okay. I've seen that a few times actually recently. Pedals giving up halfway through a race, steering wheels getting a bit of lag spike and just taking you
I
off
had
the
that
track.
with, I'm running the Cymagic Alpha, and I had a disconnect because it's wireless.
Okay.
And suddenly it just went left in the middle of the race.
Yeah.
That's not what he wanted.
No, it's not.
That's very unfortunate. He lost his shifts and his force feedback. That's not.
Oh wow.
That's not doable.
Yeah, that's definitely not great. Definitely not doable. Although there are people out there that run with zero force feedback. They literally just guess where the wheel spot is. Incredible. And it's so much quicker than me as well.
Mariano just made a move.
Oh, did I miss that there? I've got...
Nissan.
Oh, just getting one done on...
Just overtook...
was that Durazzo he got past?
Yeah, he just overtook the French BMW. From, I think, Marcellus.
Ah, okay, so it's Marcellus he was getting past. So he was unlapping himself.
No, there was no touch. He just...
Yep, so he's unlapping himself there. Ruslan Vortex, still 19th. He was involved in some serious racing early doors, carrying a bit of damage again, but still running very consistently. Still, oh, and I'll tell you what, Lingard has gone quicker than Burzakowski on that last lap. Morant beating them both by 2 seconds.
Yeah, Morant and Jigar are both very quick. Quick's into field together with Markovkin, P7. The three guys doing 141s at the moment.
Yeah, there are, yeah, 141.4, 141.3. Markovkin absolutely hoofing it at the minute in that course as well.
And you know who else is doing 141s?
Who's that?
Denis Stronikov. He's running in P39, car 777. Is he still running? No.
No, Stelnikov. No, that was before he disconnected. No, Stelnikov.
Before he disconnected.
Yeah. Yeah, thank
you, Pitwall.
Oh, yeah, I had to stop. For some reason, I was getting ghost data from last night's practice session. So the race was showing me, double entries for some of the cars. I don't know. Yeah, I'm confused. I've not been able to use Pitwall the whole race. So yeah, it's made it fun. It's made us fun. Keeps you on your toes though. Keeps you young. Paying attention to all the numbers. Marek Pol.
Oh, look at that. It's an old train.
Yeah, big train. He's got De Valeris just ahead of him. So there's a couple of blue flags in there, but this is a battle for position between 13th and 14th. Potentially could get disrupted. Oh no, and Santema. No, that's not Santema. In fact, that is Zyger, who's just behind. Oh, big wiggle in the Honda.
Big moment.
Big moment there while he was behind those cars. And yeah, Markovkin looking like he's trying to get an overtake done. He's right on the back of Fedyanin for the Crazy Fly team. There is Fedyanin's spoiler. Into the last corner, Markovkin doing all the running here. He's absolutely closed that gap, applying a lot of pressure to the Aston just ahead of him. Zyger has recovered from that mistake, but it's going to be a massive detriment to his lap time. Thomas Morant's going to be the quickest driver on track. He's just on a 41.3. 2 seconds quicker than Lingard and Burzakowski. Yeah, no, he didn't
Look at the
actually lose it.
141.4.
Oh no, he's just about to cross the line. 144.7.
144. That's a,
Yeah, so 3 seconds down he was on that lap. Oh wow, that could make a lot of difference come the end of the race. We will absolutely see.
The podium position lost.
Yeah, indeed it could. Still watching this battle here. I tell you what, I'm going to quickly, Stephen, just very quickly. Yep, we're going to leave Stephen. Talk us through this battle if you don't mind, mate, and I'll be back in a couple of seconds. Yep.
Yep.
Cheery. Back in a second.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Nope. He definitely has a pace. They're doing approximately the same lap times, but that's really obvious when they're so close. But the Porsche can brake later. Is he going to try? Kovkin definitely wants to give it a go. After 6 hours nearly of driving, he wants to get that P6. That's close. Yeah, well done. Both drivers. But look, there's the other Porsche is coming as well. It's not over yet. There we go. Aston got the inside. Great driving.
Yeah, I got back just in time to see that there.
This is great driving.
Yeah, Malakovskin, great overtake there. He's got.
But he nearly got cut back.
Oh, the crazy flag driver.
But they are struggling because of the back mark.
Yeah, that is Ted Marcellus.
Yeah.
Getting the blue flags made. And there is a Porsche. Another Porsche is lurking in the background there. Is that Thomas Moran?
Could well be.
Alright, so Thomas Moran is sitting there as well. He is
There's
closing
another
on this
Porsche
lot
there.
as well. Yeah, there is,
There's
yeah. Who's the other Porsche? The other SOP Porsche.
Oh, there's been an accident.
That is
What was
someone
that?
very sideways. Car number 94 that was. Let's see
Number
what
22 has been involved in an incident. Excellent. Which car is that? 22. Milchen. Alex.
Oh, someone's just
That-
left the server, I think.
B30. B30.
Oh yeah, Mielchen.
Alex has crashed. Who's that? No, that's an old.
Yeah, it was Fontana there, the 94. I thought it was car number 96. Ted
Hey,
Marcellus.
Maverick F1. Welcome.
Hey Maverick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Only 18 minutes left to go. We could
Yeah,
be
look at that. In 10 minutes it will be raining, Jim. So,
Oh wow.
there we go. We are in for a very.
Oh, full spice added to the finish. We're going to have another deluge. It'll be the third one of the race.
They left. Oh, they did not finish
Okay,
5 hours
let's
ago.
go. Yeah, that is a whole lot of DNF'd. There is quite a few cars. We've got 28 still running.
28 or 30?
30, Mielchen.
Milken's led last from the people running. And I know Alex is quick.
Oh, car number 24 had a lot of game crashes and car crashes as well. Yeah, we'll have had a couple of people disconnect from the server as well, unfortunately. I'm not getting server stats at the moment. Oh, sixth place just popping himself up the side of Mielchen there. Alex comfortably getting himself out the way as the crazy fly car comes through as well.
Gunter, our server guy, running.
Whoa!
See him? Alex had a big moment there.
Big old slide. Plenty of grandstand action as I say still to come.
This is our main man, the guy who was running the server.
Yeah, big shout out to Gunther. One team from our group is still running, car number 89.
There's only 30 running. So, where's car number 89? Is it still running?
No.
I don't see it.
Oh, Wilner can't. No, unfortunately, Wilner is out as well.
Oh.
Yeah, they made it to lap 121, so they were out about 60 laps ago. Yeah, no, they're not running at the moment, mate. No. Like I say, they got 162 laps in, so they're only... Although some of the cars at the back are only 179 laps.
Why is there only 29 cars now? I thought there were 30.
Because someone just left after a crash. I can confirm it was... Oh no, it wasn't Fontana. I'm not sure who it was then, because the timing board is still showing me all 45 cars. And I've got 3 cars in 31st position.
Okay.
2 cars in 26th. We've got 2 cars in 8th as well.
There's going to be a great debrief. Oh, Maverick. At least you can see the humor of it. Everyone from our group will finish. It's going to be a great debrief.
Yeah, Tea and Biscuits in the support group.
Oh, wait, oh, look who's gone. Our number 1. Mr. Lingard. Jason Lingard's gone.
What's happened to Lingard? Oh, what?
I think he had a... Yeah, he dropped. According to this, he's in... No, he's... Oh, what happened?
Right, so he's been disconnected from the server.
Disconnection?
It's a disconnection, yeah, because he's still showing as first on my board.
Oh, that's really... Oh, that's gonna be someone cursing his hardware.
There's a lot of French being used right now.
Yep.
189 laps in, leading after 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's not where you wanna...
Oh, good on you, Jason. Ladies and gentlemen, that right there is commitment. Look, they've rejoined the server. And he's going to have to sit there for 2 minutes because the game's got an inbuilt penalty. There's nothing the organisers can do. If you return to garage during the race or connect to the server, you're given a 2-minute penalty to sit and wait. So he's going to have to sit there for 2 minutes as well, just to rub that extra bit of salt into the wound for the Dragon Ball Z team. But he has rejoined. But again, it's an ill wind that blows nobody some good, and it's an ill connection that blows nobody some good. And Nikita Borzakovsky is back up into first place. Thomas Morant is up to second, and Gleb Zeiger, Stephen, is back on the podium. What an up and down race they've had, but back on the podium. Consistency, keep it on the track, and great things will happen.
Yeah, and so that means that they got the podium in the same lap. And then we got Mr. Legros, who we haven't seen much in the race, but he is our silent sniper. Just going to P4 there.
Yeah, so I'm just doing some math. So Epic Gamer, how many pit stops are required for this race? Every car, well, the cars can't be on track for more than 65 minutes at a time. So if you run that over the 5 hours, you're talking 5 pit stops will get you 5 hours, 25 minutes into the race. So yeah, you're looking at 6 stops roughly. What happened to car number 38?
Yeah, technical disconnect.
Yeah, they had a disconnect from the server. They have reconnected, disconnected from first. They have reconnected, but it is tumbling them down the order while they serve a 2-minute penalty.
There they go. There goes Darren.
Oh no! Right, so Jason from P1, his PC overheated and switched off.
Oh.
They were planning to pit on that lap due to screen stuttering, but it happened too soon.
Oh, that is...
That is devastating.
Yes, it is. So now we got Darren back in the car.
Oh, there we
He's
go,
now
yeah, so
running
Darren's
at
taking over.
P14, yeah. So, but hats off that they rejoined.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hats off for them getting back in and rejoining. Having to sit through that 2-minute penalty as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely, just salt in the wound after salt in the wound. Abe Santema, he's not messing about. He's just got an overtake done on Germainus Jurgutis. So that's moved him up into 15th position. Milanski's still 3 laps down, but Dave Oleris closing it in on Marek Polak coming towards the end of the race.
Yeah, plenty of action still to come because
yeah.
in a few minutes it will be raining. In 3 minutes probably, or 5 minutes maximum.
In fact, there you go. The rain is now falling.
It's falling already. There we go.
So there we go. Thomas Brandt in second, trying to make his way through the field. Simon, that is exactly right. That's words I can't use on stream, obviously, but yes. That is the correct exclamation. That is rough to believe. Oh, and there's one of the cars coming in. That was another one of the cars I thought coming in. That's Friedrich Salamone. They've come in from the pits. Well,
we knew someone will have to come in.
Yeah, with 12 minutes left, and I think there's somebody got to come in with 7 minutes left as well. So I don't think we've seen the last of the pit
it's raining now,
quite yet.
so yeah.
Chuck on a set of wet.
So what's going to... Oh, the track is already back to greasy, see? So it's quickly. So
yeah, it has, yeah.
Full torrent, then it's increasing.
Yeah, I think as well, with the track being so cold, that's how it's so quickly gone to greasy. It's not like the track's been hot and able to dry off some of the rain as it's landed. It's just gone, as you mentioned, straight to greasy. Not the conditions you would expect, although South Africa does have some pretty healthy rainy seasons. But yeah, not the type of weather you usually expect with motor racing here in South Africa. But certainly the conditions that we have been blessed with as spectators. I'm sure the driver's not feeling quite so blessed. Oh, as we can see, the number 22 just been blue flagged past by Polak. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
The track already getting a bit more.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's getting...
Oh, look at that, that plus. It's going to be very wet, I think, at the end.
Oh,
so
it really is.
Who can manage the conditions best? Because there's only a 16-second gap. And between 1 and 2.
Yeah, it is. Well,
Polak is going to have a hard time seeing anything in the rain. Again, if it's coming down, he's only 2 tenths behind Valeris, so.
Oh, he's going for the outside in. Oh no, he's going for a cheeky cutback. You can already see the lines being left by the tyres.
Yeah, you have to follow the line now, otherwise.
Indeed you do. Hey, there's Coleman, Corkery, how we doing? Sorry, yeah, go on, Stephen.
Hey, Coleman. No, that's good. Coleman.
Yeah.
Unlucky with your technical failures.
Yeah, that is brutal. That was unfortunate. Having a great
Thomas
race as well.
SOP.
Can he grab the win? 16 seconds. He needs to make up over 8 minutes. At the moment, he is lapping about the same. In fact, they're all lapping. The top 3 are pretty much all on the same pace. Legross right in there as well. So is Makovkin. They're already into the 1 minute 47s. So is Santoro. There's Winstead coming in the pits and Milanski. So there's another 2 cars that still had pit stops to take. Landon Winstead coming in to get his final driver stint timer done. And there is Borsakowski still leading the way. Thomas Morant. Bruno. Nah, too much to do. Yeah, Simon Ringus, it is going to be a bit much to do unless they make a mistake. Yeah, that is going to be the big factor. If any mistakes now will be massively costly. But Bruno, with lots of numbers at the end there. Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on what time, what part of the world you're in. Welcome to WIZ Motorsports. Thank you very much for the follow. There is Malansky still in the pits, hopefully pirouette free on this particular trip in. Marek Polak still pestering Dave Valeris then.
Oh, look at the conditions.
Oh, and look at the cars then. They are right on top of her. There's blue flags and all sorts tucked into this little battle. So there's Polak, he's 12th, he's got 25th going round the outside. And he's got 15th just up his rear end. And he's got Santoro just ahead of him. Car 305, yes, so it is Dave Valeris that is leading the way there. It's Polak just going side by side with the BMW and Audi following him through there.
Yeah. That BMW is not giving much space.
Nope.
No, just enough.
Yeah, leaving just enough. Oh, Baiano. Yeah, he's the one that's involved right in this battle as well. He's trying to get his way past Durazio.
There we go.
Which he's done. So that was actually for position there. Durazio ran off, and he's actually just lost that position to
look at the
Bino.
lap times. They're going up into the 152s now, 151s. So we were doing 141. Oh, look at them sliding over the place. It's really treacherous conditions now.
Oh yeah, that really is.
Because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people are on wet tires now, are they?
No, there are definitely not going to be many cars on wet tyres. There's a couple of cars that have pitted. But yeah.
I've had to, and it's 5 minutes. It's a long time when you're struggling like this.
It is, yes.
See, oh, the finish goes off. Yeah, but try to outbrake now. That's not very much.
No,
Oh,
this
there's
is
been
my
a change in position at the front. Like Soldatov, did he have
Oh, has he got a move done? Oh, he's almost got the move done on Alexei Sega.
Yep.
Now the team are very close. This one for 7th place. Bruno in the chat. Hey, great stream, lads. Thank you very much. EKM's P19, why so slow? He's had a penalty and difficult conditions. Stephen, talk to us. Oh,
power sliding. Oh, it's really wet at the moment.
Yeah,
the lap times are flying up. We're now going up to the 2 minutes on.
Yeah, that is the only thing that's flying at the moment. It's certainly not the drivers. But yeah, no, but for mega variable weather conditions. And Evan.
There we go. There's our friend Evan.
Yeah, there he is there. 19th place he's in at the moment.
Yeah, but everybody's struggling at the moment.
Everybody, I mean, his best lap time is a 1:41.7, which is definitely competitive with some of the drivers up at the front in the dry stint. But yeah, he had a penalty as well. And so that extra trip into the pits definitely not helping. And yeah, these conditions, to say they've been variable is probably the biggest understatement you've heard this year. It's been definitely been one for the books. It's definitely been one to be commentating and not racing, that's for sure.
Oh, look at
Wow.
There we go.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a car number 7. Oh, Legros caused a collision. Oh, he's going to lose that position then.
Oh, Makovkin, yeah. That 5-second penalty, that'll be added.
5 seconds. Look, there's only 3.6.
Yeah. So Makovkin then he's going to get promoted.
He's still pushing very hard for the P1.
He is, yeah.
But everybody's struggling now. They're all in the 2 minutes. Except for Gigar. He's got the best setup for his conditions. He's closing in rapidly, 3 seconds.
Oh yeah, 157.2.
Wow.
Wow.
He's got the best setup for these conditions, it seems. Oh no,
Oh no.
204. Oh no, there we go. 204 as well.
Well, we thought he was 3 seconds quicker. In fact,
Yeah, he
he
was
was
the
4
lap
seconds
before,
slower. Yeah, the lap before, yeah, he definitely was. But on this one, as soon as that Honda's hit the wet, it's not enjoying the experience. Who can keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard right to the end? Thomas Brand's got 15 seconds to make up to Bursakovsky. It does look like he's got this one in the bag. Ish, don't want to curse to the commentator this, but treacherous. Simon, treacherous is definitely a word
right
for these conditions. Like, I mean, even that's an understatement. We saw Bursakovsky absolutely planted about the front, and the next thing he's going sideways. We've seen Soldatov go sideways, and in fact, let's have a look. Darren King back out on track. Long-time race leaders. Their driver's PC overheated, and he was disconnected. They were going to be pitting anyway, because he was having problems with his screen stuttering. But Darren's come back out to finish the race off for them. 15th position, but he's got a couple of drivers just ahead of him, so potentially positions to be made. And nope, Mouse is definitely looking. Oh, and there's the leader on the final lap. So there is Bursakovsky. What a race it's been so far. Look at the lights reflecting on the tarmac. That is how much water is out there. The lap times have varied from 1 minute 40.6 to 2 minute 4.0. 24 seconds in difference. In fact, we've even seen drivers in the 207s. So just an incredible variation in lap time. In the opening hour, we saw 9 different race leaders. We only saw a handful of incidents, handful of penalties handed out. Oh, tell you what did we just see there? Makovkin.
But he doesn't have to push that hard.
Wow.
Because Legros got this 5-second penalty at the end. But, well...
He's got that done on track, yeah.
Leonid, he did a good job.
Yeah, he did there. Leonid Makovkin getting up to 4th. Legros hanging on to 5th. He should even with that penalty. Because Fedyanin... Oh no, Fedyanin's right in the hunt as well. Oh,
yeah.
So Legros is about to lose another position.
Yeah. Where's my...
Oh, that was one of the back markers getting out of the way.
A throttle and it goes sideways.
Yeah, a little bit of throttle, a whole lot of sideways. Seems to be the mathematical equation for figuring this one out today.
I'm braking like, okay, please, I'll just close my eyes and see if I make it.
Yeah, just hope for the best. Praying for that Christmas miracle to arrive. 199 laps. I did think we were going to get 200 laps. We're going to be 1 lap shy due to the pace dropping off.
The rain.
Yeah, but the rain.
Now this. Oh, he's got it.
Well, there we go. Around the last corner. 6 hours, 199 laps, 45 contenders. Over 500 pit stops between the 45 cars with all their driver swaps. And it is Nikita Bursakovsky for Ian Lacey Racing. That's not easy to say. Who takes the checkered flag. Takes the checkered flag. It's Thomas Morant in second place. Great drive for the SOP team. Gleb Zyger rounding out the podium. He's going to cross the line in the Honda. We can see him just tentatively making his way around that last corner. So massive congratulations to Armamentario SOP and of course Ian Lacey Racing for getting themselves onto the podium. Makovkin got himself up to 4th with Legros in 5th for G League eSport. It's Pavel Fedyanin for Crazy Fly in 6th. Makhmutov, for Racing for Fun.
Is still racing?
Yeah.
It's not for position anymore.
Yeah, no, he just needs to cross the line. Soldatov back up to 8th for the M2 competition. Santaro is going to get himself. Got the checkered flag for Team US eSport in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Robert Roykana in 10th. What a race that was, Stephen. Start to finish, action-packed, phenomenal weather. And yeah, massive congratulations, I'm sure you'd like to echo to the drivers that took those podium positions.
Incredible, incredible. And especially, I mean, 6 hours is a long time. but with those changing conditions, going from wet to dry to wet, then yeah, it was phenomenal. You saw those lap times; they were doing 1:41s easily, well, I would say, and then they went up to over the 2 minutes. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible stuff. So I'm just going to quickly bring up the highlights. I will do this first. Let's have a quick. We will have a quick look down the race. How many cars saw the checkered flag? 29 saw the checkered flag. So congratulations, Gregorelli, Deportier, Marcellus, Fontana, Kunt, Scullion, Dubin, Durazzi and Bino. They all finished 21st through to 29th. And 20th it was Winstead. Even Cairns got 19th. Vortex in 18th. Jurgutis in 17th. Milanski got 16th. King, Van Ommen and Lingard 15th position after that disconnect. Santema 14th. De Valeris and Polak 12th and 13th. Roicano in 11th. The top 10 it was Santoro, Sega, Soldatov, Makhmetov in 7th, Legros in 6th, Fedyanin in 5th, and Makovkin managed to sneak that position 4 right at the end. But again, massive congratulations to Zyger and Stasic, Morant and Brett, and Burzakovsky and Abeladze, not only for testing my linguistic skills with some of those surnames, but for getting yourself onto the podium after some absolutely phenomenal racing. It's a good thing Rafa's got a sense of humour.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
Incredible stuff.
We saw the drama as well with Darren and Jason.
After 5.5 hours.
Yeah. Big tears, big tears. How was it for you though, Rafa? How did that final stint go? That surprise stint, it's safe to say. Oh, that's me just hiding. That's me trying to hide the ACC menus while I'll bring up the highlights.
Oh, right, there we go. Just checking for the viewers. We still have quite a few left. Good. These are the highlights.
Yep, we'll pop some highlights up where we'll have a quick word. Rafa, I'm sure you'd like to, again, big thanks to Rafa and his company, interwiz.uk, redefining super fast wireless broadband. So if you're doing any help with any of that, interwiz.uk, give them a shout. They've proudly sponsored this race and event. Massive shout out, I'm sure. Rafa will give us a full list of all the guys and girls in the background, but special shout out to Gunther, who gets all the technical stuff running in the background. And a big thank you to Stephen as well for jumping into the co-commentary box.
Stephen, great to get somebody else in there. It's not an easy task to do 6 hours. 6 hours plus for anybody on your own.
Oh, you did an amazing job, Mr. Ray.
There's people locked up for less.
People certainly threatened to get locked up if I don't shut up. That's certainly sure. But yes, Rafa, you must be very pleased, mate. The event, everyone's come together, the organisers, you've all managed to get everything, and it's been an absolutely incredible race and an amazing spectacle for the viewers.
Yeah, brilliant. Over the moon with everything that I've seen from the view ticket in, the commentary, the racing. You know, realistically for the conditions, how long to just double check, we've had a report of 22 incidents overall from the start. Maybe a few to come in yet, but 22 incidents in that weather. You know, most of the time people were out in slicks nearly on the rain.
Yep.
It was brilliant, you know, decent racing.
Yep,
for
some
sure,
really great racing. Really great racing. And yeah, again, massive congratulations to the podium for getting themselves.
One of the. There we go, that's one of the.
Yeah, the winners there, Harlan, I haven't even got because I was coming over the line. Congratulations to all the podium, everybody, but especially the podium guys there as well. It's great to get as big a turnout for the event, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yep, 45 started, 30 finished. That's a decent return on a 6-hour race, especially again in those conditions. Can't reiterate those conditions for the drivers. Whew, tricky.
Make sure you follow us on Discord, guys, because there will definitely be more of these coming.
Yeah, and on SimGrid as well. You can sign up to all the events. You guys, yeah, SimGrid as well. I was meant to give them a shout out, mate. Yeah, big thanks to SimGrid for hosting.
Pitwall as well.
Sorry, say that again, Rafa?
I'll give a wee shout out to Pitwall as well.
Oh, yeah.
The Pitwall server for the free server.
Yeah, big shout out
That was
to
very
Pitwall.
useful as well.
That
very
was.
useful.
I didn't quite get it fully running, but yeah, we've done the job and we've got it in. And what is on the horizon next for WIZ Motorsport, Rafa? I know Stephen mentioned Sunday and Thursday nights.
Thursday.
It's going to be. It's actually changing until Tuesday again. Tuesday or Thursday, we haven't decided. In the next few weeks, we'll announce in the next league. We're going to try and hopefully run an endurance race about every 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay, nice.
Try and run something like, even like a series.
Yeah.
But it's not finalised yet. I just want to see how the guys. I can't see any negatives on it other than things we can fine tune. Server setup and stuff. A wee bit more prepared, but again, it's just making notes. Nothing that bad, you know.
Yeah, no, I'd say this is definitely one of the smoothest events I've been involved in, pretty much without a hitch. Although it was interesting, I was sitting thinking to myself, I wonder if he's extending the driver briefing so they can avoid the rain at the start of the race.
No, what happened was we had actually forgot to put a gap in between. So we had to keep restarting it because we'd actually told them there'd be 15 minutes in between. So we'd actually forgot the way we should have set up the server was free practice, qualify, and then another free practice, and skipped that 15 minutes. But we hadn't actually, we'd only like a 1.5 minute free practice. So we had to keep resetting the server.
Right, okay. Because I was thinking to myself, they're trying to avoid the rain.
No, we're trying to get it to start on 4 o'clock, as we said it would, you know.
Right, okay.
That's what happened there.
But yeah, ran phenomenally. As Stephen said, make sure you get yourself over to the Discord, get involved on track, ACC Racing at its finest. You've just seen it there. 24 hours from now, this race will be uploaded to YouTube. So if you're watching the replay, I hope you enjoy. Thank you for tuning in again. If you are watching it live, make sure you go back and watch the replay. I certainly will be tomorrow, that is for sure. But big thanks, everybody. Only thing left really, Rafa, is who would you like to raid? Who will we go and raid with all the viewers that we've got?
Hang on. Who have we got on there?
So on your Discord, you've got Dare McCormick, Nicholas Hoban, Luke Whitehead, El De Sozwa. No, he's on iRacing, so forget him. TX141 or Dan Mass 911.
Oh, we'll have to look Whitehead there.
Luke Whitehead. I was literally just on his channel. Here's another quick one.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Ah, there we go. Thank you, Salamoni.
There we go. The raid has been created. So
Das
we're going
war,
to. Oh,
ja, das war sehr schön.
Greeting from Germany, says Sal. Oh, Salamoni, how you doing, bud? Great racing, mate.
Yeah, great racing.
Nice stream, he says as well. Thank you very much. And oh, is it switched over already?
Alright, we're hit the raid. Yeah.
What?
Ah.
Why is there no? There should have been a timer. What happened to it?
Who are we rating now?
Ah, because you're not an affiliate yet. Right. Okay.
Ah, that's it.